Chapter 934, Seok Wi Guk. After killing the 4 militants, Jung did not seem ruffled by the events, as he continued walking towards the base with big strides. Park Chae-young stirred and chased after him swiftly. She needed to stay by his side closely, only then would she survive. Otherwise, based on the character of those militants, they would not have a promising future. White Bones quietly retrieved the ammunition and weapons from those militants and returned to Jung's side. Following Jung's constant growth, White Bones had been transforming as well. Its current intelligence was not far off from a normal person. While the bullets were useless to both Jung and itself, to the other humans, it was a precious resource. Choi Hyo-kyung spoke up, "What do we do? That Chinese is too ferocious. He actually killed without saying anything." Jung had not hesitated in killing those 4 militants. Such measures caused these Koreans to be apprehensive. Especially since they were not fellow countrymen, it was even more terrifying. After all, in this cruel apocalypse, there were cases of fathers, mothers, sons and daughters even betraying or backstabbing one another. Choi Seo-jin's eyes flashed with a glint as he made a decision. Follow after him. We'll act according to the situation. If Choi Hyo-kyung and the rest were to stay outside, a single zombie could kill them all. Only by entering the base would they be able to band together with other humans and live on. The rest exchanged helpless gazes before following with wary hearts. Jung came in front of the base and swept a glance, noticing that the city wall was about 9 m high. There were 5 heavy machine guns installed atop the wall, with 8 soldiers standing guard. Jung's slaughter of the 4 militants had been seen by those soldiers, and they raised their weapons to fire at him. The bullets rained down on Jung. The moment the gunshots rang out, Park Chae-young screamed and got down on the ground. White Bones, who had been standing beside, waved the large bone axe in a whirlwind manner, deflecting all the bullets away. Not a single one managed to hit him. I've truly become strong. Jung stared at the incoming bullets and felt invigorated. With his current Type 5 Divine Warrior strength, he could grab the bullets with his bare hands. It was a realm he could not have imagined back when he was in the initial Type 3 realm. Evolver. He's a super evolver. Quick, notify the boss. He's an evolver, we're not his match. Seeing White Bones easily deflecting the bullets, all the soldiers panicked and began to shout. The concept of a super evolver was basically invincible to these ordinary humans. Only other enhancers, evolvers or armies with advanced technologies could face them. Amidst the panicked shouts and screams, Jung pulled out a rifle and began to shoot in controlled bursts. The heads of the 8 guards instantly burst apart. The moment they died, the other guards panicked and began to run out of their covers, further into the base. A super evolver who could not be injured by bullets or blades was not an existence ordinary humans could deal with. They did not have a suicidal mindset nor willpower. These ordinary people were simply too weak in their combat strength. Jung looked at the fleeing humans and frowned. Strange, why is their combat strength so weak? How did they manage to recapture Seoul? He had to utilize a nuclear bomb back when he was trying to conquer China's capital. He had even deployed all his forces, pushing all logistics and support into the battle. Seoul was a large capital with a dense population. It should have been hard to conquer. Jung could not understand why these weak militants were able to capture Seoul. A name suddenly popped up in his mind. Don't tell me. The Kingdom of God? On Earth, only the Kingdom of God could possibly have lent their troops to help a weak faction take over their capitals. Even Jung had not been able to do it prior to entering the Second World. When he stepped into the survivor base, he could see panicking people everywhere, hiding in their rooms and homes, assessing him cautiously. At a street in the distance, a burly man full of muscles and a hideous expression was walking over in black suits. He was exuding an aura of an unshakable tower, leading 30 other men in similar black suits as though they were in an underground triad. However, they were all wielding mutant beast claws fashioned into blades as weapons. This burly man stared fixedly at Jung, his muscles taut as he asked, "I'm Seok Wi Guk, who are you? Why did you come here and kill our men?" Park Chae-young quickly translated the words to Jung. Jung responded, "I'm Jung. It's getting late, I wanted to come in to rest for a night. Your men attacked me first. I retaliated in self-defense." Chinese? Hearing Jung's Chinese, the faces of Seok Wi Guk and the 30 bodyguards fell. Some of them began to exude killing intent, pulling out their weapons. Seok Wi Guk's eyes flashed and he barked, "Stop! Don't move. Keep your weapons." The dozens of bodyguards kept their weapons unwillingly, staring at Jung coldly, as though there was some irreconcilable enmity. Jung took note of these little details, but his face remained impassive. Seems like they're not friendly to the Chinese. Seok Wi Guk then put on a warm expression as he invited Jung with a smile. So it's a friend from China. Please come with me. Let me host you properly, and feel the passion and hospitality of us Koreans. Jung replied indifferently, fine. Please. Under Seok Wi Guk's lead, Jung and his party came to a villa that had a single door and garden. The moment they entered the living room, Seok Wi Guk clapped his hands lightly, and a number of serving maids dressed in light, see-through clothing entered. He took one of the beautiful maids into his arms, running his hands all over her body, while he smiled at Jung. Jung, feel free to choose any that you like. Their skills are decent and beautiful as well. I can guarantee that you will be satisfied. Jung swept a glance and noted that they were truly beautiful and fair. They were clean and considered rare beauties in this apocalypse. Compared to Park Chae-young and Jo Young-eun, they were incredibly good-looking. Park Chae-young looked at these girls with a hint of envy. Her beauty prior to the apocalypse was comparable to them, but her current situation was vastly different. Jung waved his hands to dismiss the ladies that crowded around him and spoke directly, I'm not interested. Seok Wi Guk, tomorrow, I'm intending to enter Han City. I want to know the situation within. Han City? Seoul. Seok Wi Guk was taken aback but recovered quickly. A hint of fury flashed past his eyes, but he suppressed it and replied, Seoul is currently in turmoil without multiple factions fighting within. The three strongest factions are the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly, the Republic of Korea and the United Republic of Korea. The president of the three are Choi Won-wang, Kim Park-chan, and Ju Jun-ho respectively, and they are all super evolvers. They are the future hope of our Korea. When he finished, he then spoke passionately to Jung. Come, let's dig in. These are specially made from the Type 2 mutant black-scaled fish. They're good when fresh. More. Type 2 mutant beasts were difficult for ordinary humans to kill. It was truly not easy for Seok Wi Guk and his men to obtain such meat. Jung reached out to take a few pieces into his mouth. Seok Wi Guk watched this and his eyes flashed with a hint of glee. However, he continued to push. Come. Jung, this is an 83 la fight. It's a good wine. Let's cheers and celebrate our friendship. Jung took up the glass wine when suddenly, his features contorted. His hands went limp and the wine glass dropped to the ground. His body crumpled over the table. There was a look of shock on his face as he gritted his teeth to ask, You've poisoned the food. Why? Seok Wi Guk saw Jung's state, and his expression finally became sinister. Ha ha ha. Jung, you pathetic fool. In your Chinese sayings, I believe there's one. There's a road to heaven that you did not choose, instead you chose to come to hell. I Seok Wi Guk hate you Chinese dogs the most. If it wasn't for you guys, our Korea would have accomplished so much. You folks dare to come onto our land and snatch our jobs, you deserve death. Men, bring the women over. When he finished speaking, 6 women were dragged into the hall. There were looks of fear on their faces. Seok Wi Guk pointed at them and laughed savagely. See this? Those 3 women are lowly bitches from your China. They dared to come over to seduce our Korean men, and pollute our pure Korean blood. Damnable bitches. Chapter 935, Killing Seok Wi Guk. Seok Wi Guk laughed savagely. These 6 women are mother and daughter pairs, polluting our pure Korean blood. Today in front of you, a Chinese peak expert, I will fuck them. Ha ha ha. You Min Hee, crawl over with your daughter. This senior will fuck you to death. One of the mature ladies lost color in her face, getting on her knees as she pleaded, Sir, I'm Korean, I've already been registered in the Korean registry, I'm a Korean. Please let us off. Seok Wi Guk's eyebrows furrowed as he lashed out with a vicious kick, sending her sprawling to the ground. Bitch! I'm not interested anymore. You guys have your fun. The guards erupted in cheers, laughing lewdly as they took off their pants, and held the Yu Min Hee mother-daughter pair in place as they started to pound them. As Yu Min Hee was being raped, pain, despair and anguish flashed past her face. Before the apocalypse she was a beautiful woman, and her name was Lu Minshi back in China. She even had plenty of suitors. However, she had married into Korea because of her dreams of having a Prince Charming from the dramas that she watched. When she came over she realized that it was not all rainbows and flowers after all. In Korea, while there were those who had no qualms against the Chinese, there were others who were antagonistic towards them. After the world changed, those who were originally from China began to face ostracization, and she had tasted her fair share of cruelty and unfairness. If only I didn't migrate. I'm sorry, if only I didn't give birth to you. In her despair, the already weakened Yumin began to take her last few breaths. As she passed, her eyes were still looking apologetically at her daughter who was also being raped. I'm a bitch. I'm a slut. Me come over, we are two shameless bitches. Let's crawl over to master. Rough rough rough. Another lady with an impressive chest and exquisite features got on the ground, revealing a coy expression aiming to please. She brought her 17-year-old daughter as they crawled over towards Seok Wi Guk. As they crawled, they barked. She just wanted to live on. As for her dignity and pride, she was willing to throw it all away. She had already given up on all those when the apocalypse happened. Seok Wi Guk laughed out maniacally, grabbing Gao Mei's hair, like tugging on a leash. Ha ha. See this? Jung? This is a shameless bitch of your China. They had come to our Korea and dirted our precious blood. Giving birth to such a slut. Speak for yourself, are you a slut? Are you? Gao Mei had a look of pain, with tears streaming down her face. I'm a slut. I'm a bitch. Don't hit me. It hurts. Ha ha ha. Seok Wi Guk became even more excited. Humiliating the fellow countryman of this Chinese expert was pleasurable to him. He wanted to savor Jung's despair and anguish. Seok Wi Guk turned around and shot a look at the last mother-daughter pair who were huddled together in fear, and leered at them. Zhaoxi Jung Risu, you two bitches better get over here as well. This senior wants to fuck the two of you. The beautiful Zhaoxi hugged her 16-year-old daughter Jung Risu tightly, her face full of rage as she spat. Peh. Seok Wi Guk, you damn beast. Ugly nationalistic pig of Korea. Risu and I are human beings, not some dogs. You will definitely die a wretched death. Sang Jung will definitely come and save us. When he does, it will be your death. Seok Wi Guk's face twisted in a strange manner as he laughed out excitedly before clapping his hands. Jung Sang Jung? Hee, let's hear his opinion then. Bring him in. One fashionably dressed man walked in under the escort of a soldier. He was tall and handsome. Sang Jonggun. Father. Seeing the middle-aged man, Zhao Shi and Jung Risu cried out. Jung Sang Jung came up to Seok Wi Guk with a fawning expression. Seok Wi Guk Nim, you were looking for me? Seok Wi Guk shot him a cold glance. I want to fuck your wife and daughter, any opinions? Jung Sang Jung had a toady smile, his words sharp and cut the hearts of Zhao Shi and Jung Risu. Wife? That woman is just a greedy slut from China who's after my money. The daughter that she gave birth to also has that lowly Chinese blood, contaminating the noble Korean blood in my veins. I've already long since grown sick of them. Seok Wi Guk Nim, go ahead if you want to, I have no objections. Seok Wi Guk laughed out maniacally and sent Gao Mei aside with a kick. Ha! Well said. You can have fun with these two then. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Jung Sang Jung was delighted, and his face wore a perverse smile as he took off his pants. Zhao Shi felt as though something in her heart broke apart. She trembled uncontrollably, cursing Jung Sang Jung. Jung Sang Jung, you beast. You're not human. In response, his face turned ugly as he cursed back. Damn Chinese bitch, I'm a noble Korean. Watch your mouth, otherwise I'll break your face, two shameless bitches. Seeing his cruel outburst without regard for their familial ties, Zhao Shi and Jung Risu started crying tears of despair. Their only family had abandoned them, there was no one left for them to rely on. Seok Wi Guk roared with laughter as he enjoyed the scene. Ha! Ha ha ha. Bitches, crawl over, otherwise I'll throw you to those refugees and see how they toy with you till your death. Since they're lacking food, who knows, after your deaths they will eat you up. You can choose to be my bitches, I can feed you guys. Still not crawling? Seeking death. His words were like a thunderbolt that struck the two of them, causing further despair and helplessness. They knew full well that he would do what he said. The moment they ended up at the hands of those hungry refugees, they would definitely be raped, killed, and eaten. Is it very funny? Seems like you like to raise humans as dogs. I too like that. You can be my dog then. Crawl over and lick my shoes, Seok Wi Guk. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded out from behind him. Seok Wi Guk felt his heart run cold and he snapped his head back. When he saw who it was, he retreated a few steps uncontrollably, his face full of shock. How is this possible? I've administered the Spirit Confusion Grass. It can cause even super evolvers to lose their strength. How is it that you're okay? In front of his eyes, Jung, who should have been immobile and weak, had stood up. I've already known you guys were off. How the hell would I eat your food? Jung then spat out a piece of fish meat wrapped in dark dough chi. Since you're not dead, let me send you on your way. Everybody, attack. Seok Wi Guk's eyes flashed with a savage glint as he waved his hands, and a freezing energy enveloped Jung. He was a spirit-based evolver, his level 60. This freezing energy was enough to freeze an armored vehicle. The soldiers who were toying with the women also swiftly got up, reaching for their weapons and activating their powers at Jung, without even wearing their pants. Bunch of trash, die. There was a gleam in his eyes as he took a step forward, disappearing from his position. He then slapped out at Seok Wi Guk. There was a look of fear and despair in his eyes. Before he could speak, his head was already separated away from his body, smashing into a wall in a shower of blood and meat. After killing Seok Wi Guk, Jung's fists shot out like meteors, blasting the bodies of the soldiers. His terrifying strength exploded out and the hearts of the soldiers burst open. In barely a breath, all the experts within the hall had been slaughtered cleanly by Jung. Strong. He's too strong. Park Chae-young and the other women looked at Jung with fear and respect. In their eyes, Seok Wi Guk was like a demon, but he had barely lasted a moment in front of Jung. The might of Jung was thus etched deep in their heart. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Please, I'm begging you, I'm a dog, spare me. Spare me. The arrogant Jung Sang-jang had been frightened to the point that he had pissed his pants. He kneeled on the floor and began kowtowing. This Jung Sang-jang was practically dog's hit. In order to leave, he was willing to do anything. Jung shot him a disdainful look and took a step forward. He did not mind killing this sort of trash. At this moment, Zhao Shi suddenly spoke in Chinese, "Sir, please show him mercy and let him off." Jung glanced at her with an incredulous look. You're still begging on behalf of this animal? Zhao Shi's eyes flashed with hurt as she gritted her teeth. Sir, he might not be good, but I cannot go against my morals. He is the father of my daughter, and I don't want him to die in front of his child. Chapter 936, Beautiful Young Ri-su. Foolish woman. Since you've asked for it, I shall spare his life. Just don't regret it in the future. He then swept a cold glance at Jung Sang-jang, still not scramming? The spineless coward quickly scrambled out, Yes. 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 I'm running right now, right now. Zhao Shi held her daughter's hands and came up to Jung. Thank you, sir. I have another presumptuous request to ask of you. I hope that you will agree. Jung waved his hands and pulled out an assault rifle and 5 magazines out to throw to them. Since you know it's presumptuous, don't ask. I won't promise you anything. Since you still have your backbone, take this gift. Zhao Shi's performance had shown that she still held on to her pride and dignity. Although Jung was not exactly fond of those countrymen that married out, on account that she stood up for herself, he was willing to provide them with an insurance. A single rifle and 5 magazines were decent assets in this world. In terms of exchange, they could be used to change for rations that might last for a few months. As for Yu Min-hee, Gao Mei, and another one who barely survived, Jung did not even feel like looking at them. If it had been within the country in order to help his motherland thrive, Jung would be willing to lend them a hand. However, he had no such thoughts abroad. Zhao Shi heard that tone and her eyes dimmed slightly. She had wanted to ask him to protect her and her daughter on their way out. However, it seemed that he already knew what she wanted to ask, and her words were stuck in her throat. Zhao Shi swiftly grabbed those weapons and thanked him. Thank you, sir. If there's a next life, I will repay your kindness. Next life. He did not believe in that, he only believed in the present. He did not place her words to heart and swept a glance outside. Outside the hall, 20 gun-wielding militants had suddenly appeared. They let out ugly roars to suppress their fears and charged right for the hall while firing madly. As the rain of bullets fell upon the hall, it shattered countless glass pieces. Yu Min-hee's daughter was caught in the fire and fell in a pool of her blood, moaning in agony. The rest of the women screamed out shrilly, getting down on the floor while trembling. Since you guys have come seeking death, let me send you on your way. Jung sauntered through the rain of bullets, pulling out his black tooth blade and slashed out. All the incoming bullets were immediately deflected away. Freak. He's a monster. Seeing this, the militants all screamed out. A human speed that was faster than bullets and could deflect them was way beyond their understanding. Don't be afraid. Use our hand grenades. Blast him to death. One militant screamed out frantically as he pulled out a grenade. In a flash of the blade, the militant's head soared through the sky, with fresh blood spurting everywhere. Jung's figure had already appeared in place of the militant. Retreat. Ah. Help. When the militants saw how Jung disappeared and reappeared mysteriously, their eyes flashed with fear and despair, quickly turning around to flee for their lives. Jung's gaze was cold. With a single step, he disappeared from his location. In an instant, the various fleeing militants began to split apart mysteriously, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Over 20 militants had been dealt with by Jung within a second. Type 5 divine warriors were tyrannical. On this earth, it was hard for anyone to stand up to an existence like that. After the slaughter, Jung sauntered through the town, killing anyone who tried to take advantage of the chaos. However, many of them fled in fear towards Seoul and few stayed behind. This is truly incomparable with the mainland. It's too inconvenient. Jung frowned as he watched the Korean survivors flee. After killing those human scums like Seok Wi Guk and his men, it would be easy to recruit a few new management people to maintain peace and security. However, due to the language barrier, it was hard to recruit anybody. After killing everyone, Jung went back into the villa. Inside, Gao Mei and her daughter had already vanished, while Zhou Young-un had seized the opportunity to flee. Only Park Chae-young and the Zhao-shi mother-daughter pair were still there. Jung turned to Zhao-shi and frowned, "Why haven't you guys left?" Zhao-shi immediately got down on her knees, begging profusely, "Sir, please take us along. I can be your translator and even warm your bed if you need me to. I can cook, wash the bowls, anything. Anything at all. All I ask is that you protect us along the journey, please." In this apocalypse, it was hard for beautiful women like them to survive on their own. Not to mention when they were overseas. Zhao-shi was just an ordinary woman. Even if she had weapons, it was hard for her to protect herself and her daughter Young-ri-su. The moment they lacked Jung's protection, their fates would be worse than dogs. Zhao-shi could only beg to stay by Jung's side to protect her daughter. When Park Chae-young heard those pleas, she became frantic. She knew her only value was being a translator. That was why Jung had kept her with him. If Jung accepted Zhao-shi, her position would be threatened. Translating, eh? Jung glanced at Park Chae-young, sighing deeply. "All right, fine, I can take the two of you. However, if your performance is not acceptable, don't blame me for chasing you away." A look of joy flashed across Zhao-shi's eyes, and she quickly kowtowed together with Young-ri-su. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. Grab a bite, settle your belongings. I'm going to take a rest." With a wave of his hand, a few biscuits and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of them. "These are dried biscuits. He is really loaded, I've made the right choice." Zhao-shi received the food and was filled with excitement. After the apocalypse, they had been gone without food for days. Dried biscuits were not something they could afford. Young-ri-su tore open the packaging and began to wolf down the food. As she ate, her eyes gleamed with a strange glint. Jung came to her room and immediately fell asleep. Even though he was a Type 5 divine warrior, able to battle 3 days and nights without sleeping, he wanted to maintain the habit of having a sleep, to keep his spirit and stamina at their peak condition. A small figure quietly came to his room, burrowing into his blankets. Jung felt the lithe body snuggling against his own, while a small hand was fumbling around with his pants. He opened his eyes, only to discover the pretty Young-ri-su stark naked in front of him, giving off an alluring feel. Young-ri-su was slightly embarrassed, however she spoke with broken Chinese. "Uncle, I'm Young-ri-su. I like you and I want to be your woman. Let's do it." After that, she directly lowered her head to kiss him deeply on the lips, her tongue flicking around in his mouth. He felt the youthful energy from this beautiful Korean teen and responded passionately. Soon, when their lips parted, there was a deep flush on her face as well as her fair skin. Young-ri-su flicked her long black hair back, smiling shyly before lowering her head to Jung's ear and spoke in an incredibly charming voice. "Uncle, I know you Chinese men like virgins. I'm a virgin, furthermore, I was the school belle in the past and many handsome men have tried chasing me, but I've ignored them. I only like you. I'm all natural too, never done any surgery before. Come and take me, I'll be your lovable slave and a little bitch. Jung cupped her cheek gently and chuckled, You little minx, you dare to try and seduce me? Let me see how charming you can get then. Young Ri-Su smiled back coyishly before diving back under the cover. Pulling her hair back, she lowered her head towards his member. Inside the room, it was springtime for the two of them, accompanied by loud moans. That was Ri-Su. Outside the room, Zhao heard the sounds and her eyes flashed with a complicated look. I guess it's fine then. Like this, our safety is assured. He doesn't seem to be an evil person. But what if he wants me to sleep with him too? What should I do? Soon, Park Chae-young also came to the room and listened to the passionate moans inside with envy. If only it were me inside. With him protecting me, I can live a better life. Chapter 937, Mechanical Enhancement. After the storm had passed, Young Ri-Su laid in Yuzhong's embrace like a docile lamb. She hugged him tightly as though he was her most precious lover. She whispered in his ear, I'm yours. If you were to abandon me, I'll die in front of you. I know. Yuzhong chuckled and slapped her butt, causing it to bounce. I'm so naughty. She laughed coquettishly, lightly throwing a fist at his chest. She then asked, Uncle, how about getting my mum to serve you together with me? What's in your head? Yuzhong's brows arched and slapped her but once more. He truly did not understand what went on in the minds of teenage girls. Stop, please stop. Her face flushed red as she let out moans that could cause hearts to race, having an expression as though she enjoyed it. After he stopped, she gasped a little for breath before turning to Yuzhong and giggling, Uncle, I'll let you in on a little secret. Actually, I'm also an evolver too, I have an ability. Yuzhong let his hands roam all over her body, asking casually, Oh, what might that be? The mother-daughter pair had been unfortunate, captured by Seok Wi Guk and his bunch of cronies. It was likely that her ability was not anything spectacular. As a Type 5 Divine Warrior, Yuzhong had seen his fair share of abilities. Other than Floxinia's mind-reading ability or any of those mysterious skills, he did not really care about the other skills. Young Ri-Su declared confidently, My ability is called Mechanical Enhancement. It can help any current mechanical construct become stronger. A handgun, under my ability, can be evolved into a revolver, and bullets that have been evolved can destroy even a small vehicle. Oh, so powerful? Enhance something, let me see. Yuzhong was excited when he heard it. With a flick of his hand, he pulled out a handgun and 2 bullets from the storage ring and handed it to Young Ri-Su. Young Ri-Su took the gun, and her eyes focused while her hands glowed with a white light. When the handgun was enveloped by the light, it began to transform, and the muzzle actually changed into a 25mm revolver that could store 6 rounds. After that enhancement, her body was slick with perspiration. It was apparent that the skill consumed a lot of her stamina, and she was gasping for breath. She frowned slightly as she did not want to disappoint Yuzhong. Gritting her teeth, she continued to channel her ability onto the 2 bullets, transforming them. After the evolution was complete, she handed them to Yuzhong. It's done. Yuzhong loaded the bullets and fired once at the wall. Hong. When the enhanced bullet slammed into the wall, it directly caused a large hole. He was filled with joy and he lowered his head to kiss her pale face. Ri-Su, well done. Your ability is amazing. Young Ri-Su's ability was extremely useful to Yuzhong. She was also excited and smiled brightly, hee hee. Yuzhong then handed her an evolving liquid. This is an evolving liquid, upon consuming it you can raise your strength. She nodded gently, before consuming it in one gulp. Young Ri-Su was a smart girl that knew how to play her cards. She knew that right now she and her mother could only rely on Yuzhong. Should they be abandoned, their fates would be cruel. Therefore she wanted to make Yuzhong happy. Inside Seoul, within a lavish nightclub where the lights were bright and the music was loud, many beautiful women were dancing on poles, doing stripteases and other provocative dances. Inside the nightclub there was a VIP box, where a burly man in a suit with a weathered face held a glass of wine in his hands, while 2 sexy beauties sat on either side of him. Behind him were many other men in dark glasses and black suits as well. This coarse-looking middle-aged man looked at Park Yong-yi kneeling in front of him, speaking coldly. You said that there's a Chinese superhuman that can stop bullets. Park Yong-yi nodded profusely and stammered, Yes. President, that man is called Yuzhong. He can stop bullets. He also has a subordinate who could do the same. This man in front of Park Young-i was called Choi Won-wang, the president of the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly. He was also a triple attribute evolver, his level 83. Choi Won-wang stared coldly and disdainfully at Park Young-i before waving his hands. "All right, you're dismissed." He nodded and bowed before leaving. "Yes. Yes." As he left, he cursed under his breath. "Humph, damn Chinese dog, you Zhong. You dare to steal my woman and not give me food? I will not let you off easily. Choi Won-wang hates Chinese people the most. This time you're dead." After Park Young-i left, Choi Won-wang shook the wine glass in his hands, before suddenly asking, "And in Pyo, are you able to stop bullets?" Another burly man, whose hair was dyed red, fell silent before replying with a fierce glint, "No, I can't stop bullets. But I can kill those evolvers who can stop bullets." And in Pyo was one of the strongest evolvers under Choi Won-wang, a super evolver of level 80, his combat ability terrifying beyond measure. Choi Won-wang's eyes flashed with a powerful killing intent. "You go take the Black Wind Guards to kill that Chinese evolver. They dare to saunter around our Korea, simply seeking death." Choi Won-wang's father had died in the war, and thus he had been an extremist of the right wing. After the apocalypse, he had relied on his strength and nationalistic views to gather a bunch of people and formed the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly. Yes. And in Pyo quickly went away. "All Chinese dogs are to die." A vicious glint passed in his eyes before he grabbed one of the beautiful ladies and tore off her clothes, biting down on her neck. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong took out a Reaper on the field and spoke to Jung Ri-su. "Try enhancing this mech." Jung Ri-su took a look at that mysterious and powerful robot, her eyes filled with shock. "Amazing! What a beautiful set of armor. I've only ever seen such robots in the comics. Uncle, how did you get this?" The Reaper technology was something that Earth's technology still could not match, thus, its appearance would naturally shock people. Yu Zhong replied, "You don't have to care about that, try enhancing it." "Sure. Let me try and test my new strength." After consuming the evolving liquid as well as some blood honey from the third world, while her level had only increased by 1, under the nourishment of the blood honey, her physique and constitution had become incredibly powerful. In terms of endurance, she was like a Type 2 Divine Warrior, while her spirit was equivalent to a Type 3 Divine Warrior. She had truly become strong. Of course, using those treasures, her combat ability was still weak. An ordinary soldier with a rifle could still take her out. She came in front of the Reaper, placing both hands on its frame, and a powerful white light enveloped the Reaper. The Reaper then began to evolve as countless parts change amidst cracking sounds. It became even more advanced and sci-fi looking. The energy converter was also upgraded as well, becoming even more streamlined. What used to be a fraction of energy being converted in a breath's time, became 10 parts. The entire mech was becoming stronger. As Yu Zhong watched it evolve, his eyes shone with a heated gaze. "What a treasure, a true treasure. This time I've picked up a treasure. Once it finishes evolving and I equip the Heart of Hope, I should be able to take on a Type 6 expert with it. I should be considered invincible on Earth by then." "Who's there?" Suddenly, with a thought, Yu Zhong turned around, his gaze sweeping, and noticed 30 men in black suits running towards him with various weapons. One of them was holding an RPG which he aimed at Jung Ri-su and fired. Taking a preemptive strike was not something only Yu Zhong knew. And in Pyo was an evolver that had braved countless battles, his experience abundant and his methods vicious. White Bones stood in front of Jung Ri-su with an energy shield, raising it to protect them. Chapter 938, Entering Seoul. Hong. Following a loud sound, the rocket that could obliterate a tank slammed into the energy shield and exploded, causing ripples all over the shield. "All of you can fucking die." Yu Zhong's killing intent instantly soared. If Jung Ri-su had been killed, it would be a huge shame. A Type 5 expert that could not even protect his woman, was no different from trash. With a tap of his foot, he instantly disappeared from his location. He's gone. How did he do that? How is that possible? And in Pyo and the rest of the Black Wind Guards were all taken aback. They were considered the strongest evolvers of Korea, and no matter how fast their enemies were, they would not be able to escape their line of sight. However, what they did not know was that this was a peak Type 5 Divine Warrior. His physique had surpassed even some Dino warriors. The moment he went all out, even Type 4 Divine Warriors would only see a blur. These Black Wind Guards were at most equivalent to Type 2 Divine Warriors. Even Enpyo was at most a Type 3 Divine Warrior. It was impossible for him to catch Yu Zhong's movement. All of a sudden, a number of Black Wind Guards had their heads exploding like watermelons. It was extremely creepy. Seeing this scene, one of the guards even got so frightened that he peed his pants, directly kneeling on the floor and kowtowing, "Monster! He's a monster, he's definitely not a human. He's a ghost. He's a devil. Please spare me. Don't kill me." And Enpyo suppressed the fear in his heart, barking out, "Don't panic, he's just a human, not a ghost. We can definitely kill him. Seems like you're the leader, it shall be you then, be my puppet." Yu Zhong suddenly appeared behind him, slapping the back of his neck and knocking him unconscious. A Type 3 puppet rune then entered her head. "Ghost? Flee!" The remaining Black Wind Guards felt shocked and despair, and started to flee while shouting. With a tap of his foot, Yu Zhong darted about like a specter, appearing behind the Black Wind Guards. Each time he would slap a puppet rune into their heads, turning them into his puppets. The dozens of Korean elites might have posed a threat to Yu Zhong before he entered the Second World, however now they could barely last more than a breath. Enpyo, who was the first to become a puppet, came up to Yu Zhong and saluted, "Your slave." Enpyo greets master. Yu Zhong did not even glance at him. He shot back to Jung Ri-su, grabbing her into his embrace and asked with concern, "Ri-su, are you okay?" Jung Ri-su, whose body was covered in perspiration from the usage of her ability earlier, smiled brightly with joy and kissed him deeply. "Uncle, I'm okay. Thank you for protecting me. The machine is too powerful, my strength is insufficient. I could only do 1/3 of it. In order for it to finish evolving, it would take another 2 days." Yu Zhong planted a kiss on her forehead. 3 days it is? Don't worry, take your time." Jung Ri-su smiled brightly and hugged his right arm tightly with her B-cup breasts pressed against. She wanted to use all she had to keep him firmly under her thumb. Yu Zhong summoned an Enpyo, his face sinking, "Who sent you here?" An Enpyo replied respectfully, "Master, it was the President Choi Won-wong of the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly. I was one of the 4 vice commanders of the Black Wind Guards, in charge of 36 Black Wind Guards." Choi Won-wong, "Damn bastard, you dare to target me, don't blame me for being merciless." A strong killing intent emitted from Yu Zhong before he asked, "Why did Choi Won-wong want to kill me?" Yu Zhong could not fathom why this random person with no vengeance against him, nor met him before, would want to send experts after him. Normally speaking, when a mature leader was to meet experts, the first thing they would do is to try and pull them in or cooperate and become allies. Only if those did not work, that annihilation would become the only choice. And Enpyo replied, "Choi Won-wong's father had died in the war before. He was a right-wing extremist and is filled with hatred towards the Chinese. Even an ordinary Chinese would suffer the moment he entered Choi Won-wong's territory. Men would be killed, women would become slaves. When he heard that you were an expert from China, he immediately ordered your death." After An Enpyo became Yu Zhong's puppet, even if he was speaking in Korean, Yu Zhong could understand him. Likewise, even if Yu Zhong spoke Chinese, An Enpyo would understand. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with killing intent, "So it's this kind of beast. Seems like I need to wipe him out. He's just cancer to earth." Nationalists and extremists usually reared their heads during times of chaos and crisis. In the past, Africa used to have frequent outbreaks of such cases. During the 2 world wars, there were a lot of racists and no shortage of murders. It was because of these that many people realized the problem with such chaos, and fought to progress in peace. With such an extremist like Choi Won-wong, if Yu Zhong was helpless, then that would be it. Now that he had the strength, he would not sit by. Yu Zhong spoke, "Ri-su, you stay here with your mother and Park Chae-young. They will be your subordinates and you may command them. I will head to Seoul and wipe out this revival assembly." A single person leveling an entire faction, this was unheard of before Yu Zhong entered the Second World. He was a Type 3 expert then, a peak existence. Yet he would not have dared to make such claims. When Jung Ri-su heard this, she started to tear as she pleaded, "Uncle, there are so many experts there, can you not go?" The Revival Assembly was one of the 3 largest factions, their prestige having spread far and wide. Almost everyone in the region knew of their name. Yu Zhong had actually wanted to wipe them out himself. This caused Jung Ri-su to be filled with fear. She knew Jung was strong. However, she did not believe that he could single-handedly take on the Revival Assembly. If he were to fall in battle, then she and her mother would be thrust back to the lives they led previously. At the same time, after that intense night, although she did not love Jung as much as she said, she was indeed reliant on him and had a favorable impression. She truly did not wish to see him die. Jung patted her shoulder and pointed to White Bones. "Don't worry, they're not a match for me. Also, relax, I will leave this behind to protect you guys." Her eyes were red as she asked, "Must you go?" Jung's voice turned steely, "I must." She then wrapped her arms around his shoulder and kissed him deeply. After their lips parted, she spoke, "Promise me that you'll come back alive." "Fine, I promise." Jung chuckled and ordered, "And in Pyo, take me to Seoul's Revival Assembly." "Yes." In Pyo responded respectfully before following Jung behind, and they headed for Seoul. Inside Seoul, a high-tech motorcycle that had not been seen before on Earth was rolling along the road. "Halt, who are you?" At a gate, 8 soldiers suddenly came to obstruct the laser-enhanced motorcycle. "Become my puppets." Jung got down from the motorcycle and suddenly disappeared. 8 shadows suddenly smacked the heads of the 8 militants, directly sending puppet runes into them. After turning them into puppets, Jung got past the checkpoint quickly and entered Seoul. Along the way, Jung assessed his surroundings carefully. Inside the city there were many people, but the sight was the same. Most of them were in tattered clothes, their expressions sallow, lying on the ground like beggars. There was another group that was living lavishly, their complexions ruddy, walking around as though they were shopping. Inside a dark alley, there would be sounds of fear and obscene laughter ringing out from time to time. Jung took a look at the ongoings and shook his head. The governance of this revival assembly is too loose. How could such an organization take down the millions of zombies here? Choi Won-wong might have strength, but he was definitely not good at overseeing and managing. At the same time, he was unwilling to give up his authority, only using his trusted subordinates. Hence, the inner turmoil and degeneration of society. Jung then asked In Pyo, "How did you guys obtain Seoul?" And In Pyo spoke, "It was roughly half a year ago when the zombies in Seoul suddenly moved to the south. That was how we moved in and occupied Seoul." In order to defend against North Korea, South Korea had built numerous bunkers and secret hideouts, as well as underground cities. Due to the existence of such crisis shelters, many managed to stay alive. Jung frowned, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. "Disappeared? What's going on?" Chapter 939, Massacre. However, even if he felt a sense of unease, he had no intentions to delve further. After all, this was Korea and he was not Korean. He would not stay long anyway. Right at this time, there was a loud commotion some distance away. "Haha, everybody look, this Chinese bitch dared to bite me. Say, how should I deal with her?" "Burn her. Burn that bitch. Burn her." A number of Korean thugs were hollering in excitement. Although Jung could not understand the language, he was attracted by the loud noises and turned to check out the source. At a crossroad not far away, there was a pregnant woman hung on a cross, her hair disheveled and her face swollen. Below the cross there was a stack of firewood. A handsome man with dyed yellow hair and slightly tanned skin held a blazing torch, laughing maniacally as he tried to incite the emotions of the people. All around him there were many young men and women with manic expressions as well, calling out for the death and blood of the pregnant women. Not far from the cross, another group of Koreans was standing. Some of them had cold gazes, some of them excited, their eyes containing hints of pity, some hatred. However, no one stood out to stop the man with the yellow hair. In this apocalypse, it was already exhausting for an ordinary person to fight for their own survival. Furthermore, even if the person on the cross was a Korean, they would not stand out to speak for her. Not to mention that she was a Chinese. While a husband and wife were supposed to stick through thick and thin, sometimes, in the face of crisis, they would go their separate ways. If even a man and wife could be like this, not to mention a country and foreigners. Many Koreans did not have favorable impressions of the Chinese. However, it was not to the point of xenophobia either. However, there were definitely some extremists who were filled with hate and would love to make use of public trials to satisfy their cruel, savage, and dark desires. The yellow-haired man laughed savagely. "Do you hear that, shameless Chinese woman? Everyone wants you burned. Even your son is calling for your blood, bitch." The pregnant woman stared at a youth of about 15 standing within the extremist cult, her eyes filled with despair as well. A vicious look flashed past the eyes of the youth as he stood out to curse violently, "I have no mother, this Chinese bitch is not my mum. She's a shameless and lowly bitch." Well said, Chang-hoon. That's right. Korea is our home. All Chinese bitches have to scram. Kill these Chinese bitches. Don't let them share our food. Those youths had been brainwashed and were calling out madly, as though they were demons in human clothing. When the pregnant lady heard the cruel words of the youth, her face turned incredibly pale, as her eyes flashed with despair. She spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, her body trembled badly as she started bleeding from her waist down. She had actually suffered a miscarriage from her despair. The yellow-haired man grabbed his nose and chuckled evilly, "This bitch miscarried. It stinks. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha." The rest of the brainwashed youths also revealed excited and twisted expressions. What a bunch of animals. At this time a cold voice rang out. Everyone present swiveled to look, noticing Jung walking over with an icy expression. The yellow-haired man had a vicious look as he barked out, "Who the fuck are you? You dare to barge in our business? Are you tired of living? You damn Chinese dog, everybody. Grab him and burn him with this Chinese bitch." The rest of the young Koreans also bellowed and took up their weapons, charging at Jung. With a cold look, Jung waved his black-toothed blade, and the charging Korean youths were immediately sliced in pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Ah. Ghost? Seeing this terrifying scene, the rest of the Koreans immediately turned tail to run. The instigator was shocked as he retreated hastily, screaming out in fear, "Don't come over, don't come over. My uncle is the Vice President of the United Republic of Korea, Choi Young-chol. If you dare to harm even a single hair on me, the Revival Assembly and United Front will definitely chase you down and kill you. Don't come over. Stop." An Inpyo immediately translated beside Jung, conveying all the various words around. Jung's killing intent billowed out as he sliced out at him, "Choi Young-chol? A mere ant. Even the Jade Emperor would not be able to save you now, animal." In a flash, the yellow-haired man was sliced apart at the waist. However, he did not die immediately, screaming as he fell to the ground. "It hurts. Help. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It hurts." After killing him, Jung's gaze fell upon the pregnant lady, whose gaze seemed dead. The pregnant lady mustered all her strength to glance at Jung, her eyes full of hurt, regret, and despair. "You are Chinese? I want to go home." As those words fell, her head hung limp as she became devoid of all signs of life. She had suffered cruel torture, and even her Korean son had cursed at her. Her only shred of hope had been devastated, and she had no more will to leave. She passed away like that. Jung looked at the corpse, sighing. With a wave of his hands, the devil flame enveloped her body and everything of her was turned to ashes. "Choi Won-myung, you deserve death." Jung's eyes flashed coldly, grabbing an Inpyo, and shooting towards where Choi Won-myung was supposed to be. "Kill him." After killing those extremist youths, he raised quite the commotion. A troop of over 20 soldiers wielding assault rifles appeared in front of him, and the leader barked out. His voice had just landed when a gust of wind swept past them, and all 20 soldiers had their heads decapitated. The surrounding survivors screamed out when they saw that. Jung did not seem to care about them, directly transforming into a flash as he charged towards Choi Won-myung's base. The nearer he got, the more experts that came out to attack him. Many of them were at the Type 2 Divine Warrior realm. However, in front of a Type 5 Jung, they were as weak as ants. A casual wave from him could turn them into minced meat or puppets. No one could withstand a single breath against him. The Gold Tripod nightclub was where Choi Won-myung would usually hang out. At this moment, it was filled with scantily dressed women dancing provocatively. Choi Won-myung's ripped body was half naked from the waist up, and he admired the women dancing while sipping on his wine. One of his hands would roam all over the women by his side, as he laughed out audaciously, a look of bliss on his face. Within the city, the three factions had already split the area up amongst themselves. Choi Won-myung had immediately immersed himself in wine and women, enjoying himself. In this apocalypse, even a super evolver would not be able to control what happened the next day. Many of the heads would thus indulge in the pleasures of life. Even Yu Zhong, who was resolute and vicious enough, would need his women to help alleviate his stress from time to time. It was extremely normal for Choi Won-wang to be like that as well. Hong. All of a sudden, there was a huge sound as an entire wall of the club blasted open. Inside the dust, Yu Zhong and Nin Pyo walked in slowly. When they saw this, everyone in the club screamed and ran amok, trying to hide or flee. Choi Won-wang glanced at Yu Zhong and threw the girl in his embrace aside, before clapping his hands and ordering coldly, "Men! Kill him. Whoever's the first to kill him would be given 10 beautiful virgins and a single evolution fruit." Yu Zhong barged through the club, obviously without any good intentions. Since Choi Won-wang was in a position of authority, he decided to just order the death of this intruder. The 10 Black Wind Guards within the room immediately attacked with their various ability. Among them, 2 of them had speed at the Type 3 realm. 6 of them had the constitution of the initial Type 3 realm. The remaining 2 controlled flames and wind blades to attack Yu Zhong. Bunch of ants. Yu Zhong sneered, and with a flash he punched out 10 times instantaneously, sending puppet runes into their heads. Seeing him take care of the 10 Black Wind Guards like it was nothing, Choi Won-wang's pupils narrowed as he stood up and barked, "Strong, who are you?" Yu Zhong glared coldly at him. "You're Choi Won-wang? You're Chinese? Seems like there's nothing much to be said. I'll capture you now and break your limbs, raising you like the dog you are." The moment Choi Won-wang heard the Chinese language, his eyes flashed viciously and he snarled. Chapter 940, Invincible Suppression. Yu Zhong laughed condescendingly, "With just you? You think that you're undefeatable just because you took care of 10 Black Wind Guards? Fool. I can form the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly because of my strength. I'll let you experience my strength, then I'll break your limbs and make you into a dog." Choi Won-wang's eyes flashed with a savage glint. In that instant, his body went taut as countless veins popped out, and a powerful blood-red do chi surrounded him. It caused his physique to be enhanced, looking extremely terrifying. Yu Zhong stared as Choi Won-wang's strength rose to the Type 4 stage, his eyes flashing with shock. Peak Type 3 no. Type 4. His strength could actually raise to the Type 4 stage. Who knows what miracle he encountered. A Type 4 expert could be said to be in invincible existence before Yu Zhong went into the second world. Even the 12 apostles of the Kingdom of God were only at the most initial Type 4 divine warriors, according to his estimation. This Choi Won-wang could actually evolve so quickly within this short year, it was evident that he must have met with a miracle, or swallowed some special heavenly treasure. Otherwise, on this earth, it was incredibly difficult to evolve by killing mutant beasts. Those Black Wind Guards are nothing but ants in front of me. There's nothing to be proud of by killing them. My body cannot be pierced by heavy caliber bullets. I can pummel an armored vehicle with one fist. It would be simple for me to kill you. Choi Won-wang's eyes had a savage glint as he laughed out. He disappeared from his location and charged behind Yu Zhong with the speed of sound, his legs lashing out viciously towards Yu Zhong's legs. He intended to break them. "With your trash-like abilities? You can't even touch me." Twisting his body, Yu Zhong kicked out with an even faster speed, directly onto Choi Won-wang's legs. The next moment, there was a loud crack as both legs were broken and separated from his body. The bones were shattered and blood flowed everywhere. Choi Won-wang squealed out like a pig being slaughtered, his entire body crumpling to the ground. He stared at Yu Zhong with a gaze filled with fear and despair. "Ah! My legs! My legs! Oh, how is this possible? How could you be this strong? Just die, trash." Yu Zhong muttered coldly as he stared at Choi Won-wang. He slashed out with his black tooth blade, and Choi Won-wang's head was separated from his body, rolling across the floor with his face twisted in eternal pain and hate. After killing him, all the women trembled as they stared at Yu Zhong, their eyes filled with fear. "Master." The Black Wind Guards that had been subdued by Yu Zhong stood up and saluted with respect. He waved them away. "You guys remain here to maintain order." After that, he charged out of the nightclub with an Inpyo in tow. He had many more scumbags to kill. "Attack! Attack him! Kill him!" Yu Zhong had just charged out of the nightclub when there were the agitated shouts of a man. The remaining Korean army soldiers that had gathered after the apocalypse were right outside, firing madly at Yu Zhong. There were grenade launchers, rockets as well as other heavy firepower. There were many super evolvers that could stop bullets and heavy caliber bullets in the current state of Earth, however, few could use their bodies to block cannons and rockets. The countless attacks enveloped Yu Zhong's position entirely, as the explosions rang out with deafening impact. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past, and the militants were all beheaded in a strange manner, fresh blood splattering everywhere. In a matter of seconds, over 100 soldiers of the Revival Assembly had died mysteriously. After their headless corpses crumpled to the ground, Yu Zhong's figure reappeared in the center of the battlefield. Fearsome. He's a devil. He's definitely a devil. How could a human be strong to this extent? When the various snipers at different hiding spots watched on, their bodies trembled with fear in their eyes. They had seen their fair share of evolvers, but someone like Yu Zhong they had never encountered before. One sniper could not bear it any further and fired a shot at Yu Zhong's forehead. Right before the bullet hit Yu Zhong, he struck out with a finger and caused the bullet to deflect off. How is that possible? Is he still human? How come he's so terrifying? Monster. He's a monster. Seeing the bullet that could blast an armored vehicle knocked away by Yu Zhong, all the snipers felt despair. Some even directly abandoned their posts and fled, not willing to gamble their lives. Yu Zhong swept a glance over at the snipers and raised his electromagnetic cannon to fire out a few times. The multiple electromagnetic beams fired out, blasting the heads of the snipers accurately. Only those who had taken the opportunity to flee at the first moment managed to escape with their lives. Yu Zhong then sauntered through the area like a death god, taking out the members of the Revival Assembly, either killing them or turning them into his puppets. As an Impyo led him, Yu Zhong came to a prison cell. Within this prison cell were the Chinese and Koreans who were of part Chinese descent, that had been living in Seoul. The prison cell had previously been a school, and they remodeled it to have a huge electrical fence all around, with 2 heavy machine guns and 8 soldiers guarding the entrance. Yu Zhong came to the cell and one of the soldiers immediately stepped forwards to bark, "Halt!" With a flash, Yu Zhong arrived at the entrance while the 8 soldiers fell apart in halves, sliced by his blade. He then walked up to the huge iron gate and slashed a few times, shredding the gate in 4 or 5 parts. Enemy attack, enemy attack. There was the blare of alarms and 30 armed guards came rushing out. Some had not even put on their pants. Yu Zhong readied his assault rifle, firing as he walked. Each time a guard appeared, their heads would be blasted off. After killing those armed guards, Yu Zhong opened up all the rooms, only to discover many women in different states of ruin. Most of them were just skin and bones, emitting a putrid stench. Some of them looked more dead than alive. There were no kids nor men. Many pregnant ones had been tortured incessantly and suffered miscarriages. At one corner of the main warehouse, there were many bones, emitting a strong stench. It was like hell. Yu Zhong sighed and deployed a few puppets to take care of these women. He then continued towards where the main faction was, killing any soldier he saw on sight. Yu Zhong walked through the base like an invincible devil. Any soldier that appeared in front of him would be cleaved in two. No one could take a single strike from him. When he came to an open field, there was a sudden roar, "Kill!" At that instant, over 100 militants appeared, firing their assault rifles, grenade launchers, rockets at Yu Zhong. He was instantly bombarded by the rain of metal, as the explosions rocked the entire place he stood. Inside a room, a middle-aged man that looked elegant eyed the center of the blast and thought anxiously, "Is he dead?" This man was the vice president of the Revival Assembly Seok Wi Guk. He had gathered the remaining manpower and firepower to throw them all at Yu Zhong. However, the next moment, his wishes crumbled. The various militants began to lose their heads, turning into headless corpses. Ah! Help! After 100 of the soldiers died mysteriously, the remaining soldiers lost all will to fight, as they threw their equipment and weapons aside. Some fled while others directly got on their knees to surrender. Seok Wi Guk looked at this with a chill as despair rose in his heart. "It's over. We're over. How can there be such a monster?" At this moment, Yu Zhong swept a glance over at Seok Wi Guk's position and fired a single round from his electromagnetic cannon. There was a bright flash and the beam directly pierced through Seok Wi Guk's head, blasting it apart. After killing him, there was no one else within the Revival Assembly that could muster any force to retaliate. Soon after, most of the soldiers either surrendered or were killed. Just like this, the entire Revival Assembly was leveled by Yu Zhong. A Type 5 Divine Warrior truly could take down an entire faction all by himself. Inside another lavish mansion within Seoul, a handsome young man of about 27 or 28 was currently practicing his marksmanship. A middle-aged man in military uniform ran up to him in panic. "President, it's bad. President. Something bad has happened." Chapter 941, Conflict during the Banquet. This young man practicing his marksmanship was the President of the United Republic of Korea, Chu Jun-ho. He was a super evolver with strength and wits. He placed his gun down, looking at the panicked middle-aged man and asked, "Lee Young-jun, what happened for you to be this anxious?" Lee Young-jun replied hastily, "President Choi Won-wang has been killed. The Revival Assembly has also been obliterated." This news was too shocking and unbelievable. That was why Lee Young-jun was so frightened. When Chu Jun-ho heard this, his face also fell as he exclaimed out in shock, "What? Choi Won-wang was killed? He might be useless as a governor, but he has that elite troop made up of evolvers and a 3,000-strong army. He's also a super evolver. How was he so easily killed? The Revival Assembly was obliterated? Tell me the details properly." What was the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly? They were one of the 3 largest factions in Seoul with plenty of aspects. In terms of firepower, they were even one-up the United Republic of Korea. Such a faction was actually destroyed. It naturally caused Chu Jun-ho to be at a loss. Lee Young-jun swallowed his saliva and began, "He's just one man. Everything was accomplished by one man. He's a Chinese from China, Yu Zhong." Chu Jun-ho's eyes lost their focus as he muttered with a look of disbelief, "A single person? How is that possible? Is that even possible? The Revival Assembly has so many experts, how can they be wiped out like that?" He frowned and began to consider the possibilities. Yu Zhong. Who is this man? However, no matter how hard he thought, he had no clue who this person was. Chu Jun-ho thought for a while more before jerking his head up. "Where is he now?" Lee Young-jun replied, "After he killed most of the soldiers, he reorganized those who submitted to him, and there are no further actions. Instead, he sent men to go take care of those Chinese women that had been tortured by Choi Won-wang." When Chu Jun-ho heard this, the fog in his eyes cleared and his eyebrows relaxed. So it was like this. That stupid extremist must have clashed with Yu Zhong over his sadistic tendencies. That was why Yu Zhong had dealt with him. That fool, relying on his strength to try and lord his way everywhere. Since he met someone stronger than him, he only had death awaiting. Chu Jun-ho was also a man of talents. He quickly came to a decision. With such strength, we must definitely not make an enemy out of Yu Zhong. We can only try to pull him in. Fortunately, there are no cases of xenophobia here. I can try to recruit him and become friends with him. Great. Lee Young-jun, go get a gold invitation letter. I want to invite Yu Zhong to be a guest. Lee Young-jun's face fell. "President, that isn't too good, eh? What if we invite him over and he harbors some evil intentions? Our United Republic of Korea would be in trouble then." Chu Jun-ho flipped the question back. "With his strength, if he were to kill his way over, what can we do to stop him? My army is not even comparable to that fool Choi Won-wang. If he was a madman, then after taking down the Revival Assembly, he would have continued to kill us. We would not be able to stop him, only hiding or fleeing." Lee Young-jun fell silent. He knew that Chu Jun-ho was speaking the truth. Chu Jun-ho continued with a gleam in his eyes, "Since we cannot afford to have him as an enemy, we can only try to befriend him. This is Korea, after all, and Yu Zhong would definitely find it hard to hold his fort here. I'm guessing that he will return to China, and that's where he can fully exhibit his strength. If we can be on good terms, it will be good for our future." Lee Young-jun's face had a tinge of respect. "That's right, as expected of President. I'll go and invite him over then." During the evening, inside a villa within the territory of the United Republic of Korea, a number of vehicles had stopped outside, while well-dressed men and women entered. Yu Zhong walked in, dressed in casual wear, while Yong Ri-soo was beside him, wearing a black nightgown, hugging his arm tightly. One of the waiters came up to stop Yu Zhong. "Sir, please show your invitation card." Yong Ri-soo withdrew slightly. Her family had been ordinary, and she had never attended such a social function before, thus she was slightly apprehensive. Seeing her behavior, the waiter's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Yu Zhong took out the gold invitation card and handed it. "You're talking about this." When the waiter saw the gold card, his face changed. This gold invitation card represented the most honored guests. If they did not carry out their duties well, then even if the guests pardoned them, the upper echelon of the United Republic of Korea would not. His back broke out in cold sweat, silently celebrating that he did not automatically become rude due to his disdain. The waiter bowed deeply, motioning for Jung to follow. "Sir, please come with me." Jung thus followed his lead into the lavish mansion. The mansion was well decorated, with lights and exquisite items, while many good-looking waiters and waitresses were fanned out, attending to the guests. When Jung Ri-soo came in, she could not help but gasp, "What a nice place. It looks just like on TV." She swept her gaze around and saw 2 tables full of fresh fruits and delicious desserts. Her eyes lit up in delight and she pulled Jung along. "Ah, there are fresh fruits here. Uncle, I want to eat. Can you accompany me?" In the apocalypse, eating was the most important to an ordinary person. In these 2 years, Jung Ri-soo had not eaten any fresh fruits at all. "Fine." Jung nodded and followed Jung Ri-soo towards the spread and began to eat the fruits. All of a sudden there was a voice, "Aren't you Jung? How come you're here?" Jung lifted his head, only to see a handsome young man with a short hairdo in a suit, walking over with a glass of wine in his hands. Jung asked with a little uncertainty, "Li Fei-san? You're Li Fei-san?" Li Fei-san was a fellow schoolmate in Jung's high school. His family had money and background and he had long since gone abroad to study. Jung had never expected to see him here. Li Fei-san assessed Jung, laughing condescendingly, his words carrying a deep sense of superiority. "Jung, you're really so poor you can't even afford a suit? I wonder if there's anything wrong with the waiter's eyes. How could he let you in? Do you know the place you're in? This is a party for the upper echelon of the United Republic of Korea. The President Chu Jun-ho would be here later. Look at your appearance, truly embarrassing. On account that we were schoolmates before, scram the hell out. I won't expose you." Li Fei-san was rich and had the background to boot. Since he was spoiled by his family, he had become extremely arrogant and looked down on the poor. Jung's family had been ordinary, thus, a target of disdain for Li Fei-san. At this time Jung Ri-soo walked over with a plate of desserts, her mouth stuffed full. She looked at Li Fei-san curiously and asked, "Jung, who is he?" Jung took a piece of cake from her plate and did not bother looking at Li Fei-san anymore. "Just an arrogant fly. Ignore him." Currently in his eyes, Li Fei-san was barely an ant. He was not interested in dealing with this small fry. Li Fei-san had been so spoiled that even if he were to rape a teacher, his family would have settled all issues. It resulted in his arrogance and despotic nature. Hearing those disdainful words, Li Fei-san's face changed, turning incredibly savage. He shot a lewd look at Jung Ri-soo, snarling, "Fly? You dare call me a fly? Good. Good. Jung, you truly don't want to appreciate me giving you face. Now I'm mad, hand over this female partner of yours. I can forget about today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you and being merciless." Jung frowned and sent a slap across his face. "Li Fei-san, I've already wanted to beat your face up since long ago. It was just that I lacked the strength to. I wanted to let you off since we went to the same school. If you don't know how to value your life, then you're asking for a beating." That slap of Jung caused his face to swell and 2 pieces of teeth to fly out. He crumpled to the ground. He screamed out immediately, "He's beating people. He's beating people. Security. And I. Come save me. Fei-san darling, who dares hit you?" At this point, a middle-aged woman of about 40 or 50 came over, her face full of thick makeup. She carried Li Fei-san up, cooing over him, "Darling, that beast dared to hit you, I will not let him off." Jung swept his gaze across and finally understood why Li Fei-san was able to enter this banquet even with a Chinese identity. Just like the rich men who love to keep mistresses, there were rich women who liked to keep toy boys beside them. Li Fei-san was basically a toy boy for this Korean lady. Chapter 942, Negotiations. Li Fei-san laid in the embrace of the Korean lady, crying out loudly, "It's him! It's him! He's the one who hit me. He's a Chinese, not Korean. He doesn't have an invitation and just barged into the party. And you must stand up for me." The commotion managed to attract the people around. Those who had been just observing came closer, and upon hearing that Jung was a Chinese, their eyes were filled with disdain and enmity. The Korean lady, Kim Da-and-I, turned around immediately and stared daggers at Yu Zhong and Young Ri-Su. She shrieked out, "So it was you two shameless Chinese? Security, capture the both of them. Throw them in jail. Apprehend them. Damn Chinese, as expected, their bearing is so lowly, I wonder how they sneaked in." In the room, everyone looked on with disdain, pointing and muttering at Yu Zhong. Under their gazes filled with animosity, Jun Ri-Su started to feel nervous and scared, hiding behind Yu Zhong's back like a cat. She had never even been to such an event before, let alone being a troublemaker. What's going on? At this moment, Lee Young-jun came over with 8 security guards. Kim Da-and-I came up to him, her eyes shooting suggestive glances as she spoke coyly, "Young-jun Appa, right on time. This Chinese sneaked into our party and hit someone. Quick, capture him and send him over to the revival assembly." Yu Zhong turned to Lee Young-jun and laughed coldly. "Lee Young-jun, is this how the United Republic of Korea welcome guests?" Lee Young-jun took a look and saw that it was Yu Zhong. His face fell and did not even pay attention to Kim Da-and-I, quickly running over to Yu Zhong, putting on a fawning expression. "Sir Yu Zhong, I was just looking for you. So you were here. I deeply apologize for the lack of welcome and I beg your forgiveness." "Why is it like this?" Seeing this, Kim Da-ni's countenance turned extremely pale. Lee Young-jun was the trusted aide of the President of the United Republic of Korea, Chu Jun-ho, and in the region, his name was not without weight. Kim Da-and-I had also gotten close to him, that was how she threw her weight about in the faction and did whatever she liked. She did not expect that this high and mighty Lee Young-jun would actually be so subservient to this Chinese man. When everyone saw this, their faces fell, turning silent immediately. Those who had been sarcastic with their remarks turned pale. Things were different now compared to peace times. If they were to offend some big character accidentally, it was possible to become a corpse the next day. This was, after all, a cruel world. Yu Zhong pointed at both Kim Da-and-I and Li Fei-san, speaking coldly, "These two are an eyesore. I don't wish to see them anymore." Lee Young-jun bowed once more, "My apologies. Due to my oversight I've caused you distress. I promise you that you will not see those two again." He then turned to stare at the two, his humility gone in a flash, replaced with an icy sternness, dragged the two of them away into the dead prison. Yes. Four experts swiftly stepped up to restrain the two of them, dragging them out. Li Fei-san was frightened at this point, wetting his pants, and he cried out miserably, "No. Please. No. Don't send me there. Yu Zhong, please, I'm begging you. It was my fault. Save me. Don't let them send me there. On account that we're schoolmates, please." Yu Zhong shot him a disdainful look. "Li Fei-san, if you weren't a rapist I would have still spared your dog life. However, your nature never changed, you despicable scumbag. I think your death will do the world some good." When Li Fei-san had flown abroad to study, one of the main reasons was that he had raped his own teacher. Although his family had used their money to keep the matter under wraps, they had no choice but to send this little devil overseas to evade further trouble. Li Fei-san's nose and eyes were streaming as he begged, "I know I'm wrong. Please give me a chance. Please." Yu Zhong shot Lee Young-jun a cold glance. "It's getting really noisy." "Yes." Lee Young-jun then motioned at two experts, and one of them directly sent a fist towards the mouth of Li Fei-san, making it bloody before stuffing him with a piece of cloth. They then proceeded to drag him away. "This way, please." After all these, Lee Young-jun wore a smile and led Yu Zhong towards another box some distance away. After entering the box, there were 4 extremely beautiful ladies with exquisite looks and charms seated on a sofa, with a young man sitting further back. Young Ri-Su caught sight of the 4 ladies and became excited. "John Yuna, Kim Bo-ah, Shinji Hyen, So Gyo Hai. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Uncle, these are the ultimate celebrities of our Korea. This is too cool." Lee Young-jun's face had a warm smile as he introduced, "Sir Yu Zhong, these 4 are indeed our top celebrities of Korea. They have heard of your name and hope to become your women. We beseech you to grant them this wish and keep them by your side." One of them had long chestnut hair, her figure tall and slender. When she smiled it was extremely captivating. She came over and said, "Hello Yu Zhong, I'm John Yoon Ah." Another one with an oval-shaped face and voluptuous body came and smiled, "Hi, I'm Kim Bo-ah." The third one looked slightly rebellious, giggled, "Hi, I'm Shinji Hyen." The last one was a silent but elegant beauty who smiled slightly. "Hello, Sir Yu Zhong, I'm So Gyo Hai." After the four idols introduced themselves, they brought with them a charm as they tried to compete and showcase their charms. Even Yong Ri-su, who had been excited when she saw them, became extremely depressed, and pounced into his embrace, hugging him tightly. At this time, Chu Junho stood up, smiling with charm as he welcomed Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, how do you do? I'm Chu Junho, the President of the United Republic of Korea. I'm honored to finally meet you." Yu Zhong smiled back, sitting on the sofa. "How do you do? I'm Yu Zhong." Chu Junho tried to suss him out. "Yu Zhong, you should have just arrived in Korea, right? I've never heard of you before." Yu Zhong spoke without missing a beat. "That's right, I've just come to Korea." He had a motive for coming to meet Chu Junho as well. Without intending to play any more probing games, he spoke directly. "Chu Junho, since you are the President of the United Republic of Korea, I need to tell you about some things. I've just come back from the Second World." Chu Junho was taken aback and frowned. "Second World? What's that?" He had never heard of this term before. Yu Zhong continued solemnly. "It is a planet that has been devastated by a nuclear war, and it is filled with countless monsters. I've returned from the world and have gained some intel. The spatial tunnel between our worlds is about to open. At that time, there will be many monsters pouring out from the tunnel, attacking our human race. Those monsters are strong and many of the current evolved zombies are not their match. Please make your preparations as soon as possible." "What? Is this true?" Chu Junho's face fell. If it were before the apocalypse, he would have laughed at Yu Zhong for being insane. However, since the world had changed, everything that they had known was flipped around. It seemed that everything was under the control of that entity calling itself God. There could be even more absurd and ludicrous things happening. Yu Zhong continued solemnly. "It's true. I will leave here soon, heading back to China. Chu Junho, I hope that you can treat the Chinese here with respect and not let them suffer." As the President of the United Republic of Korea, Chu Junho did not have extremist views nor mistreat those of Chinese descent. That was why Yu Zhong decided to communicate with him. Otherwise he would have just killed his way over, killing him. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Chu Junho was partly happy, partly worried. Happy because this huge threat was going to leave Korea, but worrisome because all the more his words were to be trusted. He maintained a serious expression. "Yu Zhong, I hope that you can tell me more about this Second World." "Sure." Yu Zhong thus began to reveal all that he knew about the Second World. The Saint clan was strong beyond words. Adding on to the various foreign species and mutant beasts, he had to gather as much power and strength as he could to deal with the imminent invasion. He definitely needed allies. Hong, hong. Right as he was discussing with Chu Junho, there was a loud explosion outside the living room, and one of the walls was blasted away. The explosion caused a huge commotion, and all the participants of the dinner screamed out and fled. 3 men and 1 woman stepped in through the hole in the living room. One of the middle-aged men with normal looks and a crossed-eye look swept his gaze around, before landing on Chu Junho. His face broke out into a smile. "Ha! Chu Junho, you're here as expected." Chapter 943, The First Divine Envoy. Chu Junho's face turned ashen. "Kim Park-chan, you dare intrude on my banquet. If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving here." Kim Park-chan's eyes flashed with disdain as he laughed. "Explanation? What a joke. Chu Junho, you had better kneel down now and surrender. Hand over the entire United Republic of Korea to me. I can still leave you your life, otherwise today will be the day you die." Chu Junho laughed and pressed a remote control button. Good. Kim Park-chan, I want to see how you can kill me." Alarms started to ring throughout the entire villa. Hearing the blaring sounds, all the experts hidden within the villa appeared, charging over to Chu Junho's location. One of the intruders, a burly European man, spoke out in English. "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Since he's not willing to surrender, let's just kill him. Benny, get rid of the riffraff." The European woman with long blonde hair and a sexy figure, but with a freckled face, flipped her hands, revealing 2 silver, sci-fi-looking guns. When those 2 guns appeared, she began to shoot them out in a physics-defying manner. As she spun, she would fire out bullets accurately at the approaching experts. Each bullet would land accurately on an elite, causing their bodies to explode. The blood and body parts would splatter everywhere in a gory manner. Benny was slightly ugly, but she was capable. She completely suppressed the elites of the United Republic of Korea, exhibiting a terrifying combat strength. Chu Junho saw how Benny was suppressing his elites and his face fell, exclaiming, "Strong. Who are you people?" The tower-like burly man walked forward with a cold look. "I'm Bert, the first divine envoy of the Kingdom of God. Chu Junho, you only have two choices now. Join our Kingdom of God or die." Chu Junho frowned. "Kingdom of God? What organization is that?" "So you guys are from the Kingdom of God? Good timing, I wanted some information from you guys." Just as Chu Junho was pondering, Yu Zhong stood up. With a tap of his foot, he disappeared from his location, appearing beside Bert, and striking towards the back of his head. "Strong. Who is this?" Bert was the first divine envoy, with strength almost reaching the apostles. And yet, he felt a huge sense of crisis and helplessness from this man. Even the apostles did not give him this feeling. At that moment in time, Bert suddenly disappeared from his location, appearing about 20 m away from Yu Zhong. He then activated his life-saving skill, his face full of perspiration. "Spread out. Attack those women." Bert roared out in rage, pulling out 2 flash grenades and throwing them before fleeing madly. Benny and the other divine envoy Mike had worked together with Bert for long, and they knew each other's movements like the back of their hands. Benny spun her silver revolvers, her bullets firing at the few Korean ladies. Compared to Yu Zhong, those women were easier to deal with. Furthermore, such a tactic would force Yu Zhong to protect those women, thus elevating their chances of escape. Mike's eyes gleamed and he slapped his hands onto the ground. A powerful yellow light burst out, causing multiple spikes to shoot out from the ground, piercing towards Yu Zhong as well as the women. Fleeing? Pretty decent reaction. With a wave of his hands, a huge shield appeared in front of him. He channeled his strength and another energy shield appeared, enveloping himself and the ladies. The flash grenades exploded, and the bright light covered the entire region. When the grenades blasted out on the shields, they caused ripples but not enough to shatter them. The sharp spikes also slammed into the large shield and shattered instead. Lee Young-jun twisted his body, retreating backward. However, a single grenade managed to find his position as though it had an eye and blasted his right arm apart. A sharp spike shot out from the ground, piercing Lee Young-jun's body, nailing him to the wall. John Yoon-ah and the other women saw how the expert Lee Young-jun had been reduced to a corpse within seconds, and their faces fell, hiding behind Yu Zhong in fear. Without his protection, they would have all become corpses. At this time, Chu Junho exhibited his strength as the President of the United Republic of Korea. His body was wrapped with a green do chi, his strength reaching the initial Type 4 realm, and he tunneled into the ground nimbly. The arrogant Kim Park-chan saw how his backers had fled, and his face turned pale. However, his reaction was pretty swift and he turned around, preparing to leap out. Trying to flee? Yu Zhong laughed coldly, and immediately channeled his shadow clone ability. 4 clones shot out like specters, appearing right behind Bert, Benny and Mike, chopping down on the back of their necks. Although they were unable to utilize the skills, they had his physique. That single palm was equivalent to a Type 5 expert's attack. No matter how strong those 3 divine envoys were, they were at most at the mid-Type 4 realm. In just a breath's time, Benny and Mike were knocked unconscious. Kim Park-chan also failed to escape, falling unconscious. As for Bert, he continued to flicker about, using his strongest escape skill. He managed to evade that attack from the clone and continued to flee. He had no capacity to concern himself about his comrades. Strong. Too strong. He actually used his clones to take out 3 experts in a second. His strength is too fearsome. Fortunately, I chose to cooperate with him. I can't even take on a single clone of his. Chu Junho saw how Yu Zhong did not need to move and just sent out 4 clones to deal with his enemies. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, his heart also filled with envy. Not bad. Truly the first divine envoy of the Kingdom of God. Chu Junho, I'll leave things here to you. Yu Zhong stared at Bert, his eyes flashing with self-deprecation. A Type 4 expert like him was actually able to slip through his fingers. This was a testimony to his strength and calm mind. He grabbed Young Ri-soo with one hand, and took a single leap, disappearing from his location. Chu Junho swept a glance across the Korean idols that Yu Zhong left behind, and came to the conclusion. He did not even place them in mind. Only that woman beside him is important. Bert gasped for breath, desperately running through a few alleys. The flash skill consumed a lot of stamina and spirit. Using it continuously caused his stamina to deplete drastically. It's here. When he came to a dark alley, he saw a window and his eyes brightened. He channeled his energy once more and appeared within the room. There were 2 survivors within, and when they saw Bert suddenly appearing in their flat, there was shock in their eyes, and they opened their mouths to shout. Before they could do so, however, Bert waved his hands and 2 daggers shot out, piercing the necks of those 2 survivors, slicing through. There should not be any problems like this. After killing those 2 survivors, he heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. At this moment, a huge palm came down on his neck without any warning. Before he could react, Bert was already knocked unconscious. Jung appeared in the room while still carrying Jung Ri-su. Earlier, Bert had been able to evade the attacks because Jung had not gone all out. Now he was sure not to make the same mistake twice. That was how he was able to knock him unconscious. When Bert came to, he was already a puppet. Bert greets Master. Jung asked, Bert, the 12 apostles, where have they been in this past year? Are they still on Earth? The 12 apostles were all heaven's favorites, geniuses of their eras. They had awakened multiple attributes naturally during their evolution, a 1 in hundreds of thousands chance. If they were to leave Earth, it was possible for them to come across other fortuitous encounters, and might even surpass Jung. Bert replied, I'm not entirely sure about their movements. I only know that half a year ago, because of some unknown reason, all 12 apostles were recalled back to headquarters. In these past 6 months, it had been us divine envoys carrying out missions, expanding the kingdom of good. However, without the power of the apostles, we had to withdraw our troops from various locations and give it up. Jung frowned, then why appear in Korea? Bert replied, we want to bring South Korea and North Korea into our control, establishing a strong logistics location, using North Korea as the fortress and combining with our forces in Russia to attack China, the faction that you had established, Master. Chapter 944, The Flesh-Eaters Appear. Jung, who had been indifferent, finally lost his cool. What? Join hands to attack China? What's with the Russian Empire? Has Russia finally been united? The Russians had always been one of the opponents of China. At the same time, their desire for territory was well known. In this current apocalypse, once a greedy Russian manages to unify the country, they would not let go of China in the north. Russia does not have a leader. Their capital Moscow had already been completely conquered by zombies. It's rumored that there are appearances of powerful evolved zombies with intelligence and terrifying combat abilities. Under the lead of these evolved zombies, Russia's human factions were annihilated one by one. Their northern area had already belonged to the zombies. As for the southern side, due to the pressure of the zombies, many human factions had allied and formed a new Russian government. This is a strong alliance with over 1 million survivors. They only have a 100,000 strong army, possessing the weapons of the Cold War period. Making use of those weapons, they managed to wipe out over 1 million zombies. However, the zombie army in the north marched on under the lead of the evolved zombie, using their superior might and numbers to crush the main forces, forcing the human factions further south. Under such circumstances, Russia had finally chosen to work with the Kingdom of God, to attack the faction in China. Bert revealed everything he knew. A dark look came over Jung's eyes. In exchange, you guys would provide Russia with a large number of weapons and ammunition, right? Bert nodded. That's right, we have provided them with weapons, ammunition, and ration. Jung chuckled bitterly before sighing. He was filled with complicated emotions right now. The gates of hell had already opened, and the vampires and flesh-eaters of the Second World were about to invade Earth. Yet, the humans on Earth were still caught up in their own conflicts, slaughtering among themselves. This did not bode well for their future. Help? Ah. No, save me. All of a sudden, there were screams ringing out from the streets. What's going on? When Jung heard those screams, he darted and appeared outside swiftly. Only to discover that the streets of Seoul were plunged into chaos, with numerous people running around amok, screaming at the top of their lungs. A number of flesh-eaters that were 90% similar to humans in appearance were slaughtering the people on the street. One flesh-eater charged forwards, directly pouncing and knocking a human to the ground. He then used his claws to tear through to the heart of the person, digging it out before consuming it while laughing savagely. A blonde vampire flickered, appearing in front of a woman. He grabbed her head and pulled down roughly before bending down to suck her blood voraciously. Throughout Seoul it was like hell. Death was everywhere, and there were numerous cruel and savage flesh-eaters and vampires slaughtering people on sight. Jung looked at the chaos and his face fell. Flesh-eaters. They've already arrived. It's too damn fast. He had originally assumed that they would only appear after some time. Who would have thought they had already arrived in Seoul? The moment he came out to the street, 2 flesh-eaters covered in blood pounced towards him in a frenzy. He pulled out his black-toothed blade and sliced them apart, their bodies sent flying. After that, he quickly dashed forward, and in a matter of seconds, he appeared back at the banquet hall. He threw a communicator to Chu Junho, barking out solemnly, "Mobilize your troops immediately, the Second World's flesh-eaters have already appeared in Seoul. Hurry." Chu Junho's face fell. He did not waste any time however and quickly made the decision. "What? Alright, got it. I'll go mobilize them now to wipe out those creatures." Immediately he disappeared from his original location heading towards his forces. Jung then glanced at the unconscious Kim Park-chan and sent a puppet rune into his head. Kim Park-chan stirred awake not long after and greeted Jung with respect. "Greetings, master." Jung ordered, "Go mobilize your troops now, eliminate all monsters you see." Kim Park-chan was after the president of the Republic of Korea faction, and he had a sizable force. If he could muster them all, it would be possible to annihilate the monsters and save some people. He bowed down and swiftly headed out. "Understood." Jung glanced at John Yun-ah and the rest and said indifferently, "The few of you follow me." When they heard that they quickly ran forward. In this current chaos, only Jung would be able to protect them. At the entrance of the large hall, Jung led the women into a military truck and swiftly headed towards the revival assembly base. Along the way flesh-eaters could be seen everywhere, killing and pillaging, raping and destroying everything. Seeing the military truck containing Jung and the rest, dozens of them quickly roared out and charged towards them. The women were all frightened out of their wits, huddling together and trembling. Jung pulled out his stinger and fired out a few times. Each continuous shot took out the flesh-eaters in succession, preventing them from even nearing the military truck. Young Ri-Su watched how calm Jung was and her fear subsided, her gaze full of adoration. "So cool. He really does give a sense of security." Chapter 945, Breakthrough. Jung continued to drive through, killing a dozen of flesh-eaters before arriving at the revival assembly base. Currently there were flesh-eaters and vampires everywhere, slaughtering humans. The soldiers had been cleaned out once by Jung, leaving only 200 puppet soldiers. These 200 puppet soldiers could only defend a few key locations and were helpless to the rest. One could see the slaughter of the Koreans at the hands of those flesh-eaters and vampires, while screams rang throughout the air. It was like hell. Damn it. Jung blasted the heads of a few flesh-eaters as he cursed out. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to save the thousands of people here. Defending was always tougher than offense. Jung immediately went to the command center and held the fort, while deploying the 200 puppet soldiers out. They formed units and began to fight back, rescuing numerous survivors. The weak point about these puppet soldiers was that without an order, they would be rigid and stupid in their movements. Jung had to constantly give out orders for them to carry out. "Warning! Warning! There is a large horde of zombies right outside Seoul, making their way towards this location. Based on estimations they will completely surround Seoul in 30 minutes, and cutting off any retreat to North Korea." All of a sudden Bai Yi's image appeared in the corner of the display, reporting the imminent disaster. Intelligence and information were important in modern warfare. Jung knew the importance of it, that was why he had planted several electronic flies everywhere to be his eyes and ears. His face fell. "What? Pull up the image." "Yes." The display went fuzzy for a while before a dozen images were shown. Under Bai Yi's control, the various displays were enlarged to reveal the terrifying scene outside of the city. On the displays, a huge horde of zombies was currently running at a speed that surpassed humans, with an agility that had never been seen in them before as they made their way towards Seoul. Among the zombies there were many L2S, L3S, S2S, S3S, S4S, H2S devourers, hunters and other evolved zombies. After an entire year of evolution, these zombies had become stronger and faster, developing scales and horns. The sea of zombies was enough to make even a Type 5 expert like Yu Zhong shudder. With Yu Zhong's current strength, it would be easy for him to slaughter 1,000 evolved zombies. However, the zombies had a single, terrifying advantage, which was their numbers. Their seemingly endless numbers. No matter how strong Yu Zhong was, throwing himself into the sea of zombies would just spell his doom. What is that? Flying zombies? How the hell? If there are hundreds of thousands of them, how the hell can humans defend against that? All of a sudden Yu Zhong caught sight of an entire patch that covered the sky. Looking closer he realized that these were evolved zombies of about 1.3 m in height, their limbs short, but their backs had a pair of powerful fleshy wings. Seeing this, Yu Zhong's heart turned cold. The humans were already at a disadvantage. Relying on firepower and traps they might be able to defend cities. However, with the appearance of these flight-based creatures, ground-based defenses were ineffective against them. It had become increasingly harder for the humans to defend. When defending the 20 Shueluo forts back in the Third World, Yu Zhong had experienced it for himself. Defending against the aerial attacks was tougher by many times, more so than just when the Dino warriors and their vassal forces charged alone. Without the joint attack from the aerial units, the Shueluo forts would not have fallen so easily. Seoul can no longer be defended. Yu Zhong saw the endless horde and he sighed. Yu Zhong had no direct subordinates in Seoul, just relying on commanding those puppet soldiers took a lot of his mental capacity. In front of the huge sea of zombies, his current force was nothing. He then steeled himself and threw away all emotions, immediately gather forces to retreat. After hesitating a while, he ordered into his communicator once more, "Tell them the person who wants to lead them away is Chinese. He's Yu Zhong, the murderer of Choi Won-wang. The chosen point to breach the siege would be at North Korea. They're free to choose if they want to follow or stay. However, those who want to follow must abide by our orders unconditionally." When the puppet soldiers disseminated the orders, there was a commotion among them. Many chose to slink away quietly. They were not comfortable with a foreigner being their leader. At the same time, most of the survivors here did not have favorable feelings about the Chinese. They were afraid that he would hold it against them after. Yu Zhong contacted Chu Junho. "Chu Junho, my men have discovered a huge horde of zombies currently surrounding the city. In about 30 minutes the zombies would surround Seoul, cutting off retreat into North Korea. I'm preparing to breach through there. You should make your preparations too. I'm making a move first, am heading towards North Korea." "What?" Chu Junho exclaimed in shock. "Yu Zhong, come with me to Suwon City. If our armies work together, we definitely can breach the siege and reach Suwon City safely." Chu Junho's base was in Korea. He was not willing to head to North Korea with Yu Zhong. Furthermore, if he were to tell his subordinates that he wanted to go to North Korea, it was likely that many would desert him. Yu Zhong turned him down resolutely. "I'm heading back to China, I can't go with you. All the best and goodbye. See you if fate allows it." After cutting off the connection, Yu Zhong began to organize his troops and left immediately. A number of buses drove off, and with the help of the puppet soldiers the survivors began to get aboard. Not long after, a fleet of armored vehicles and heavy vehicles started to move swiftly towards the exit of Seoul City. When the fleet reached about 5 kilometers away from Seoul, the howls and roars of the horde could be heard, as many zombies headed towards them. Inside the vehicle fleet, the survivors saw the zombies running faster than humans and screamed out of fear. The mechanized infantry vehicles began to extend their weapons and fired at the zombies. During the volley of fire, many zombies were pierced through, their bodies destroyed. However, many others fell to the ground and got back up almost immediately after, as though there was no effect. Inside the car, Yu Zhong quickly made a decision. No. If this goes on, everyone will be wiped out. The zombies had evolved into a terrifying state. With the current firepower Yu Zhong had, it was not enough to carve a way out. With a single thought, Yu Zhong leaped out of the car and channeled his summon Tamed Beast technique. A void appeared out of midair, and Mount Tai appeared out of the hole, dashing towards the zombies. The moment Mount Tai appeared and charged, with every swing of its tail, over hundreds and thousands of zombies would be instantly pulverized. With the help of Mount Tai suppression, a huge part of the zombies was killed, revealing a path. Yu Zhong's fleet continued to drive through, right through the mass of blood and flesh. Right after they charged through, the dense horde suddenly split apart, revealing a number of H2S, with their mouths open as they shot multiple flame balls towards the fleet. Honk, honk, honk. Faced with those H2S, a number of armored vehicles and buses were blasted apart. In an instant, over 200 survivors were killed in the resulting explosions. When they saw this, many other survivors screamed out in terror. Yu Zhong waved his hands and 2 electromagnetic cannons appeared. He held them and began to fire at an incredible speed, blasting the heads of those H2S accurately as though the bullets had eyes. The heads of the H2S exploded one by one, slumping to the floor lifelessly. Over a dozen of them were killed in an instant by Yu Zhong, while the rest that had just revealed their heads would also be taken out instantly. Due to Yu Zhong's timely decisions and actions, soon with the help of Mount Tai, the entire group managed to break through the siege. However, just as they had just exited the horde, a number of infantry vehicles rolled out from behind. To their horror, there were zombies controlling the heavy machine guns, firing at the various armored vehicles and buses. When that barrage of heavy-caliber bullets slammed into the buses, they pierced the buses easily, penetrating the bodies of the humans in them. Chapter 946, Seoul Falls. The survivors that were hit by the machine gun bullets screamed out in agony as they fell and writhed about. Seeing their plight, the rest of the survivors had eyes full of fear, but they were helpless, unable to do anything. What the hell? Those zombies know how to use weapons. How the hell are humans supposed to survive? Yu Zhong stared at the zombies in shock. Although the zombies could operate firearms, in truth, their damage could not compare to those H2S. However, it was a fact that was hard to swallow. Humans could suppress zombies in the past because they could use tools and set traps, firing weapons with the weapons left behind during the apocalypse. After all, the numbers of the zombies were at least 100 times that of humans. The territory that they covered was also at least 10 times. If they could already use weapons, it was a nightmare to all survivors. If both sides could use weapons, then the zombies that were undying would hold a huge advantage. Damn it. Yu Zhong turned around, firing the electromagnetic cannons in his hands at those incoming machine gun vehicles. They exploded when the beams of light blasted onto them. Right at this time, the airborne dwarf zombies began to fly over. Airborne mutated infected evolved being level 30 F1, possesses the ability of flight, sharp claws and high infection rate. Yu Zhong glanced at the F1s and with a glint in his eyes, he clapped his hands towards them, channeling his devil flames. The flames shot out in 2 towering beams, blasting towards the F1s. The moment those F1s came in contact with the devil flames, they screamed out in agony, turning into ash. However, their numbers were really too many. A lot of them managed to evade the devil flames as they pounced on the buses. With their sharp claws, they easily tore the hull apart, before burrowing into the bus and began their attack on the humans. The 3 buses were quickly surrounded by the F1s and swarmed. The screams within the buses spelled the doom of the 100-odd survivors as they became food. With a thought, Yu Zhong caused the devil flames to spread out and envelop the area, turning even more F1s into ashes. When over 1,000 F1s had been consumed by the devil flames, there was a strange howl from the midst of the zombie horde. Upon hearing that signal, all the F1s quickly evacuated the area, not harassing Yu Zhong's group further. Yu Zhong leaped high into the sky over 20 m and he looked to the distance. He discovered that about 10 kilometers away, there was a young man who looked similar to humans in appearance, of about 2 m in height, covered in black scales and his eyes were bloodshot. He was staring fixedly at Yu Zhong with a violent and savage look. Yu Zhong stared at him and he could tell from the intelligence behind its gaze, super-intelligent evolved zombie life form. Descending back, Yu Zhong came to the car and swept a glance towards the back. By now, the zombie horde had already covered the hole that they had breached through. Yu Zhong looked at the sealed route, his eyes flashing with a complicated gaze. Seoul is finished. With over 1 million evolved zombies surrounding the place, even if Yu Zhong were to utilize all his trump cards, he would not be able to save Seoul. One single person was still too small against an army. In order to salvage the current situation, Yu Zhong estimated that he would have to be at the Type 8 or Type 9 Divine Warrior realm at least. He had seen for himself how terrifying a Type 9 Divine Warrior was, back at the Third World. It was an entity that could transcend space, possessing the qualifications to challenge God. If he could reach that level, he would be able to take on these millions of zombies without problems. The moment Jung left, Seoul no longer had any faction strong enough to withstand the zombies. On the streets, there were screams everywhere as zombies chased down the Korean survivors, devouring them, leaving only bones behind. Everywhere, screams rang out, with broken bodies and scattered organs strewn all over the ground. As the zombies were consuming the humans, they quickly came across the flesh-eaters and vampires of the Second World. When those zombies saw these new entities, they did not let up their attack, instead pouncing onto them and tearing them to bits. In retaliation, the flesh-eaters and vampires went all out and tore the heads off the zombies. Both sides engaged in a wanton slaughter of the humans and an intense clash between the both of them. Soon the battle was turning in the favor of the zombies. While the flesh-eaters and vampires were strong, the numbers of the zombies were simply overwhelming. The moment they got careless, the zombies would overpower them and tear them into pieces. Although the infection and virus had no way of affecting the Saint clan, they could still tear them apart. As the flesh-eaters and vampires were being forced back, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man walked out, dressed in a suit, looking like a knight from the Middle Ages. A strong pressure emitted from him, and when the zombies that were unafraid of death felt the pressure, even they began to tremble and lost the will to fight. The man looked at the horde of zombies and spoke, "Commander of the zombie clan that had just come into being. I'm your kin, the ancestor of the zombie clan from another world. My name is Ulrich and I hope to speak to you. We are of the same kind and we can work together. We have some information on your world and know things that you don't. Would you like to know the reason you've gained sentience? Would you want to know how to continue evolving? Would you want to survive? As long as you cooperate with us, we will tell you everything." A Type 5 ancestor was an entity that taken part in the sacred war for many months and years in the Second World, till they achieved victory. Thus, they knew many things as well as what the newly sentient evolved zombies of this world desired. The zombie horde turned silent before splitting apart. The 2M tall super-evolved zombie covered in black scales that had crossed glares with Jung earlier, walked out looking at Ulrich and spoke, "I'm Chow Min Long, I want to know some answers. If you can tell me, I'm willing to cooperate with you." Ulrich gazed at him and sighed, "Peak of Type 4. You're already at the peak of Type 4 Divine Warrior realm. You have a powerful evolution potential and might even reach the Type 6 realm. I will tell you all I know, you should evolve to the Type 5 realm soon." As Chow Min Long and Ulrich came to an agreement and joined forces, the entire Seoul became hell for the humans, where their screams of agony rang out. The screams and moans carried on for the entire night. When the first ray of sunlight hit Seoul, all that could be seen were wandering zombies, and among them many of their bodies were already in states of rotting, but their skin was not yet dried up, compared to the rest which was already emaciated for a long while. Just yesterday, the boisterous city containing hundreds of thousands of people had already transformed into a ghost city, with countless blood spots everywhere. The zombies continued to lumber around Seoul, mixed with the flesh-eaters and vampires. From time to time, they would manage to sniff out a human before tearing them into pieces. On the other side, Jung's convoy continued to travel through the night, crossing over 100 li. They had already passed into North Korea's territory. Along the way they did not come across too many zombies. Somehow, all of them had already been summoned by Chow Min Long in the past, gathered together within Seoul now. Those intelligent evolved zombies had already learned to gather their forces. Even Jung did not dare to face their amassed force head-on. When they entered North Korea, they were met with a scene entirely different from South Korea. In South Korea, the buildings were tall, the cars aplenty, filled with signs of modern society. As for North Korea, there were plenty of old-fashioned houses, the roads were not level. Everywhere, the propaganda of their glorious leader could be seen. Jung found a quiet and broad place to stop the fleet, before getting the survivors to alight and consume breakfast. Those who were willing to leave with Jung did not number many, only about over 1,000, filling 20 different vehicles. During the breach of the zombies, hundreds had died, and their buses were down to 11, leaving behind only slightly over 600. Half of the survivors had been lost in the journey. Chapter 947, Departure and Death. The faces of the survivors were filled with weariness, dread, and sorrow as they disembarked. Corpses were carried down and tossed to the side. These survivors had experienced a night filled with horror and tension. The aftermath left them so exhausted that they had no energy to bury the bodies. John Yun-ah and the other females came down and heard sounds of crying and wailing. The machine guns yesterday had hit a few unlucky survivors in their arms and legs. Without medical treatment they could only groan and wail in agony. That was too terrifying. Thankfully I'm with him, otherwise I would have already been dead. John Yun-ah stared at the survivors, a chill creeping up her heart. The rest of the ladies were also celebrating inwardly. Flames crackled as the puppet soldiers became chefs and waiters, serving bowls filled with cooked rice and flour to the survivors. Yu Zhong's side was able to enjoy the pleasurable Type 4 mutant beast meat, as the smell of the delicious meat wafted in all directions. John Yun-ah and the other ladies did not care much for their image, wolfing down the meat, as though they were about to swallow their own tongues. Many survivors stared over hungrily, their eyes filled with expectations and hope. Many of them had not eaten meat in goodness knows how long. Even if they did, it had been rat meat, bugs, and for some, human flesh. Choi Min-shik, a burly Korean man with a thick mustache, finished his bowl in a few mouthfuls before a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He stood up, shouting arrogantly, "I can't take this anymore. We're eating garbage over here while that Chinese is eating meat." He continued agitatedly, "Everybody think about it, yesterday we listened to his command and left Seoul. How many died? Over half. If we had gone to Busan we would not have lost so many people. This Chinese cannot be trusted. Everyone, join me and resist. We must get back our rights. Leave this Chinese man." Under his incitement, many survivors began to show expressions of hatred. Due to the number of deaths the previous night, they have filled with some prejudice towards Yu Zhong already. It did not take much for them to be riled up. However, they did not dare act due to the puppet soldiers standing guard around. Choi Min-shik walked up to one of the soldiers and spoke loudly, "We Koreans would not bow to violence. If you want to open fire, just kill me. I don't want to live on in this godforsaken world. I will tear off your mask and let everyone see your true colors." "What are you shouting for?" At this time Yu Zhong walked over with Yong Ri-su beside him translating, conveying Yu Zhong's words, while translating the words of the Koreans for Yu Zhong. Choi Min-shik saw Yu Zhong and took a few steps back involuntarily. He had seen how Yu Zhong was able to resist the sea of zombies last night. If Yu Zhong wanted to kill him he would be dead in a heartbeat. Yu Zhong shot them a cold look, "Those who want to leave I won't stop. There's no problem if you want to go. I can give you 20 days' worth of rations. Please go quickly. Those who stay on have to abide by my orders without complaints, regardless of how ridiculous it might be. If you can't do that, just go." Yu Zhong had saved them due to the little humanitarianism he still had left in him. Since they were not appreciative, he would not continue sticking his warm intentions on their cold backsides. He then shot Choi Min-shik a cold look full of killing intent. "And you? If you want to leave, leave. Any more bullshit and I won't be merciful." Being stared at by Yu Zhong, Choi Min-shik felt fear, and he retreated hastily before turning around to speak to the rest. "Guys, listen to me. Let's leave together and work together. We can definitely make it out of this alive. Long live the Republic of Korea." Choi Min-shik shouted and walked over to the puppet soldiers, grabbing his share of 20 days' rations, and began to wolf it down. Most of the survivors were not happy having a foreigner like Yu Zhong lead them. Adding on to the death toll of the previous night, they were filled with distrust and dissatisfaction over his leadership. Most of them were also famished. Under these circumstances, almost all the Korean survivors stood up and went to take their rations, following after Choi Min-shik. Apparently they were not happy with Yu Zhong's dictatorship. Few were willing to hand their lives over to a foreigner. At the same time they had not seen any zombies, so they were beginning to think that it was possible to survive with their own strength. Yu Zhong watched coldly as they left, not saying anything. He then swept a glance at John Yun-ah and the rest. "You may leave as well. I won't stop you." To him these Korean survivors were a burden. The more that left him, the better. He would not have to be responsible for all their lives then. John Yun-ah looked at him with teary eyes. "Sir Yu Zhong, I won't leave. I'm yours for life. Please don't chase me away." She was smart, and she knew that even if she took her 20 days of rations, it would be snatched by those men in the survivors group, and be treated as a toy, leading a life worse than a dog. Choosing to stay with Jung was a better choice. She snatched it. The other three exchanged looks and quickly came forward to plead pitifully, Jung, we are your people. Please don't abandon us, we're willing to listen to your orders. Jung swept a glance and realized there were 20 other women of Chinese descent that did not leave. Evidently, having been tortured by those beasts in the revival assembly, they had lost trust in the Koreans. After breakfast, Jung declared solemnly, all right, let's leave. The huge convoy then began to make its way further into North Korea. Not long after they left, there were screams and gunshots in the distance. Save me. Help. Wait for us. At this time, those Koreans that had left came running back towards the breakfast point, screaming in fear. Behind them, there were many zombies in tattered military clothes wielding rifles, chasing after them. They leaped onto the Korean survivors whenever they could and bit down viciously. Ah! Save us! They continued to scream loudly. At every second, a Korean survivor would fall under the grasp of the zombies, screaming out in despair and fear. Scram! Out of my way! Choi Min-shik, who had tried to incite the Koreans, had thrown his rations to one side, shoving his fellow survivors, trying to make his way towards the breakfast point. No! We shall all die together. One of the men who had been pushed to the ground by Choi Min-shik had a sudden glint of desperation and madness. He burst forth with a sudden bout of strength, grabbing Choi Min-shik's right leg. Choi Min-shik began to kick the man while shouting furiously, "Fuck off! Fuck off! Bastard!" The man was kicked bloody, but he continued to grab Choi Min-shik's leg tightly. Two zombies which ran faster than humans suddenly pounced over, grabbing Choi Min-shik and bit down on his neck. Ah! He screamed out like a wounded beast, struggling frantically. However, he could not get out of the zombies' grasp and was consumed alive soon after. The zombies were already faster than humans. In their midst there were even the hunters. None of them managed to make it to the breakfast point as they were already all killed. A single Korean evolver with decent skills and wielding a level 3 green sharp sword hacked and slashed his way over, decapitating the low-level evolved zombies. All of a sudden, a devourer leaped out from within the zombie group and leaped at the Korean evolver. In a flash, the head of the Korean evolver disappeared, reappearing in the mouth of the devourer. It bit down with its sharp teeth, crushing the head of the Korean evolver, as red and white matter splattered everywhere. When John Yuna and the rest saw what happened to them, their hearts turned cold and they trembled uncontrollably. Had they chosen to leave earlier, they would have been among those who died. Chapter 948, Pyongyang, Sea Beasts Come on Shore. When the women of Chinese and mixed Korean Chinese descent saw the scene, their backs were also filled with cold sweat. Being consumed alive by zombies was one of the cruelest ways to die. Jung eyed the group of zombies and ordered coldly, "Kill them!" White bones flashed, with a speed surpassing the sound barrier, reaching their midst in a breath. Countless bone spike protruded out from its body, and it spun madly, turning into a fearsome meat grinder. In an instant, many of the zombies were sliced apart as their limbs flew everywhere. When the three hunters discovered White Bones, they leaped with all their might towards it. White Bones then channeled out even more sharp bone blades, slashing at the incoming three hunters, slicing them up into multiple parts. In just a few breaths, White Bones had obliterated the entire group of zombies. After killing them, Jung ordered the puppet soldiers to gather the survivors' corpses together. He then poured oil and lit them up, burning the dead bodies into ashes. Once they were done, the convoy began to set off one more towards the north. It was quiet along the way without any signs of life. From time to time they would come across small, scattered groups of zombies. Before they got close they would be sliced apart by White Bones. As for the Type 5 Moutai who had acted as the meat grinder vanguard, it returned to the sea. Its consumption was too terrifying, only the vast sea could feed it. "Stop. Don't move. Otherwise we'll open fire." When the convoy got closer to the capital Pyongyang, a number of North Korean soldiers appeared on one of the roads, barking out loudly. Jung frowned slightly, waving his hands for the convoy to stop. Although he could get White Bones to kill them all unless there was a special reason, he wanted to try and communicate. As they came to a stop, Jung came down from the vehicle and saw a shocking sight on the sides of the road. There were a number of men had sharp spikes pierced through their tibia, shin bones, tied to wooden stakes. Many of them were moaning in agony, while others had died and were already dried-up corpses. The North Korean soldier barked out, "Get down on your knees and hand over your weapons. Hands above your head. Otherwise I'll beat you to death, you damn Chinese." The militant used his gun to point at Jung as he barked out, "On your knees. On your knees." Jung Ri-su quickly translated for Jung. A strong killing intent poured out of Jung as he commanded coldly, "Since you don't give face, you can all go to hell." With that order, White Bones transformed into a flash, and charged right into their midst, slaughtering the few militants in a breath. "Let's go." After dealing with those militants, the convoy continued towards inner Pyongyang. White Bones took the lead, using its terrifying speed to charge into the enemy ranks and slaughtering them whenever they appeared. Jung would never show mercy to those who were unreasonable. When those North Korean militants were killed, none of them could react fast enough to raise the alarm. Soon the convoy managed to enter Pyongyang successfully. Pyongyang city was a pretty lavish city with modern structures and construction. After all, it was the capital of North Korea. After entering Pyongyang, Jung saw a large number of emaciated survivors, as though they were skeletons, their eyes dull and lifeless as they watched Jung's group. In the first place, North Korea had already been lacking in resources, since most of it was imported. In fact, it was one of the countries with the highest death rate from famine. The apocalypse was in its second year, and all that the North Korean survivors could rely on were the rations left behind. Most of these were taken up by the upper echelons, while the ordinary survivors suffered. Seeing Jung's powerful armed convoy, the survivors did not dare to provoke him, allowing them to pass through the city smoothly. Hong, hong, hong. Just as they were at the center of Pyongyang, the sounds of dense artillery fire resounded from afar. What's going on? Jung frowned and quickly sent out a large number of robotic flies and dragonflies. As the robotic critters flew out, Jung opened up the display inside the command vehicle. On it he could see all that the robotic flies saw. At the northern area of Pyongyang, there was a huge army camp set up, with numerous armored vehicles and soldiers being sent to the front lines. As the robotic flies continued forward, the reason for the artillery fire became clear. There was currently a large horde of sea-based mutant beasts coming up on shore near the north side of Pyongyang. Many North Korean militants were also stationed at the various defense lines, fighting hard to keep the mutant beasts at bay. These militants had obtained the legacies of Pyongyang city, including cannons, infantry vehicles, tanks, rocket launchers and many more. With the support of the heavy fire, many mutant beasts were blasted to smithereens. However, their numbers seemed to be endless, continuously pushing up the shore. One after another, the defense posts fell. The militants started to crumble and fell back quickly, while the North Korean soldiers behind collected after them. Evidently, there were still capable soldiers in North Korea. Some of the soldiers suffered defeat but continued to maintain their ground, utilizing all sorts of combat styles and traps to injure and kill the mutant beasts. When Jung caught sight of the horde, he frowned. Are the sea-based mutant beasts coming up on shore? The sea mutant beasts were an even more threatening force than the zombies. The seas were vast and could sustain countless mutant beasts. Their numbers were likely more than 10 times that of the zombies. At the same time, they had numerous Type 5 mutant beasts. Once those Type 5 mutant beasts made their move with Earth's current technology, other than the nuclear missiles, nothing else could destroy them. At the same time, it had only been 2 years since the onset of the apocalypse. Jung was worried that there might already be a Type 6 mutant beast. Every single movement of a Type 6 mutant beast was a disaster. A single Type 6C mutant beast could easily level a human city. On Earth, other than the nuclear bombs, super evolvers also possessed the small chance of killing a Type 6 mutant beast. Jung's worry soon became reality. From the midst of the horde, four monstrous behemoths over hundreds of meters tall broke out from the surface of the water. Right behind them, there was even a Type 5 sea snake with a single horn, coiling over 1,000 kilometers in length. 200 mermaids appeared, with nothing covering their top halves save for shells. Their looks were out of the world and they were all at least 1.8m. These were the commanders of the sea mutant beasts, the Sea Clan. And finally among these mermaids, there was one absolute beauty that surpassed them all, with a crown on her blue hair, and a rhombic white-silver crystal embedded on her forehead. She exuded a cold and collected charm while possessing an extremely voluptuous body. This was the royalty of the Sea Clan, the controller of the Type 5 mutant beast. These mermaids seemed to have evolved from some unknown aquatic life form. However, they possessed the ability to control the sea mutant beasts. Jung had caught for himself a little royal from the Sea Clan before, making use of her powers to send many mutant beasts to their deaths, empowering his own subordinates. However, that little mermaid's powers were far inferior to this royalty in front of him. The moment those Type 4 and Type 5 mutant beasts appeared, they immediately charged forth towards the human camps. One Type 4 mutant sea snake opened its mouth to fire out shots of poison like cannonballs at the human camps. Everywhere the poison struck, the humans would be corroded into puddles. At the same time, once the poison splattered, they would turn into gas, which enveloped an area of more than a dozen square meters. As the wind blew and the soldiers breathed in the gas, they would turn black and crumple to the floor, struggling in agony before they died. One huge mutant electric eel that was over hundreds of meters in length had evolved claws, looking like giant Chinese salamanders. It opened its mouth and fired out lightning bolts, frying numerous soldiers into charred corpses. Chapter 949. Battle of Type 5 Mutant Beasts. Another huge Type 4 mutant black ice turtle opened its huge mouth to spit freezing breath towards the human camps. Upon contact, the humans immediately froze into ice sculptures. The moment these Type 4 mutant beasts entered the fray, the tides of the battle changed immediately. The human soldiers were defeated one after another and scattered like raindrops, forced to retreat. The bombardment of the heavy artillery did not stop, nor did the cannons and heavy machine guns. They continued to fire at the incoming horde of mutant beasts. It was true that the moment these sea-based creatures came on land, their abilities would suffer a drastic drop. Their speed would not be as fast as it was in the water, even the Type 4 mutant beasts would rarely reach the speed of sound. However, even with that handicap, many of them still could surpass the human running speed. They charged forward and quickly used their claws and teeth to tear the human soldiers apart. Under the lead of the Type 4 mutant beasts, the human defense lines started to crumble, while the soldiers retreated in droves. Tanks and armored vehicles were stomped flat and destroyed, becoming useless piles of metal. A number of human soldiers were directly swallowed or ripped apart. Once the army realized they were helpless, the soldiers of Pyongyang began to fall apart, forming a tide that surged back in retreat. Many soldiers threw aside their armor and fled for their lives. As the number of fleeing soldiers increased, even the orders of the commanders were no longer effective. Almost every soldier was escaping right now, with only a rare few still putting up a brave fight, attacking the mutant beasts every now and then. However, such a resistance was deemed futile, and those courageous soldiers were met with a quick death as well. The human resistance was being destroyed in multiple areas before finally crumbling totally. Various armored vehicles containing the high-ranking commanders began to flee back, as soldiers threw their weapons and equipment. In order to flee, they did not care about the others and caused some to be stampeded over. Injuries and the death toll quickly mounted. Shit, Pyongyang is going to be finished like this. Jung glanced at the horde of sea mutant beasts making their way over and frowned before making a decision: head to the northeast. Although there were some mutant beasts over at the northeast side, it was also where they were the weakest. Only by breaking out of the siege would Jung be able to lead his convoy back into China. The machine gun vehicles and cannons began to fire out madly at the mutant beasts as they charged for the northeast. With the dense barrage of metal, many low-level mutant beasts were shredded apart. At the same time, White Bones charged first as the vanguard, twisting around with its countless bone blades. It managed to tear many mutant beasts into slices and showers of blood and flesh. Not a single beast was its match. Jung pulled out 2 electromagnetic cannons and fired out constantly, blasting the heads of those Type 3 mutant beasts that got too close, fresh blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Jung and White Bones were handling the high-level mutant beasts, while the heavy firearms dealt with the low-level mutant beasts, easily clearing them. Just like this, the convoy proceeded to slaughter their way through the mutant beast horde. Just as they were about to break out of the siege successfully, a dozen huge Type 2 profound ice fishes opened their mouths, firing out ice shards that fell like rain upon the convoy. Under the bombardment of ice shards, a number of machine gun vehicles were slammed out of shape, some even nailed to the ground. One of the fuel-carrying trucks was also struck by the ice shards, and fuel began to pour out of it. Jung flipped his hands and a number of electromagnetic beams fired out onto the Type 2 profound ice fishes, accurately slaughtering them. After he dealt with them, he frowned and thought to himself, "Damn it, it's not enough. If we blindly charge through, I can barely save a few." This time, the onslaught of the mutant beasts was not any less than that of the zombies in Seoul. Furthermore, they had countless abilities like ice, water, electricity, poison, bones. Activating them could cause Jung greatly. "We can only do it like this." He made the decision and activated his summon tamed beast, and the Type 5 Mount Tai that had left them not long ago reappeared through a void. When Type 5 Mount Tai appeared, it became like a huge steamroller that squashed all the mutant beasts. With every single step it took, an entire patch of mutant beasts would be squashed under it. As it swung its tail to and fro, a number of Pyongyang structures came crumbling down together with the mutant beasts. When the ice shards, freezing breaths, lightning bolts, poison shots and bone spikes hit Mount Tai's body, only the lightning bolts managed to cause some superficial charred marks. The freezing breaths might be able to cause a layer of ice over the affected part of Mount Tai, but the moment it moved, the tremor was enough to shatter the ice. The ice shards were unable to penetrate its body, not even making it past the scales. It was the same for the bone spikes and the poison globs. Unless it was an attack by a Type 3 mutant beast and above, all other attacks posed no danger whatsoever to Mount Tai. Even the attacks of a Type 3 or Type 4 would just injure it slightly before its freakish regeneration ability helped to recover. All of a sudden, Mount Tai let out an earth-shaking roar towards the skies, as a powerful pressure emitted from its body outwards. Facing that overwhelming pressure, the low-level mutant beasts were all terrified, quickly fleeing in all directions, not daring to attack Mount Tai any longer. There was a huge difference in their levels after all. Mount Tai was a Type 5 and a water-based mutant beast to boot, hence it could naturally suppress the rest of them. With that single roar, the convoy managed to break out successfully. When the North Korean convoy saw Jung killing a path out, they changed directions from random fleeing to chasing after him. One of the fleets managed to follow after and broke through the siege. Another fleet made its way south. Among the invading mutant beasts, the beautiful Sea Clan Queen looked on as Jung's convoy broke through the siege, her eyes flashing with a strange glint. Her lips parted and a strange whistle emitted. Hearing that whistle, the Type 5 mutant sea snake finally could not repress its killing intent any longer and charged towards Mount Tai. Within the vast seas, every single Type 5 mutant beast was an overlord, possessing their own territory. They would not encroach on other territories easily. The moment they saw another similar rank beast, both parties would go all out in a clash, consuming the other in order to advance and evolve. Only Type 6 and Type 7 mutant beasts were able to suppress that instinct. When the Type 5 sea snake saw Type 5 Mount Tai, it was filled with killing intent and an urge to consume. If it was not for the Sea Clan Queen holding it back, it would have pounced forward long ago. Along the way, the mutant beasts all parted to one side, allowing the Type 5 sea snake a clear path. Those that did not manage to get out of the way were squashed. Mount Tai could also feel the killing intent locked on itself, and after it swung its tail to flatten a group of mutant beasts into meat paste, it turned around and charged right at the Type 5 mutant sea snake. If it were a close-quarter combat, Mount Tai had a better chance of victory. The Type 5 sea snake was obviously experienced. From far, it already opened its huge jaws to fire out its innate ability. A dense fog of poison shot out at Mount Tai like cannonballs. When the balls of poison slammed into Mount Tai, they dispersed and started to corrode the scales of Mount Tai, giving off a sizzling sound. A huge chunk of flesh was also corroded away, and the worst thing was that its powerful regeneration ability could not do a thing. Numerous balls slammed into Mount Tai's body, and a number of smaller mutant beasts were unfortunate to be caught in the crossfire, instantly melting into puddles. Facing the assault, Mount Tai roared out in agony, but it continued its charge at the Type 5 sea snake. As it forcefully bore the attack and reached the Type 5 sea snake, its powerful tail slammed into the sea snake's body violently. The Type 5 sea snake shuddered violently and spat out a huge amount of blood. It then immediately twisted its body to pounce on Mount Tai, coiling around it and constricting it, intending to squeeze Mount Tai to death. Mount Tai also bit down viciously on the body of the sea snake, biting out a huge bloody chunk as fresh blood flowed everywhere. Chapter 950. Killing the Type 5 Sea Snake. The usual chosen method of combat of these gigantic beasts was melee. It was simple, violent, no need for flair nor skill, only their innate ability to kill. The Type 5 Sea Snake continued to coil around Mount Tai, its body constricting tightly. The pressure was starting to show as Mount Tai's bones started to make some cracking noises. As they were caught in this cruel exchange, a shadow charged over from the northern and southern side each. The shadow from the north was precisely that absolutely beautiful mermaid queen with her voluptuous body. She rode the waves and came in front of the two entangled beasts. She frowned as a blue beam of light shot out from her forehead and landed on the head of Mount Tai. Struck by the beam, Mount Tai's eyes glazed over, and it relaxed slightly, allowing the Type 5 sea snake to coil even tighter. It resulted in more bones of Mount Tai being fractured as it spat out a mouth of blood, its body trembling and its life in danger. At this critical juncture, Jung wielded his electromagnetic cannon to fire out at the head of the mutant sea snake without stop. The shots blasted through the scales of the mutant sea snake accurately, drawing blood and causing it agony. However, it was not enough to pierce through the brain to kill it. At the same time, Jung adjusted his aim to fire at the head of the mermaid queen. The electromagnetic blast shot towards the head of the mermaid queen without mercy. Her gaze turned cold as she waved her jade-like hands, causing the wave beneath her to soar up, forming a powerful shield. The electromagnetic beams that could pierce even the scales of the Type 5 sea snake were negated in front of the water shield, preventing any damage to the mermaid queen. At the same time, there was a cold look on the face of the mermaid queen. As the waves beneath her surged up and after it disappeared, there were 9 bodies identical to her. I have to deal with her fast. Jung's eyes flashed coolly and he activated his shadow steps, enhanced with the dark Do Chi. His speed instantly reached Mach 2, and with a wave of his hands, he sent out a blast of devil flames towards the mermaid queen. The 9 mermaids waved their hands simultaneously, as a huge wave surged forth at the devil flames. As the two abilities clashed, there was a strong surge of steam. The devil flames was actually smothered by the waves. With the cover of the steam, Jung charged through the crowd, quickly slashing out 9 times at the mermaid queen. As the 9 blade beams flashed by, all 9 bodies were cleaved in half. All fakes. A sudden sense of danger welled up as a small hand burst out from beneath his feet, grabbing his right leg, and a sharp water arrow threatened to pierce his right foot. When the sharp water arrow struck his foot, it was deflected and shattered immediately, blocked by the Type 5 mutant beast hide on him. There was a sound of surprise. "Ah, your body defense is so strong. It doesn't seem human-like. I admire your talents. Be my slave. As long as you're willing, I can make you a king of men. Humans have gone on unbridled for far too long, polluting the environment and air. You people have angered the gods and will definitely be suppressed and wiped out. As long as you're my slave, you will be able to survive this." If it had been any other human, even when protected by a Type 5 beast hide, the resulting force would be enough to shatter the leg. However, in Jung's case, it did not happen at all. "You want me to be your slave? I think it should be the other way round. Break for me." Jung snorted coldly and devil flames erupted from his right foot, burning the entire area into gas before he kicked out at the patch of seawater. The patch of seawater churned suddenly, revealing the shape of the mermaid queen. The blue light between her brows shot out once more, hitting Jung's foot. His entire foot seemed to have been enveloped in an incredible weight, and he could not finish his kick. Instead, it was dragged down, causing a deep foot imprint. With a thought from Jung, a strong gravitational force enveloped the mermaid queen. Her body sunk immediately and she twisted, trying to flee towards the back. She had numerous subordinates and an endless horde of mutant beasts. There was no need for her to engage Jung in a life-and-death combat. After Jung forced her back, he did not chase after all. He was also wary of her methods. At the same time, there were many mutant beasts and sea clan members making their way over. He had no confidence in taking her out while she was fleeing. With a tap of his foot, he turned into a flash that made for the 2 Type 5 mutant beasts still engaged in combat. In merely 2 breaths, Jung had run along Mount Tai's body and charged up to the head of the Type 5 mutant sea snake. He wielded his flame blade, pushing his dark do chi, and slashed down viciously on its head, directly penetrating its scales and tore a huge gash. Zhong then leaped into the wound and began to burrow in. When the Type 5 mutant sea snake took this blow, it felt the danger Zhong posed to it. It was forced to let go of Mount Tai before it quickly trashed about against the surrounding buildings. The recoil of the damage rippled through its flesh and muscles, squeezing Zhong, and he felt his blood churn. As he activated his dark do chi once more, the pressure was alleviated somewhat. If he only had the strength of a Type 4 divine warrior, he would have been half dead if not killed. After regaining some breathing space, Zhong started to use his flame blade to tear the insides up, shredding the Type 5 mutant sea snake from within. The Type 5 sea snake struggled frantically, trying to find another structure to smash itself against. Mount Tai seized the opportunity to stomp on the sea snake while using its tail to slam into its body continuously. It also opened up its mouth to tear off chunks of flesh from the sea snake. After swinging his blade for a long time, the head of the sea snake suddenly burst open, and Zhong appeared. In his hands was a Type 5 nucleus. As he burrowed out, the Type 5 sea snake writhed for a while more before slumping to the ground lifelessly. A huge amount of life force was absorbed into his god and devil imprint, nourishing and enhancing his body. Congratulations on reaching level 91. Congratulations on reaching level 94, you have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Back on Earth, with the system, Zhong gained another 8 attribute points for him to allocate. He thought for a while before pouring it all into his agility. He still had to raise his reaction speed. The faster it was, the quicker he could make a right decision in any situation. Zhong swept a pleased glance across the body of the Type 5 sea snake. Type 5 mutant beast. It used to be something out of my reach, and now I can actually take one down. I've truly become stronger. Initially, when Zhong saw any Type 5 mutant beast, any one of them could easily crush him to death. Even if it allowed him to hack and slash, it would be hard to accomplish anything. Yet not, he could kill one without fear. It was proof of his increase in strength. When the Horde of Sea Clan saw the Type 5 sea snake's death, their eyes flashed with disbelief. A Type 5 mutant beast was usually an undefeatable existence within the sea. On land, other than nuclear weapons, most other military weapons would only be able to injure it. With its terrifying regenerative ability, even if it was heavily injured from cannons and heavy artillery, it would be fine after 2 minutes. However, such an entity was actually slaughtered by Zhong. This caused them to feel a tinge of fear and shock. Zhong saw how the Sea Clan soldiers had separated from the mutant beast horde in order to assist the Mermaid Queen, and ordered out, "Good. It's our chance. Mount Tai. Let's go." The heavily injured Mount Tai turned to face the Sea Clan, disregarding its heavy injuries. While Mount Tai's speed was not much among the Type 5 mutant beasts, it was still faster than those ordinary Sea Clan soldiers. In barely a moment, it had already rushed through the ranks of the army, stomping and rampaging around, while swinging its tail, causing hundreds and thousands of them to be flattened into meat paste. Chapter 951, Fall of Pyongyang. Regardless if they were the 7M tall whale warriors or the small prawn warriors, under Mount Tai's rampage, every single one of them was turned into meat paste. Not a single one of them could pose a danger to Mount Tai. The Type 5 Mount Tai rampaged forward, its aim the Type 5 Mermaid Queen. The Sea Clan guards of the Mermaid Queen came forward to attack Mount Tai, as numerous sharp ice shards, arrows, bone spikes and other abilities blasted towards its body. However, they were mostly blocked by the Type 5 scales. As the experts continued to attack Mount Tai's scales, they only served to injure it slightly, which healed extremely quickly. There was no way of stopping it at all. The huge army of Sea Clan soldiers was like ants as they got stomped on. There was no way of stopping the advance of Mount Tai. However, they continued to do their best, firing at Mount Tai and leaving little injuries. After all, Type 5 mutant beasts were not entirely invincible. There was a limit to their regenerative powers as well. However, the stamina of the behemoths was seemingly endless, thus it was difficult to erode away. 200 beautiful mermaids came up to the front line, opening their mouths and firing out blue beams that blasted towards Mount Tai. Mount Tai's body turned heavier and sluggish when those beams brushed past it, its movements turning slow. The wounds that it suffered from the assault of the Type 5 sea snake also started to rot, releasing a putrid stench. On Mount Tai's back, Jung wielded 2 electromagnetic cannons and fired them at the mermaids, blasting their heads away. With the deaths of a dozen of them, the effect they had on Mount Tai was lessened considerably. Mount Tai then bellowed in rage, its huge tail swinging at those beautiful mermaids. With a single sweep, a large number of mermaids as well as their guards, were all flattened into meat paste. Right at this moment, there was an enchanting and mysterious song. As it traveled throughout Pyongyang, all the Type 4 mutant beasts threw aside their prey and quickly swarmed over. At the same time, over a dozen kilometers away, there was a Type 5 mutant beast which had the head of a crocodile, the body of a snake, the claws of a lizard, its body reaching a kilometer in length and covered with a layer of green scales. The beast howled at the sky. Jung stared at the swarming Type 4 mutant beasts and his eyes flashed with reluctance. What a pity, seems like we'll have to stop for today. At this time, Mount Tai had already suffered grievous injuries, and there was still poison not yet absolved within it. Its fighting strength was severely undermined. If it were up against another healthy Type 5 mutant beast, it would likely become food. Other than that, there was the swarm of Type 4 mutant beasts that could pose a headache. The might and pressure of Mount Tai could affect beasts of Type 3 and below, preventing them from acting against it. Even if they dared to act, it would only be 70%. However, it was different for Type 4 mutant beasts. If over 100 Type 4 mutant beasts came at once, then it was not possible for Mount Tai to hold its own fort against them. Jung patted Mount Tai's head and ordered, "Let's go." Mount Tai quickly turned and left for the distance, stampeding over the low-level enemies. Its body was over 2 kilometers, and while its movements were not exactly when it ran with all its strength, it was able to slaughter a path. Jung was sprawled on Mount Tai's back, using the system's electromagnetic cannon to fire out, killing the mutant beasts. After some tests, Jung discovered that when using the system's equipment to kill enemies, the amount of life force absorbed from them would be greater than any other weapons. Hence, he liked to use the system equipment to kill. One of the mermaids came up to the mermaid queen, asking respectfully, "Your Highness, should we chase?" The eyes of the mermaid queen turned cold as she spoke coldly, "No need, we can't kill him anyway. He's too strong, his power is above mine. I still need to undergo 2 more evolutions in order to kill him. Let him leave for today. Our mission today is to kill all the humans in this city, turning into a base for our Sea clan. Our clan should be the overlord of this world and we need to control both the land and seas." There was a look of yearning in the eyes of the young mermaid as she retreated. Yes. Without Jung's obstruction, a huge number of Sea clan members and mutant beasts managed to invade Pyongyang. All the experts within Pyongyang had already left. There was no one left to obstruct these mutant beasts. They swarmed in and began their massacre of the humans. The number of Sea clan members continued to come on land. Other than the Type 5 crocodile head, snakehead strange entity, there was another Type 5 crab overlord that had a huge red shell, its size like a mountain, as well as a Type 5 snapping turtle that entered Pyongyang. This time, the Sea clan had activated a huge force to invade Pyongyang. A total of 4 Type 5 mutant beasts. With such a force, even North Korea before the apocalypse could not possibly hope to defend without the use of nuclear weapons. Jung rode on Mount Tai's back as they fled, and he discovered something wrong with Mount Tai. The infected wounds on Mount Tai were not healing, instead, they were turning worse. Black pus continued to leak out, dripping onto the ground, emitting a stench. He frowned. The innate ability of a Type 5 mutant beast is truly terrifying. Such abilities were vastly superior to most other mutant beasts. Especially those poison types. Should they land on the body of a Type 4 mutant beast, it would be enough to poison it to death. If used against same realm opponents, it would not be easy to get rid of the poison either. Jung pondered a moment before pulling out the nucleus he got from the Type 5 sea snake and threw it into Mount Tai's mouth. After gobbling it up, there were obvious changes after a while. The muscles that were rotting began to shudder, and those poison parts started to molt themselves, as new scales grew out to replace and protect the body. Its dimming and exhausted gaze also regained clarity. Sitting atop Mount Tai, Jung managed to chase up to the convoy. Currently the convoy had become huge. There were many armored jeeps, tanks, infantry vehicles and other military vehicles following Jung's convoy tightly. Seeing Jung riding Mount Tai towards them, the North Korean troops were all wary and aimed their weapons at him, with expressions of animosity. Jung stood on Mount Tai's head as he eyed them coldly, barking out, I'm Jung, the leader of this convoy. Who are you people? Why are you following us? As long as he made the thought, Mount Tai could easily flatten the military convoy. The moment his words came out, Jung Ri-su made use of a loudspeaker to translate his words. From within the command vehicle, a young and beautiful woman of about 23 or 24 stepped out. She had a single ponytail, her face and features exquisite. There was also a valiant aura seen from between her brows. She smiled at Jung. Hello, Mr. Jung, I'm the current highest commanding officer of the North Korean Army, Kim Ji-yeon. I'm pleased to meet you. At the same time, another 8 military men stepped out on either side of her, staring at Jung warily. North Korean Army? Seems like this woman is pretty capable. She should be the daughter of another official. Jung assessed her carefully and thought. North Korea was a shut-off and backward society, and the women were not likely to have high status. It was incredibly difficult for a woman to have her own troops if she did not have some form of royal blood. Jung spoke coldly. Hello. Kim Ji-yeon continued to smile warmly. We're thankful for your help, allowing us to survive that ordeal. I, Kim Ji-yeon, will remember this favor. In the future, if there's a chance, I will repay this favor. Jung nodded but did not pay it much heed. Right now, North Korea was in the same situation as South Korea. Both of them had their territories invaded. All Kim Ji-yeon could rely on were the people beside her, which was not much to Jung. Chapter 952, Won Myung. Kim Ji-yeon asked, Mr. Jung, where are you planning to go from here? Jung did not bother to hide anything, directly replying, Well, I'm intending to head to China's capital. Kim Ji-yeon chuckled and asked, The capital, eh? That's quite coincidental. I'm intending to head to Amnok River, Yalu River. How about going together? We can get to know each other better. Jung sighed and nodded after a while. All right. Kim Ji-yeon eyed the Type 5 Mount Tai. Is this your tamed beast? It's pretty powerful. May I ask how you came to summoning such a strong monster? A large number of North Korean soldiers also looked towards Jung with curiosity. Such an entity was practically something from myths and legends, and these ordinary humans were naturally awed by it. If it were in ancient times, Mount Tai would almost definitely be revered as a godly beast or divine spirit. Even in this apocalypse where mutant beasts were rampant, Type 5 mutant beasts were pretty terrifying existences. Just by relying on it, Jung had managed to bring the survivors under him through 2 sieges, one by the mutant beasts, one by the zombie horde. Jung laughed indifferently. That's my secret. Everyone has one after all, right? Kim Ji-yeon laughed and did not pursue it. Yes, it was rude of me. Since they had reached an agreement, Jung patted Mount Tai's head gently, and it began to lumber towards the direction of the oceans. Mount Tai was a water-based creature on Earth. Other than a few large lakes, only the vast seas could possibly house it. On the ground, Mount Tai's ability was definitely not on par as it could be in the water. However, due to its massive size, it was the best mower, and in battle, it could charge and rampage through hordes of enemies. Kim Ji-yeon watched it move off and did not say anything further. Instead, she suppressed her curiosity and went back into her command vehicle. The convoy continued towards the China-North Korea border. They traveled for another 4 hours. On the way, Jung's team came across a few evolved zombies. Their numbers were in the hundreds but were easily slaughtered by white bones. The entire group managed to enter a small town, clearing it of the zombies, before they settled down to rest for the night. Jung's own group had traveled an entire day and night without rest, while Kim Ji-yeon's forces had been fighting and had not gotten much of a break. The vehicle came to a stop, and many just fell asleep in their vehicles. As they set up camp, Jung's convoy had a clear separation from Kim Ji-yeon's forces. During the night, while most of them were resting in a forest outside the town, a number of eyes lit up. Swift and nimble figures darted out, using blow darts and firing poison darts at the North Korean soldiers. There was a fast-acting agent within the darts, and before the North Korean soldiers could react, those who were shot died almost instantly. Some militants then charged out swiftly from the forest, decked in mutant beast hide, their movements agile and smooth as they made for the tanks and vehicles of the North Korean forces. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! When those North Korean soldiers were just killed, bright alarms blared suddenly throughout the camp. The soldiers quickly stirred and rushed out. Kim Ji-yeon also reacted quickly, appearing outside under the protection of 16 Type 3 experts. Enemy attack. The North Korean forces that I'd trained actually termed me as an enemy. What an irony. Following an icy cold tone, an ordinary-looking man of about 165 and a bald head wearing a gray uniform walked out. He seemed about 27 or 28, and he was staring at the North Korean forces coldly and with disdain. It's you. Won Myung. Leader. Won Myung. Seeing the man, all the soldiers other than the commanders immediately froze in shock, revealing complicated expressions. Kim Ji-yeon was also frightened that her face turned pale, her voice trembling slightly. Won Myung, weren't you supposed to be dead? How come you're still alive? Kim Ji-yeon, as long as I have not seen you through hell, I will not die. Won Myung was staring at her insidiously, before sweeping a cold and cruel gaze across the soldiers present, declaring, all those who betrayed me shall die as well. Kim Ji-yeon was the favorite woman under Won Myung in the past. However, she had colluded with his subordinates and stabbed him in the back at his moment of need, almost killing him. For some reason he managed to survive the encounter through some miraculous means. He was filled with a hatred towards those who betrayed him, and he crawled back from the depths of his near death to vow vengeance. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with an intense, maniacal light. He suddenly bellowed out with rage and his muscles turned taut. He suddenly grew into a 3 tall monster with veins bulging through his skin, his hands and legs turning into powerful claws, while his visage turned into a green demon with fangs. What was most striking was that on his right hand, there was a faint gold god and devil imprint as well. Apparently, he was one of those chosen to be the gods chosen. The moment he transformed, his body began to emit a terrifying aura, reaching the Type 5 realm. His overwhelming pressure caused helplessness and despair in the hearts of those facing him. The 16 Type 3 experts were also filled with the same sense of fear and despair when faced with that pressure. A Type 3 expert versus a Type 5 expert, it was a difference of 2 tiers. They were basically ants in front of him and could be easily smacked to death. Kim Ji-yeon let out a sharp shriek, everybody! Kill him. It will either be his death or ours. He will not let us off. We have to kill him, only then we can have a chance of survival. Kill? Kill him and we can live. A number of North Korean experts reacted quickly and began to fire at Won Myung. Chapter 953, Killing Won Myung. It's useless, all you traitorous trash, today you shall die. Won Myung revealed a savage smile, as the bullets bounced off his body as though hitting some diamond alloy with loud clanking noises. With a tap of his foot, he directly charged right into the midst of the soldiers, slapping out at the head of a soldier, directly smashing it like an egg as blood and brain matter splattered onto the ground. Haha. Die. All of you. Die. After killing one soldier, he let out an unbridled laughter before continuing his rampage, destroying the heads of various soldiers with casual slaps. He was in no hurry to take out the commanders, instead, slaughtering the ordinary soldiers, intending to savor their despair. Kill. Everybody. Attack. Kill this demon. If we could take him down, then we can kill him now. One particularly handsome man roared out, his eyes flashing with despair, as he shot out 2 beams of ice energy at Won Myung. The 2 beams that could freeze even a tank, came into contact with Won Myung's body. In an instant he seemed to turn into an ice sculpture. Witnessing this, everyone suddenly felt excited. Choi Myung-ho, your ice control isn't too bad. If it were in the past, truly, it would have been a problem for me. However, you're just an ant now. No matter how strong the ant, it's still an ant. Shatter. Following a loud crash, the sculpture broke apart, and Won Myung stepped out, unfazed and demonic, his cold laughter ringing out. He pointed with his index and an ice shard shot out like a bullet, directly piercing through Choi Myung-ho's brain, instantly killing this Type 3 expert. As the blood splattered, there was a look of disbelief on Choi Myung-ho's face, as he slumped lifelessly to the ground. All of a sudden, a dagger-wielding middle-aged man appeared noiselessly behind Won Myung, sending a lethal strike towards his heart. Kim Ho-wai, your assassination skill has improved quite a bit. Still, it's nothing to me. Go to hell. Won Myung did not even turn around as though there were eyes on his back, and he sent a backhand smash towards Kim Ho-Wai's face, directly turning his head into pulp. The headless corpse of Kim Ho-Wai then fell down to the ground miserably. Seeing how Won Myung slaughtered 2 Type 3 experts so easily, the rest of the North Korean soldiers were filled with despair. Choi Myung-ho and Kim Ho-Wai were 2 talented evolvers that had naturally awakened. After killing goodness knows how many zombies and mutant beasts, they had passed the level 80 threshold. In the past they were on par with Won Myung, but now they were crushed like ants. This caused everyone to be filled with despair and fear. This was the might of a Type 5 evolver. In front of one, Type 3 experts were just like ants. Unless there were over hundreds and thousands of Type 3 experts fighting a life-and-death battle with one, relying on their numbers to triumph over one, it was impossible to win otherwise. Won Myung laughed coldly, walking towards the commanders of the North Korean forces slowly. As he walked out, he would slap out casually at the soldiers that got in his way, killing them. With his Type 5 strength, he could definitely slaughter all the commanders within a few breaths. However, he did not do so, instead using his killing intent to pressure them as he walked slowly. Through his murderous and vicious means, the North Korean soldiers had already abandoned their equipment and started to flee. The North Korean soldiers were not powerful nor well-trained soldiers in the first place, crumbling at the first sign of defeat. Those soldiers loyal to Won Myung had already surrounded those fleeing soldiers and were slaughtering them, not leaving a single one alive. One Type 3 expert had eyes filled with tears, his body trembling as he kneeled on the floor. He began to beg, "Won Myung. I was forced to. I swear. I was forced to. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to work for you. Spare my life. Leader. I was forced by this woman. Don't kill me. I know my mistake now. I was wrong." Under the threat of death, the commanders began to get down on their knees, crying and pushing the blame towards Kim Ji-yeon. A bunch of fools. What use is there to beg? Kim Ji-yeon saw this scene with a pale face and laughed out coldly. She knew that with what they had done, Won Myung would not spare them. "Even if you regret now, isn't it too late? Sumi, Sung-yeon, and Mi-suk can never revive. You bastards can go and accompany them in death." Won Myung flashed past and came up to one of the sniveling commanders. There was a savage glint in his eyes as he grabbed out with force, directly tearing the head and spine off from the body. Seeing how cruel and merciless he was, the rest of the commanders let go of any reservations they had and roared out, "Kill! Kill him! Otherwise we'll all die." The rest of the commanders who had got down to beg had desperate expressions as they charged out at Won Myung. Ice shards, fire arrows and gravity skills began to blast at him, as they used their strongest skills, which could cause even a Type 4 expert to fall. "It's useless. It's useless. Ha ha ha." Won Myung laughed out savagely, continuing to flash through the crowd. Each time he slapped out casually, the attacks would amount to nothing, while a traitor's head would explode. He finally went ahead and tore through all of them, coming up in front of Kim Ji-yeon with a bloody visage, speaking in an insidious manner, "Why betray me?" Kim Ji-yeon knew she was about to die and lifted her head to laugh coldly, her eyes filled with a resolute gaze. "Do it. I want you to live with regret and doubt your whole life." A furious scarlet light flashed past Won Myung's eyes as he chuckled. "It's useless, these cheap tricks won't shake my mind. Go to hell, bitch." After that, his fist exploded out mercilessly towards her head. With a loud burst, her brain exploded and the matter and blood splattered everywhere behind, her headless corpse slumped to the floor. After killing her, he gazed at her body, complicated emotions filling up with him. All of a sudden, there was a strong sense of danger, and he twisted his body to the side abruptly. A few electronic beams shot out from afar towards him. Won Myung twisted and dodged, however, he was still struck by 2 of the blasts, suffering 2 grievous wounds. He lifted his head, only to discover Jung holding an electromagnetic cannon in his hand, rushing towards him with a speed of Mach 2, firing at him. Type 5 Divine Warrior. How could humans evolve to such a stage within such a short time? You must also be a god's chosen. Someone with the god and devil imprint. Are you attacking me in order to obtain my god and devil imprint? I'm Won Myung, who are you? There was no doubt that Won Myung had fought long and survived. surmising Yu Zhong's background and intention within just a few clashes. I'm Yu Zhong, that's right, my aim is the God and Devil imprint on your right hand. When Yu Zhong got close enough, he activated his shadow steps, his speed raising to its maximum, revealing multiple afterimages as he appeared noiselessly behind Won Myung and threw a punch enhanced by his dark Do Chi. Yu Zhong's speed had been enhanced countless times, reaching a terrifying stage. That fist was almost like a shooting star. There was no way that Won Myung could dodge that move, as he raised his enhanced, mutated hand to block. Puh. With a loud collision, the demonic Won Myung was sent flying back a few meters. Even his enhanced right hand was destroyed in that clash, as it swung uselessly by his side. After his right arm was destroyed, Won Myung finally revealed some shock and fear. Even after my demonic transformation, he was able to destroy my arm. My body's impervious to bullets. This guy is too dangerous. I'm not his match. I must flee. Having made that judgment, the veins in his legs suddenly turned tense and he kicked out at the ground. His entire body then transformed into a flash that made for the distance. You want to escape? Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he tapped his feet, chasing right after. This time, Yu Zhong's continuous enhancing of his agility showcased fruits. Within 2 breaths he had already caught up, his entire fist enveloped with the devil flames as he punched out viciously as Won Myung's back. The fist tore through Won Myung's body, and the devil flames burst forth to envelop Won Myung. Chapter 954, The Russian Empire's Torrent of Steel. Amidst his miserable screams, Won Myung's entire body turned into a pile of ash, leaving behind only the right arm containing the God and Devil imprint. After transforming into a monster, Won Myung's strength was only at the Type 5 realm. Facing Yu Zhong, who was at the peak of Type 5 realm, there was no way of resisting. Yu Zhong came up to the monstrous right arm and picked it up, his brows furrowing. What's this? It was unlike any other monster limb that he had come across. As for Won Myung's form after transformation, it was also alien to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong looked at the pile of ash and pondered, this fellow has likely gone to another world. Yet how come he doesn't have a God-Devil nucleus? The God-Devil nucleus was a gold nucleus in Yu Zhong's sea of knowledge, and he could sense its power. He could faintly tell that it was the source of his strength, and should it disappear, all his powers would be gone as well. Since he did not understand it, he could only hazard a guess. Maybe he didn't get to the other world through normal means, hence he could not form a God-Devil nucleus. Or maybe he could only reach the Type 5 realm after transforming. He shook his head and threw all thoughts of Won Myung away, before placing the monstrous right arm to his own God and Devil imprint. Instantly, a bright glow radiated and enveloped Won Myung's imprint. In the glow, Won Myung's God and Devil imprint disappeared, swallowed entirely by Yu Zhong's. After Yu Zhong's imprint swallowed Won Myung's, a powerful energy swarmed into his body, directly pouring into his gold nucleus, which absorbed it greedily. A number of profound and mysterious runes appeared on his nucleus, bringing it to a higher state of abstractness and perfection. Having absorbed the energy, the gold nucleus shot out a number of runes that congealed in Yu Zhong's sea of knowledge, forming 3 silverish-white runes. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, 4th Order Radiance of Life Control. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, 4th Order Devil Transformation. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, 4th Order Flight. The moment those 3 runes appeared, the notifications rang out one after another. When Yu Zhong heard those notifications, his eyes flashed with joy. Flight. This is great. With this ability, my survivability has improved again. Flight was a rare skill. When Yu Zhong had initially grown his survivor base to 1 million, he had not even seen one with flight. Its rarity was apparent. He regained his composure and surveyed the surroundings, noting that the soldiers Won Myung brought had already been killed by White Bones. At the time when Yu Zhong made his move, he had already ordered White Bones to attack. With its strength, it was as easy as killing an ant. After that messy conflict, the North Korean forces were only left with a few family members of those commanders. They were all pale, filled with fear as they eyed Yu Zhong, not daring to move. Yu Zhong swept a gaze across those people, summoning Jung Ri-su, go take care of them. If they want to leave, give them 20 days of rations and send them on their way. If they want to stay, make sure they understand the rules here. Jung Risu replied swiftly, understood, uncle. Those family members obviously did not trust Yu Zhong, who was a foreigner, and amongst them many chose to take the rations and leave. However, many others lacked the ability to survive on their own, thus they chose to stay and handed their fates to Yu Zhong. After resting for a while, Yu Zhong led everyone onwards to the border. At the China-Mongolian border, across the vast plains, there were many tanks, IFVs, rocket launchers, cannons, armored vehicles, etc., forming a terrifying torrent of steel, making its way towards Huhat City. The northeastern area of China was scarce of humans, instead infested with zombies. It formed a natural barrier between the two countries. Thus, Russia could only attack through this border. On the plains, within a secret hill, for soldiers dressed in military uniforms looked on at the convoy, their expression ugly. One particular burly man looked through his binoculars, his countenance downcast. It's those fucking Russians. Damn it, they dare to come again. During the Second World War, when the Russians had attacked China, they did everything possible. Many of the older generations actually bore more resentment towards the Russians than the Japanese. This muscular northeastern Han had people in his hometown that had suffered under those Russians back then, thus he was also brought up with the same resentment. One soldier asked worriedly, "Captain, what do we do?" Gong Yang-shing, the burly captain, shot the small soldier a look before turning to another soldier with a radio set. "What to do? Old Black, hurry and inform the higher-ups." Old Black chuckled and reported the intelligence. Gong Yang-shing then took up a heavy rifle and beckoned to the three soldiers. "The three of you disperse first, let me go teach these bastards a lesson, and let them know that our China is not a place where they can come and go as they please. Captain, please take care." The three soldiers left behind words of concern before leaving. They knew that they could not do much if they stayed. Gong Yang-shing waved his hands, "I got it." They then swiftly rode their black-scaled stallions and left. After they had gone, Gong Yang-shing laid prone on the ground, readying his sniper rifle and aimed. 2 minutes passed before he suddenly pulled the trigger and activated his enhanced bullet skill. A bright burst of light shot out towards one of the IFVs, and it exploded with a loud blast, killing some soldiers within and injuring the rest. With that one strike, Gong Yang-shing quickly got to his feet, his expression pale as he rode his mount out into the plains. Although he had such a powerful skill, faced with the massive Russian troops, he would be seeking death if he stayed. The Russians reacted swiftly on their part as well when faced with the sudden assault. The convoy came to a stop as 12 IFVs, 4 tanks, and 200 soldiers quickly combed the area for the enemy. At the same time, the unmanned flying drones in the air flew over. Gong Yang-shing was quickly discovered by the drones. Just one man? These Chinese soldiers are truly gutsy. However, victory belongs to our glorious Russian Empire. Inside the command center, a wizened middle-aged man dressed in military wear held a glass of wine in his hand as he gazed at the displays, sipping his drink and laughing lightly. Another commander, who had short blue hair and was extremely young, frowned and spoke. "Commander Jeef, I feel that we're not prepared for this mission. Our rations and fuel can only last 15 days. Should the battle last beyond that, our forces will be in a perilous position. China has already been unified under Yu Zhong's rule, and they're basically an iron plate now. With our current might, it's truly hard to take them down within 15 days. Fights after the apocalypse had grown incredibly tough. It was because of this that the Kingdom of God, that had managed to amass strength, could still suffer some setbacks against Yu Zhong's forces early on. This time, the Russian Empire had deployed 20,000 elite forces to attack China. It was the limit of their mobile infantry deployment. Due to this, they had only brought along 15 days' worth of rations and fuel. The young lieutenant was thus not confident that their current might could invade China successfully. Jeef smiled mysteriously. "Lieutenant Yevgeny, you're right. If Yu Zhong were still in China, then our forces would definitely not be a match for him." However, he had already been missing for close to a year. The northern area is also fraught with complicated power struggles. No one has hope there, nor is there anyone that could lead their forces. Under such circumstances, if we throw all our forces into the assault, it's not impossible to defeat them. Furthermore, it's not just us eyeing them. We have other allies and reinforcements. Even if Yu Zhong were to make it back, there's no way that he could stand against all of us. Yevgeny frowned and asked, "Reinforcements, you mean the Kingdom of God's forces? Weren't they already defeated by Zhong?" Jeef chuckled, "Lieutenant Yevgeny, this is something you're not required to know. Your current mission is to prepare well and to take down Hot City. Once we have it, China's capital and the Central Plains would be separated. Our mission would be halfway completed by then." Yevgeny replied in a solemn tone, "Yes, General." Chapter 955, Position of Commander. In the capital, within a meeting hall, the commanders of Zhong's northern forces were all gathered. Due to Zhong taking down the capital and moving on to the Second World within a short period of time, most of those in the capital were Zhong's northern subordinates. Guangxi and Hunan, on the other hand, had considerably lesser subordinates. Only a few that had followed Zhong early on had been left there to oversee things. Inside the meeting hall there was Qin Yan, Qin Yao, Ji Qingwu, Li Shimin, Lian Dezhong, Cha Bailai, Huaran, Li Guang, Lai Mingyi, Bai Shaoxing, Yu Wening, as well as many others. Each of them held considerable authority, while their forces had nothing much to do with each other, thus it was hard to command. Ji Qingwu swept a gaze over everybody and spoke solemnly, "I'm sure that everyone knows this by now. Russia has sent out a 20,000-strong force towards Hot City. We have to stop them." Her words had just landed. Lai Mingyi interrupted somewhat rudely, "Wait a minute before the meeting commences, I have some questions. Miss Ji Qingwu, you're the standing commander assigned by leader Zhong, with the authority to call for meetings. However, I feel that with your strength it's not enough." Bai Shaoxing eyed Lai Mingyi coldly, his voice turning incredibly icy. "Lai Mingyi, are you intending to go against leader Zhong's words and betray him?" Lai Mingyi's brows arched as he turned to look at everybody. "Of course not. However, I feel that we shouldn't be commanded by a lady. Haven't we had enough of problems caused by women throughout history? Jiangxi, Empress Dowager Cixi, Empress Lu, it was because of these women that past dynasties had fallen. I just don't want to see leader Zhong's hard work wrecked at the hands of a woman when he gets back. What do you guys think?" Hearing his words, everyone maintained silent, their eyes flashing with strange glints. Within this meeting there were more men than women. When Zhong had left and appointed Ji Qingwu as his substitute, many were not happy with the decision inwardly. Lian Dezhong, Cha Bailai, Huaran, Li Guang, Lai Mingyi, Yu Wening, these prideful men were dissatisfied with Ji Qingwu holding the reins. If it was not for Zhong appearing in the evolving temple through his hologram every once in a while, and notified everyone of his status, these prideful riders would have long since staged an uprising to chase Ji Qingwu away. Ji Qingwu glanced at these men and could not help but frown as well. In her position it had truly been difficult. In Hunan, Guangxi and Mongolia, Ji Qingwu had the most support in Hunan and Mongolia because she had followed Zhong all the way in growing and expanding his power. However, in Guangxi it was a lot lesser. Instead, Qin Yao was more popular. Under such circumstances, it had been difficult for her to carry out instructions to grow and expand Zhong's faction during his absence. When she had taken over the reins, she had felt his headache and stress for the first time. Especially since she did not have his outlook, it was harder to command his forces. At this time, Qin Yao piped in directly, "Lai Mingyi, Ji Qingwu's position had been assigned by Zhong. During this year she had grown our faction considerably. Everyone had seen this for themselves. On what grounds do you have to accuse her of insufficient ability?" Lai Mingyi's face remained unchanged. Miss Ji Qingwu truly had performed exceptionally this year. "I'm not questioning that. However, this is with regards to governance. In terms of war, our expansion had truly been small. Furthermore, she had not led any large armies before. Thus, the upcoming battle between the two countries should not be left to her. It's not right." In the year of Zhong's absence, Ji Qingwu had focused all her attention on the internal aspects, expanding capabilities and manufacturing. They had also managed to wipe out over 4 million zombies. This was also due to the difference in their mindset. Zhong liked to take risks, charging on the front lines, storming new grounds and expanding his power. Whereas Ji Qingwu was more introverted, preferring to stabilize the foundations from within. She continued to firm up the government and restarted industrialism, improving the lives of the commoners. However, the reclamation of land was not as rapid as Zhong's. Hearing his words, many of the commanders kept silent. They were not able to put their lives under the authority of a lady on the battlefield. Ji Qingwu's brows furrowed as she asked, "Since it's like this, Lai Mingyi, who do you think should command the upcoming battle?" Lai Mingyi laughed out confidently, "It should be me, of course. I have the experience. Our 2nd Regiment has outstanding achievements, following leader through the countless battles from south to north. We had established much and been through much. As the commander of the 2nd Regiment, I would definitely have no problems leading the battle to come." This time, China's opponent was the Russian army. If one could take the command and lead the army to victory, they would receive accolades and merits of the highest order. It was the dream of any commander. Lai Mingyi was naturally not willing to give it up. Li Guang could not help himself as well. "No. In terms of achievements, it should be our 1st Regiment. We had been loyal from day one and been through more than your 2nd Regiment. As the commander of the 1st Regiment, it should be me to command the troops." Leading an entire country's forces, facing the forces of another country, it was truly an honor to behold. Li Guang would not let it pass to someone else, even if it was a friendly force. Seeing how they both would not let up, Hua Ran's eyes flashed with envy. He was the commander of the 3rd Regiment, but due to his past, he knew he had no right in contending for the main commander position. As long as Yu Zhong was not dead, he would have no chance. By now, the 3rd Regiment was already integrated with the main forces and had slowly grown more important. However, if they were to rebel, their forces would still be wiped out without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the hall, "I shall assume the position of commander." Translator's thoughts. Translation_nation. Releases per week at 11 thanks to Patreon support. Release schedule as follows. Monday through Wednesday, 10 p.m. GMT plus 8. Thursday through Sunday, 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. GMT plus 8. Show your support. 1. Rate the translation quality. 2. Vote with Power Stones. 3. Patreon.com/Kuan. 4. Kunlong. Bandcamp.com. V. Instagram.com/Chaikunlong. 6. https://discord. gg/hr9ap. Chapter 956. The Battle at Huhat City. "Who is it?" Lai Mingyi was slightly irritated at being interrupted, and snapped towards the direction of the voice. However, when the figure came into clear view, he could not help but tremble. "Leader, you're back." After they had left the small town, Yu Zhong had arranged for the people in his party to be hidden within a small hill, leaving behind white bones to protect them, while he swiftly flew over back into the capital. With the appearance of the flesh-eaters and vampires, the ascent of the Sea clan, the strange movements of the zombies, everything was forcing Yu Zhong to be on his toes. He felt a strong sense of danger. When they saw it was Yu Zhong, everyone got to their feet at once. "Leader." Yu Zhong came to the main seat, turning to Ji Qingwu and spoke gently, "It's been hard on you." Yu Zhong was clear that when he had left, Ji Qingwu's presence was definitely not enough, and she would face tremendous difficulties in handling the 5 factions under him. When she heard Yu Zhong's sincere words, it felt like all the exhaustion and pressure was worth it. She broke out into a dazzling smile, "As long as you're back." After that, she stood to the side and sat down. Yu Zhong assumed his position at the head of the meeting, surveying the meeting room full of the subordinates that had followed him, and could not help but sigh. In truth, he had already reached earlier, and was observing everyone's reactions in the dark, and saw what he would not be able to see if he was in the limelight. Although those who stood out earlier were definitely loyal to him on the surface, there was no doubt that they had their own aspirations. It was not something strange after all, they were human, not puppets. "I finally understood why those emperors of the past would clean their courts whenever they start up a new dynasty." When Yu Zhong was around, he could naturally instill fear and control his subordinates. However, when he was not around, no one else could rein them in. When those prideful ones that had stood out were swept by his gaze, their hearts could not help but tighten with a little fear. Hua Ran eyed Yu Zhong, and with his beastly instincts, he could tell that Yu Zhong was now harboring a dangerous aura even much more than before. His ambitions were repressed even further. He's now much more powerful than before. "I've been killing so many evolved zombies and mutant beasts this past year, yet how come I can't keep up with him? How did he evolve?" At this time, a soldier suddenly came to the door, reporting, "Leader, there's an urgent update from the front lines." Jung replied, "Come in." The soldier quickly rushed in and handed some documents to Jung. Jung took a look at the stack of papers and his frown became deeper. India, Vietnam, Hubei, Guizhou as well as Russia. 5 different armies attacking from 5 different directions. The Kingdom of God has truly deployed all they have this time. This time the Kingdom of God was determined to take down the capital of China, thus sending out most of their pawns. A strong, unified China was obviously something the Kingdom of God could not tolerate. Under the pressure of survival and vengeance, they had declared war on China. At the same time, they had ordered for their forces around China to act at the same time. Other than the direction of Vietnam, the rest of the 4 armies were already invading into China. Even if China were to utilize a nuclear bomb to wipe them out, it would affect their own backyard. Zhong scanned the documents and spoke, "Open up your computers." Everyone immediately turned their computers on, only to discover the urgent report that the soldier had brought back displayed in front of them. 5 armies. Seeing this report, everyone's countenances turned ugly. With Zhong's current military might, there were about 100,000 elite soldiers. Of them, 20,000 had to maintain security and order within the cities, preventing the uprising of any ambitious people. The numbers that could truly be deployed numbered only 80,000. Of the 80,000, there were 25,000 over at Guangxi, 10,000 at Hunan, 45,000 in the capital. There was no particular advantage in the distribution of the forces. If Zhong were not around the moment the 5 armies attacked, under the problem of a fractured command, it would be tough to face the invasion. Even now it was still difficult. After all, there was no concrete numbers of the enemies right now or their equipment. After the world changed, there were zombies, mutant beasts and other various forms of obstacles. It became a problem for the subordinates under him to communicate or travel to and fro. Lai Mingyi took the first stand to proclaim his loyalty. "Leader, our 2nd Regiment is willing to take the vanguard position to wipe out all your enemies." When he thought of his earlier position on trying to make things difficult for Ji Qingwu, he was naturally flustered. Li Guang also stood up and spoke loudly, "Our 1st Regiment is willing to be the vanguard to wipe out those damn Russians." The atmosphere immediately became lively with the various subordinates stepping forward to volunteer. Of the various forces he had, even Hua Ran had racked up merits from contributing so much, Zhong could not touch him easily. It was natural for everyone to volunteer after the ugly episode earlier, in order to make up for their behavior. Zhong saw them scrambling to lead the fight, and his eyes flashed with appreciation. Very good. With such an attitude, the forces would be motivated to fight. If his generals were those only new to play games, fool around with women, and partake in luxury, it would be hard for them to lead their troops. Over at Huhat City, there were already various simple fortifications done up, as various Chinese soldiers took up their positions and weapons, standing guard. One commander then let out a low howl like a beast, "They're here." From afar, tanks, IFVs, cannons, rocket launchers and a whole wave of steel appeared on the horizon. Honk, honk, honk. When the enemy appeared, the Russian forces began to fire towards the defenses of the Chinese troops. As the mighty rain of metal came pouring down, the structures were blasted apart, together with the soldiers within. The explosions rang out continuously, raining hell upon the soldiers at the front lines, and the earth quaked beneath them. After the volley of fire, a number of red arrows appeared, launching another round of missiles, causing a sea of flames to erupt all over the Chinese defense lines. Although this Russian army had 20,000 soldiers, and their fuels and rations limited, they had brought a large amount of ammunition and firepower. They intended to crush the enemy by force. Once they succeed, they would be able to gain the rich resources of China. However, it was a huge risk as well. Should they fail, they would have lost a huge part of their reserves. Scatter. After about 80 soldiers died, the frontline commander gave the order to retreat unwillingly, and they were forced to abandon their posts. If they continued to stay stubbornly, the firepower of the Russian forces would be able to consume everything. Seeing the frontline soldiers retreating, the Russian forces then sent out 3 infantry battalions as well as 2 armored battalions to charge into Huhat City. The various Russian soldiers followed behind the tanks, launching a fierce assault on Huhat City. Their main objective was to occupy the city, and not use their firepower to crush everything. Furthermore, although they had brought a large amount of ammunition, it was hard for them to gain any more logistics from within their country. In order to prepare for a retaliation, they could only send their troopers over. Inside the command vehicle, Jeef spoke out in regret. A pity, the situation within the country prevents us from utilizing more of our weapons, otherwise the chances of victory would be increased by another 30%. If they could utilize more of their heavy weapons, it would make occupying Huhat City so much easier. The 5 battalions of the Russian forces charged ahead like a sharp sword, breaking through the various defenses, and invaded Huhat City easily. Jeef watched all these with a hint of appreciation and smiled. Seems like we will be drinking vodka this time tomorrow within the city. At the moment he was gloating, an immense floating fortress suddenly appeared on one of the monitors, causing his face to turn pale. What? What is that? The Russian forces eyed the floating fortress, their eyes filled with shock. Jeef quickly spied the multiple cannons on the floating fortress through his various drones, and he screamed out somewhat in despair, "Damn Germans! They actually withheld this piece of information. Convey my orders. Utilize all we have, we must bring that thing down." This time the Russians had brought out a lot of their firepower, with over 130 assault helicopters. At the same time, there was the support of 36 Thunder fighters from the Kingdom of God. Under Jeef's orders, the various aircraft quickly soared and made for the sky fortress. Chapter 957. The Russian Army Surrenders. Other than the 166 assault helicopters on the ground, there were another 140-odd machine gun-mounted vehicles as well as rocket launchers. The anti-air missile launchers also moved out, firing out madly at the sky fortress in the air. When the assault helicopters flew, their weapons fired off as well, aiming right for the fortress in the air. At that instant, the sky fortress also fired out with countless guided missiles, every single round of theirs hitting the projectiles fired at them, causing them to explode. However, the bullets and some cannons managed to get past, which slammed into the sky fortress, causing parts of the hull to fall off. Many cannons were also damaged, their alloy parts breaking off. The captain of the sky fortress, Chen Yen, let out an excited roar, "Damn bastards, go to hell! Attack!" The massive sky fortress had suffered a round of attacks, when the automatic weapons began to deploy under the control of Bai Yi, firing at the enemies in the air. Pong, pong, pong. Enveloped by the countless projectiles, the assault helicopters were punctured full of holes, exploding in powerful fireworks, before descending towards the ground in balls of flame. The sky fortress was a technologically advanced weapon, way ahead of current technology. Combined with the capabilities of Bai Yi, it was practically invincible in its ability to cause damage. At the same time, a number of laser guns deployed out and beams shot out like knives. The white laser beams found their targets below accurately, slicing through the various guided missile launchers, causing them to burst into flames. Another volley of anti-air rockets also shot out from the sky fortress, targeting those assault helicopters still left over. Other than those pilots who managed to evade those missiles with their superb piloting skills, the remaining ones were all shot down, exploding in a magnificent display of fireworks. In the sky, the various assault helicopters exploded one after another, falling down like rain before crashing into the ground. Seeing such a devastating scene, the Russian soldiers watched with pale expressions, their eyes filled with despair. Once the air was controlled by the Chinese forces, it would spell the end for the Russian forces. Jeef ordered out with an ugly countenance, "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" As his order passed, those armored vehicles that had yet to enter the fray quickly fell back. Meanwhile, the foot troops that entered Huhat City also tried frantically to retreat. Pong, pong, pong. Right at this time, the Chinese artillery hiding within cover began their counterattack, firing their heavy cannons at the retreating Russian soldiers, cutting off their retreat, and blowing a huge number of them into pieces. The various tanks were also either destroyed or partially torn apart under the rain of Armageddon. The Chinese soldiers that had not made their move also poured out like a flood, wielding advanced laser weapons as they fired at the Russian forces. The laser beams tore through the armored vehicles' IFVs, destroying them as well as the soldiers within. When the Russian soldiers received the order to retreat, many lost their combat while trying to flee. Thus, no one thought to fight back as they were hunted down by the Chinese forces. As the main Russian forces were retreating, the sky fortress opened up their flaps, releasing assault helicopters that flew down and chased after them. The normal assault helicopters might not be able to compare to the Thunder fighters in terms of flight capabilities and firepower, but could still deal damage in the chase. The 24 of them chased after the retreating Russian forces, their machine guns roared out mercilessly, pumping holes into the various armored vehicles below. Their bullets also tore through the Russian soldiers, raining hell upon them. The anti-air forces of the Russian side had been annihilated by Bai at the first instance. Thus, all that remained could only attempt using their machine guns to fire at the Sky Fortress and assault helicopters in weak attempts. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were culled like weeds being mowed down, dying miserably. In the air, the thrusters of the Sky Fortress roared to live, pushing its speed to fly above the retreating Russian forces. Machine guns and other weapons then extended out of flaps, releasing another bout of bullets down below, causing more carnage. The dying screams of the Russian soldiers rang throughout the battlefield. Jif watched in horror as his subordinates were culled down, his eyes turning red in grief as he roared out in fury, "Retreat in any manner you can. Disperse. Damn Germans. They lied. They lied to us, those damn bastards." The Kingdom of God had pushed for the newly established Russian Empire to attack China, not only providing resources but valuable intelligence as well. However, inside the reports they gave, there was no indication of the presence of this terrifying Sky Fortress. Had the Russian Empire known about the Sky Fortress that could rival a Type 5 mutant beast in destruction, they would have made more preparations. At the very least, they would not be beaten back so pitifully, nor throw their forces in such an attempt. Under Jif's orders, the soldiers separated into two forces, trying their best to break out of the nightmare. At this time, on the vast plains, a force of 3,000 riders on black stallions and equipped with laser guns came chasing over. It was the 1st Regiment 3rd Brigade, meant to cut off the retreat of the Russian forces. The Sky Fortress continued to fire out laser beams, tearing through the tanks of the Russian forces, turning them into a heap of useless metal. One intelligence officer turned to Jif in anxiety, "General, what do we do now?" Currently, the Russian forces were being cut down incessantly. At every second there would be tanks destroyed as well as soldiers being killed. The entire Russian force was on the brink of annihilation, and they required Jif to make a decision. Jif ordered through gritted teeth, "Surrender." Receiving Jif's orders, white flags were raised in the air. All the Russian soldiers heaved a sigh of relief as they laid their weapons in trepidation, their hands hugging their heads, and kneeled. Within the Sky Fortress, Qin Yin saw the Russian soldiers surrender, and he heaved a sigh of relief as well, celebrating inwardly, these bunch of Russians finally surrendered. They were generally considered to be tough opponents due to their tenacious nature. Before the apocalypse, their technology was way ahead of China. After the apocalypse, a leader came out much later than Jung. They had not obtained any advanced technology. At the same time, they were suppressed by the super-intelligent evolved zombies within the country, unable to expand. In terms of strength, they were definitely not a match for China. Furthermore, they had sent out a desperate expeditionary force, while fighting on China's land. The terrain advantage was not on their side, thus they had lost badly. Within the command center in Huhat City, Ji Qingwu relaxed after seeing the Russian forces surrender. However, her pretty brows furrowed once again. The Russians were easy to deal with, but I wonder about the other areas. In order to deal with Russia, Jung had sent out one of his trump cards, the Sky Fortress, as well as 10 assault helicopters. The other battlefields did not have the luxury of the Sky Fortress. Thus, Ji Qingwu was extremely worried about the other battlefields. At the Vietnam battlefield, in front of Tang Nguyen, Yao Lihua, the leader of the VPDC, was trying to motivate his subordinates, "Kill. Kill them all. Kill those who dare invade us. We must gain back our countries. For our country, our people, our future, we must definitely win this fight. Exterminate them. Annihilate the invaders." Under Yao Lihua's words, the VPDC forces were all pumped up, and let out excited roars. Initially, the VPDC had lacked clothes and rations. Their considerably lesser numbers were supported by the Kingdom of God, and every one of them was wielding rifles with resolute gazes in their eyes. The VPDC managed to gain the support of the Kingdom of God and conquered a few cities of Vietnam. Thus, they rescued many survivors as well. Their numbers currently numbered about 300,000, while their soldiers were about 40,000. It was with such numbers that Yao Lihua finally had the guts to challenge Yu Zhong. Attack! Destroy these damn invaders. With his speech, 4 infantry battalions that had undergone training from the Kingdom of God started to charge towards Taiyuan. Soon, the 4 infantry battalions came to clashes with the Chinese soldiers stationed within. Chapter 958, Defeating the Heaven Sect. Damn dogs. You guys finally can't hold on? Go to hell. Within Taiyuan, Gan Tao was firing at the swarming Vietnamese soldiers, his eyes filled with joy and excitement. He was wielding only an assault rifle, walking through the battlefield like a death god, accurately taking headshots out of the incoming soldiers. Gan Tao's brother and comrades had all perished at the hands of the Vietnamese, thus he was filled with a deep hatred for them. Due to the stop in fighting between both countries, he had vented his frustration and killing intent on mutant beasts and zombies, fighting crazily on the front lines, thus his combat abilities rose quickly. Combing with the support of the evolving liquid, he had already become a Type 3 expert. After he joined the fray, the experts of the VPDC also joined, clashing with him. The battle reached a stalemate with both sides suffering casualties, and at every inch of the battlefield, there was no sign of advance of either party. After VPDC had gained the support of the Kingdom of God, their equipment and training had been heightened. Without the support of the Sky Fortress, Yu Zhong's forces in Vietnam was thus in a tough battle. However, under the control of Ming Jiajia, Taiyuan City was impregnable and full of military forts. The advance of the VPDC was thus hindered, as they tried their hardest to take out the defenses one by one. On a highway from Hubei leading towards the capital, a convoy of machine gun vehicles, IFVs, and cannon launchers were moving at high speeds. Together with some fuel trucks and resource carriers behind, the entire fleet stretched for about a few kilometers. Inside a long, luxurious Rolls-Royce vehicle, a middle-aged man with a medium-built, nose with rosacea and pimpled face was currently enjoying himself with 4 beauties. Another younger man, dressed like a hooligan with blonde, spiky hair, spoke out with doubt. "Boss, are we really going to attack Yu Zhong? He was the conqueror of the capital after all, not some riffraff." The middle-aged man was called Li Tianming, the current sect leader of the Heaven Sect in Hubei. His subordinate, the hooligan, was called Zhang Zizhen, one of the higher-ups within the sect, and a trusted aide of Li Tianming. Li Tianming laughed out loud, speaking dismissively, "Zizhen, don't worry. Yu Zhong disappeared for a year already. This time, 5 armies are attacking his faction. Furthermore, the Russians have the most lethal weapons. They will definitely focus on that side. Once both sides have suffered great losses, our 20,000-strong army will take the chance to conquer the capital. By that time, the whole of China will be our playground." Ha ha ha. Li Tianming threw a bottle of wine over to Zhang Zizhen, laughing, "Come, drink up. With our current speed, it would take about 10 days to reach the capital. By that time there should be a victor. If the Russians won, we will take the chance to stab Yu Zhong in the back. If Yu Zhong's forces won, they should have suffered as well. We can then fight them or negotiate. We can choose to invade or retreat, there would not be any problems." Li Tianming never had the intention to contend with Yu Zhong's forces. Instead, he wanted to play the fisherman waiting for his chance. With his forces, it was possible to reach the capital within a single day. However, they chose to proceed slowly. As long as Li Tianming's forces took their time, it would pose a pressure on Yu Zhong's forces. Thus, Li Tianming only intended to draw out the forces, not fighting to the death with them. Zhang Zizhen took the bottle, his heart relaxing slightly as he hurried to fawn, "Boss is wise." Haha. Li Tianming laughed out happily before running his hands all over the beauties beside him, trying to kiss them. He was extremely unbridled and lewd, without any air of a commander at all. Right at this time, a thunder fighter flew overhead, and the flaps opened before Yu Zhong leaped down. The moment he jumped out, he activated his 4th order flight ability. Air began to surround him, and he seemed to merge with the sky. As long as he willed it, the air would push him towards the direction he desired. He was as free as the birds. As he soared about for a while, he was extremely moved in his heart. "I can finally fly." Flying freely in the sky had always been a dream of humankind. It was because of it that airplanes were invented. However, it was still impossible to fly without the use of some sort of mechanism or equipment. Currently, Jung was flying with his own strength, and it was enough to cause him to be overjoyed. He quickly regained his calm and caught sight of the convoy below him. Eyeing the luxurious Rolls-Royce, "These fellows are truly taking their time, causing me to wait for so long. That vehicle is pretty eye-catching, saves me the trouble of finding my target then." Those who obtained some lucky windfall would usually flaunt their wealth, afraid that everyone else did not know about their status and wealth. In the apocalypse, many leaders had also come by their wealth accidentally and would start to lead degenerate lifestyles. With a thought, Jung shot downwards in a beam of light. The fourth order flight ability was reliant on Jung's own constitution for its speed. With his peak Type 5 physiques, pushing the flight ability, he could reach speeds of Mach 2 as well. In just 2 seconds he had crossed the 600 m distance, directly landing on the top of the Rolls-Royce. He then grabbed out with his might and tore off the roof in two, throwing the halves away casually. Li Tianming was also an expert that had crawled through his fair share of zombies and mutant beasts. The moment the roof was torn off, his face changed and he quickly tossed 2 of the women in his embrace at Jung, while roaring out, "Enemy attack!" Jung stretched out and casually negated the force from Li Tianming's throw, before casually pushing the 2 ladies to one side. Zhang Zizhen's eyes turned bloodshot as he howled and activated his third-order werewolf transformation, turning into a 3 m tall werewolf with rippling muscles and a ferocious glint in his eyes. The moment he finished transforming, he directly pounced towards Jung, reaching out with his claws that could tear through tanks. Zhang Zizhen had also come across a few miraculous encounters, obtaining such an ability after countless slaughter. The moment he transformed, he could even block heavy-caliber bullets, his speed reaching the sound barrier and his strength immense. Among other Type 3 experts, he was hard to deal with, and many experts had fallen at his hands. Jung swept a bored glance at the vicious attack of Zhang Zizhen, and slapped out casually, his palms smacking against his forehead, directly knocking him out and sending a Type 3 puppet rune into his forehead. Li Tianming saw how easily Jung subdued Zhang Zizhen, and his face fell as he exclaimed, "Brother! Who are you? I, Li Tianming, haven't offended you, have I? I'm Jung." His words had just fallen when the next instant, he disappeared from his position. Fast. Li Tianming felt a sense of danger arise, and he quickly tried to activate his life-saving treasure, as a bright green light radiated from him, turning into a protection. At that instant, Jung appeared right behind him and slapped out at the green shield. With a loud crack, the green shield that could defend against even rockets shattered, while Jung's palm continued towards Li Tianming's forehead, and sent him unconscious. How is this possible? How could there be such a strong person on this earth? At that moment before he blacked out, this last thought flashed past Li Tianming's mind. He was also a super evolver at the peak of the Type 3 realm. However, he had never seen someone able to destroy his green shield with a single smack. This exceeded his imagination. A Type 5 expert was basically unrivaled on Earth. Only Type 4 and Type 5 mutant beasts could possibly injure or kill one. A Type 3 expert was unable to last even a single move against Jung. After Li Tianming fainted, Jung swiftly sent another Type 3 puppet rune into his head. Seeing how Jung took care of the top 2 experts of the Heaven Sect, the girls in the car all revealed expressions of fear, unsure how Jung would deal with them. The puppet rune-controlled Zhang Zizhen came up to Jung and saluted respectfully. "Zhang Zizhen greets Master." Jung asked, "Zhang Zizhen, take me to the leader of this convoy." Jung had intended to take out the leader of the Hubei forces, and crush this motley crew. Zhang Zizhen pointed at the fainted Li Tianming and spoke, "Master, that is the leader of the Hubei forces, Li Tianming." Li Tianming roused from his unconscious state and also came up to Jung, greeting, "Li Tianming greets Master." Chapter 959, Catastrophe. I actually managed to catch the leader, what luck. Jung looked at Li Tianming and chuckled lightly. He originally intended to use his overwhelming strength to steamroll, turning all the commanders into puppets. After all, at least one would know where the leader was. After Jung became a peak Type 5 expert, he had the strength and confidence to take the head of the leader of a 10,000 army. If it had been when he was at Type 3 without any preparations, he could possibly send himself on a suicide mission. Right at this time, there were enraged shouts from outside. The person inside. Listen up. You've been surrounded. Surrender immediately with your hands above your head and kneel. Otherwise we'll open fire. Jung looked outside, noting that the Rolls-Royce was already surrounded by a dozen IFVs, tanks and many soldiers. He chuckled and swept Li Tianming a look. Li Tianming nodded and stepped forward. All of you stand down, this is an important guest of our Heaven Sect. Luogan, dismiss your men, otherwise they will be dealt with according to the rules. Li Tianming was, after all, a peak existence within the Heaven Sect, and his words were worth its weight. Under his orders, the soldiers all exchanged looks before retreating helplessly. Right at this time, there was a strangled voice of a person with broken Chinese. No retreat. No retreat. Your sect master under control. No retreat. Kill. Save your sect master. The foreigner outside using broken Chinese was precisely an envoy sent by the Kingdom of God to help train the soldiers of Heaven Sect. After the countless setbacks facing Jung, the Kingdom of God had changed their direction. Instead of sending elites, they made use of their forces to train their vassal forces and split up their attacks so as to cause problems for Jung. Li Tianming laughed savagely before ordering cruelly, "Convey my orders, kill those white pigs. Leave not a single one alive." Yes. All the subjects knew that Li Tianming only intended to make use of the Kingdom of God. After things were done, they would fall out with them. The moment they received his order, many of the subordinates immediately opened fire on the officers from the Kingdom of God. Following the sounds of gunfire, many of the personnel sent by the Kingdom of God were laying in pools of blood. Damn it. Li Tianming. You will pay for your actions today. Our Kingdom of God would definitely not let you off. As the men from the Kingdom of God were being killed, one of them activated his own ability, transforming into a huge werewolf. He let out an enraged howl before flashing away, killing the Heaven Sect members around him, and fled towards the distance. After he transformed, he was at the peak of the Type 3 realm, and no ordinary human could stop his advance. Soon he managed to slaughter a path for himself. As he reached 100 meters away, Jung flipped his hand casually, and the electromagnetic cannon appeared. He took aim before firing coldly. A bright beam burst out and shot through the head of the werewolf, blasting it apart. After seeing how such a powerful entity was taken out in one shot by Jung, the Heaven Sect members all stared at him with fear and wariness. Li Tianming ordered out, "Convey my orders. We shall take a rest here. Once there's a result of the clash between Jung's forces and the Russians, we will make our move then." Many of the commanders within the Heaven Sect had their doubts towards the assault on the capital. After hearing the new command, many of them heaved a sigh of relief and stopped. If the top brass was corrupt, the bottom would not be clean either. Since Li Tianming brought his women during his expeditions, his subordinates were the same, indulging in their own pleasures. Soon the 20,000-strong troop came to a stop by the road. After passing the order, the sounds of laughter and pleasure rang out from the various tents. Zhang Zizhen came to a tent and told the people inside having fun, "The sect master has orders for your guys to head to the command center." One drunk commander asked, albeit with some dissatisfaction, "Old Zhang, what does the sect master need us for?" Asking for us at this time? These subordinates were naturally unhappy when they were interrupted in the middle of their fun. Zhang Zizhen frowned and spoke coldly, "The sect master's ways are mysterious and he has his intentions. Go make your preparations and head over quickly." After that, he turned to leave and head for another tent. Another commander who had too much to drink could not bear it and curse, "Humph! What mysterious ways! That bootlicking asshole! If it wasn't for sect master's support, that fellow isn't worth shit. Every day hanging around the sect master, what an eyesore." His friend stood up, "Forget it, old Wang. Enough, otherwise if sect master heard you, we'll be in trouble. Let's go." Under curses and mutterings, the various subordinates came out from their tents and headed for the command center. The moment old Wang entered the center, before he could react, he felt a pain at the back of his head and fell unconscious. Zhong stood at the side and waved his hand, sending a puppet rune into old Wang's head, turning him into a puppet. The stream of commanders entered the command center, only to be turned into puppets by Jung. Once all of them were turned into puppets, Jung then used his flight ability to leave this Hubei force, heading up towards the Thunder Fighter waiting in the air, before making for the distance. At the border of Guizhou and Guangxi, there was a troop of over 20,000 people seated in tanks, IFVs, armored vehicles, etc., headed for the direction of Guangxi. This army of 20,000 men was vastly different from the Heaven Sect. Among them there were 1,000 of them who were pure Aryan Germans. Other than that, there were another 5,000 Chinese who had undergone the Kingdom of God training from a very early stage. After 2 years of intensive training, these 5,000 Chinese were all elite soldiers and the pillar of this particular force. The remaining 14,000 were all elites that had been trained up in this past year, and their combat strength was not too far off from the main 5,000. This particular force was one of the trump cards of the Kingdom of God. Their speed was extremely fast, their objective the heavy industrialization capital Yen City of Guangxi. At this time, Yen City was already the second largest industrialized city, producing all sorts of ammunition for the various troops. The ushering of the new age weapons like the laser guns and cannons, ray guns, electromagnetic cannons as well as research into enhanced armor had also started here. This was because most of the brilliant scientists from Japan had been brought over here by Jung. With their help, they had quickly produced a few different advanced weaponry. There were already 2 research centers in China, one in the capital, the other in Guangxi. The capital relied on the various forerunners among the civilians and survivors to head, while Guangxi relied on the influx of scientists brought by Jung at an early stage, thus forming the 2 centers. At the start of the apocalypse, scientists and researchers were of not much use. They were weak and could not fight the zombies, thus their value was lower than that of farmers and manual laborers. However, once society settled down, their value outstripped those farmers. The Kingdom of God intended to destroy the research center of Guangxi. As long as they could impede the expansion of China, their objective would be met. Compared to the lazy Heaven Sect, this expedition force from Guizhou was extremely vigilant throughout the journey. A number of sentry and recon teams set out in all directions, constantly monitoring for enemies, while unmanned drones flew in the air, keep watch over the skies. Inside one of the command vehicles, a blond middle-aged man was staring at the displays with a stern expression. This stern-looking man was General Randy, the leader of the current expedition force. He was a lieutenant colonel before the apocalypse and had gone through rigorous military training before. After the apocalypse happened, he worked hard for the Kingdom of God, contributing a lot, and became a well-respected general. Zombie Horde. A huge zombie horde had been discovered in front. All of a sudden, there was a scream from the recon team ahead, ringing through the communication systems. Randy's face changed as he ordered swiftly, "Zombie horde?" Switch to the displays of the KF-43 team now. The images on the display quickly switched, revealing a horrific scene. Right in front of this expedition force, there was a sea of zombies surging toward them. At one glance, there seemed to be no end to their numbers. What was even more terrifying was above the horde, there were other wing-type evolved zombies. These aerial monsters were currently flying towards the unmanned drones. Chapter 960, Obliteration. On the various displays, the last images were the sight of those winged evolved zombies pouncing onto them before the feed got cut off. The hearts of the various commanders sank. They were very clear that their unmanned drones were already destroyed. Randy swiftly made the decision and passed the order, "Notify the entire army, retreat immediately. 1st Regiment cover our flanks." There were over 20,000 armored troops under Randy, and their equipment was decent. They had ample ammunition as well on top of their tanks and vehicles. If they were up against any zombies at the early onset of the apocalypse, they would definitely be able to wipe out 1,000,000 zombies with ease. However, after 2 years of evolution, the zombies had become even more monstrous, developing into various frightening creatures. If these 20,000 soldiers were to face against 1,000,000 zombies in a frontal clash, the only result would be their deaths after merely wiping out a few tens of thousands of zombies. Under Randy's orders, the armored troops quickly turned around and went back the direction they came from. The back. There are zombies at the back. There are so many of them. Just as they retreated, the recon teams behind reported a spine-chilling fact. At the same time, the unmanned drones behind also discovered another dense horde of zombies behind surging towards them. Sha. 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 Barely seconds after displaying those images, the unmanned drones were immediately destroyed by the aerial evolved zombies, leaving behind static images on the display. By this time Randy was pale and he could not help but curse, "Shit. Those zombies have become crafty. Fuck." In the past they were assumed to be stupid and brainless. Even a simple trap could hold back many ordinary zombies. In these 2 years, Randy had made use of his forces to wipe out over millions of zombies. Even the Z2S and Z3S were merely fools to him. He had never placed them high on his priority list. To think that these brainless monsters were able to rout his forces today, causing him to be furious and at the same time filled with despair. Once they were surrounded, these 20,000 elites would become food for the zombies. At this time an intelligence officer piped in, "General, headquarters wants to speak to you." "Receive it." Randy's face turned dark as he muttered, "Those fat fucks, are they trying to pick a fight with me now? What the fuck are their intelligence units doing? How come they didn't see so many zombies? Or are the satellites already useless? Shit." As he was cursing, one of the displays brightened, revealing a wizened old man in military wear, exuding a strict military charm. The moment Randy saw this old man, his face turned serious. "General." This old man in front of him was one of the upper echelons of the Kingdom of God, Judel. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been a major general of the German forces. After the apocalypse, he had commanded the Kingdom of God's forces to wipe out countless zombies and enemy factions. His prestige within the army was incredibly high. The apostles were all special and talented individuals, powerful evolvers that were revered among the ordinary people of the Kingdom of God. However, they had no experience nor talent in command. After all, they were focused on their individual strength. Thus, in terms of military matters, the authority still laid with those from a military background. Judel's face was exhausted as he spoke. "Randy, the elders have given their orders. Call back the troops and bring our Aryan boys back to India." When Randy heard this, he exclaimed in spite of himself, "What? Sir, do you know what you're asking? If we were to retreat now, our 15th Battalion in Asia would perish at the hands of those zombies. 20,000 outstanding soldiers would be sacrificed because of this decision." Judel snapped coldly, "I know that it's hard for you to accept this decision. Look around you. You're already surrounded by countless zombies. If you fight on, your entire army will be wiped out. Our Aryan boys cannot be lost out there. Bring them home. As for the 15th Battalion, they're just a bunch of Chinese people. If they die, so be it. We saved them and groomed them. It's time for them to use their lives to repay our efforts." In Judel's eyes, the 15th Battalion was collateral that could be sacrificed for the sake of the pure-blooded Aryan soldiers. In fact, to the Kingdom of God, the Aryans were the superior race. Everyone else was of a lower status and tools to be used. Within their forces, all the commanders were Aryans, while only the lower-ranking officers consisted of other races. It was also not as easy for these people to rise in rank. Most of the upper management in Taiwanese companies were comprised of Taiwanese people. Even Japanese MNCs had their own people installed in the upper echelons. Such treatment was common everywhere even before the apocalypse, not to mention after. Beyond Judel, Jung himself would choose to sacrifice the other races and people from other countries if he was forced to choose. Under the direst of circumstances would he then sacrifice his fellow Chinese people. Randy fell into silence. He had been working with the 15th Battalion these 2 years and watched them grow. He had already grown attached to them. After all, he was human and not unfeeling. Making him abandon his own loyal troops, even if they were Chinese, was a hard decision for him to make. Judel frowned before he barked out sternly, "General Randy, this is an order. A military order. You are commanded to carry this out without further delay." Randy was startled and he quickly saluted, "Understood, sir." After that, he regained his composure and issued a flurry of orders. "All troops are to gather at the mountain, begin fortification. Contact all Aryan soldiers to board the aircraft swiftly." Under his orders, the 15th Battalion swiftly got to work, gathering at a nearby mountain and started preparing their defenses. Having undergone strict military training, they were adept at using the various vehicles to form a central command post and built defensive structures around. However, just as they finished their preparations, A few aircraft carriers flew out from the central vehicles, flanked by Thunder fighters as they soared away. What was that? They fled. They fled. Fuck. Those damn Germans abandoned us and fled. Aren't we comrades? Why abandon us? Why? Bastards. Beasts. Seeing the various large carriers flying away, escorted by the Thunder fighters, the 15th Battalion of the Kingdom of God fell into despair. Damn bastards. Go to hell. Amidst their grief and rage, who knew who started it, but a few soldiers began to fire their weapons at the aircraft in the sky. The various other soldiers began utilizing their machine guns and fired crazily as well. In a second, comrades had turned to enemies. Hong. One slow aircraft had been punctured full of holes by the enraged shooting below, and blew up in a huge ball of flames descending towards the ground. Damn Chinese dogs. There were 65 Aryans within that aircraft, and seeing their fellow countrymen die, a few Thunder fighter pilots were enraged. They immediately turned around and fired napalm grenades at the 15th Battalion below. Hong, hong, hong. As the napalm grenades landed, they exploded into seas of flames that enveloped the entire area, immediately causing screams of agony and misery to ring. At the same time, the Thunder fighters fired out rockets at the tanks and armored vehicles, turning them into blazing heaps, tearing a huge hole in the defense line. Fuck. Those white pigs are despicable. Bunch of bastards. Those who were enraged but had kept their cool instantly exploded with fury, quickly firing out their anti-air weapons. These had been kept in preparation to face off against Yu Zhong's forces but were now used on their own comrades. The fierce volley of attacks began to buffet towards the sky. Under the relentless assault, one of the Thunder fighters was struck, and exploded resoundingly, falling to the ground. The rest quickly pulled away, ascending higher and joining the rest of the fleeing troops. They had already broken the defense line of the 15th Battalion, dooming them. They were not willing to waste any more time. Chapter 961, Obliteration 2. After they had abandoned the main force of the 15th Battalion, Randy and his team flew swiftly towards the direction of India. Prior to the apocalypse, India was also a huge country. However, other than their population and nuclear capability, it was a country of a huge wealth divide, serious corruption, lawless rapes, and these were some of the impressions that other people usually have. After the apocalypse, the Kingdom of God quickly occupied the place and began expansion, gaining their human population while crushing any rising factions. India had thus become one of their largest bases outside of Europe. As long as they could return there, Randy could rally some troops and swiftly form another elite Aryan team. In the sky, amidst the horde of aerial evolved zombies, there was one with a muscular physique, his features good-looking and his skin a wheat color. He had 2 pairs of extremely evil-looking wings formed out of flesh, and it was apparent that he was one of the intelligent evolved beings. His eyes flashed with a glint, and as he turned to gaze at Randy's team fleeing 20 kilometers away, he let out a loud and powerful howl. At that instant, the 70,000 aerial evolved zombies flapped their wings and changed directions, flying towards Randy's group. Their speed was insane, easily surpassing what the heavy aircraft were capable of, and soon caught up with them. Randy shouted frantically, "Increase the altitude." With his shout, the pilots quickly controlled the fleet to soar higher. The higher the altitude, the colder the temperatures, making it difficult for biological organisms to survive. Flight would definitely be affected. If these aerial evolved zombies were to chase after them, they would likely be frozen by the cold temperatures. Unfortunately, while Randy's order was the right one, it came too late. By then, the horde of zombies had already swarmed over their fleet. The Thunder fighters on either side acting as escorts immediately opened fire, spewing bullets into the horde of zombies. In a bright burst of light, many of the aerial evolved zombies were ripped and shredded apart, their blood and flesh splattering throughout the sky. There were a total of 35 Thunder fighters and 68 Eurocopters in the fleet. The moment these 100-odd aircraft opened fire, the rain of bullets was enough to slaughter hundreds and thousands of these zombies. However, the horde continued to surge forward, lunging towards the fleet without fear. After paying the price of almost 10,000 of their numbers, they finally reached the aircraft. They slammed into the bodies of the aircraft viciously, some charging headlong into the rotating blades, jamming them at the expense of their own bodies. Shatter. Some of the aerial evolved zombies were flying at high speeds and they slammed into the windshields, shattering them as easily as glass, before pouncing into the cockpits. The zombies behind also charged forth into the vehicle, tearing into the human soldiers within. Under such an assault, the various Eurocopters lost control, descending from the skies as they exploded in balls of flames. The powerful hulls of the Thunder Fighters were barely able to hold off the clashes of the zombies. Those that tried to smash into the windshields became torn apart while leaving only slight cracks. As for those who tried to jam the rotating blades, they were only sliced up helplessly. When the fleet was being buffeted, many of them quickly crawled into the various Eurocopters through whatever openings they found. At the same time, while the zombies continued to charge at the rotating blades, even if they got sliced up, there was still damage done. Some of the blades became dented, and the aircraft started to wobble before descending towards the ground. More zombies then pounced on those that were dropping, used their sharp claws to tear open holes in the weaker parts of the hull, crawling in. As they burrowed in, they would be fired upon by the Aryan soldiers, turning into sieves before their lifeless bodies fell out. However, before long, one such heavy carrier was ripped apart by the growing number of zombies, and when they swarmed in, the screams of the soldiers soon rang out. The entire helicopter then smashed into the ground and exploded in flames. More zombies succeeded in tearing up the aircraft carriers and burrowing in, swiftly killing the Aryan soldiers within as the various helicopters started to crash and burst into flames. Within one of the Thunder Fighters, Randy stared in horror as his fleet was being destroyed all around him, his eyes flashing with a hint of pain as he roared out, "Break through! Break through!" Right now, the only ones capable of breaking out of the encirclement were the Thunder Fighters. The rest were too vulnerable to the attacks of the aerial evolved zombies and were basically doomed. Since the Thunder Fighters could not protect the rest of the carriers anymore, they rose swiftly into the air. At the same time, their multiple weapons all extended out before firing wildly into the horde of zombies. Many of them were torn apart and shredded under the relentless fire. The Thunder Fighters continued to climb, while their exterior parts were still crawling with zombies. As the zombies crawled about, they used their sharp claws to slash at the hull, causing multiple scratch marks chipping off the alloy. However, it was impossible for them to breach the Thunder Fighters within a short time. The Thunder Fighters were made out of parts after the apocalypse, utilizing advanced technology. Thus, their defenses were terrifying. While the material was so much thinner compared to those used for tanks, their durability was so much stronger. Even a huge cannon round might not be able to penetrate through, thus, it would not be easy for the ordinary zombies to tear through. Once the Thunder Fighters gave up on protecting the aircraft carriers, the pilots began to focus on maneuvering and controlling the fighters, pushing the damage capabilities to the utmost to tear the zombies into pieces. At this time, the intelligence-evolved zombie with 2 pairs of wings flapped them and shot over in a bright flash. He appeared in front of a Thunder Fighter and sent out a powerful fist towards the windshield. Crack. Following the cracking sounds, the windshield that was capable of blocking even the 14.5mm rounds finally shattered, breaking apart. Help! The pilots of that Thunder Fighter were horrified by the scene, and let out screams of despair. The intelligent zombie grinned savagely before he suddenly disappeared from his location. At the next instant, the heads of the 2 of them rolled off and dropped to the ground. Another elite soldier further inside was also decapitated. Soon after, the intelligent evolved zombie came flying out of the Thunder Fighter. In his claws were the heads of the various soldiers. He took a bite out of one of them as though eating an apple, looking extremely gruesome. The Thunder Fighter that lost its soldiers started to descend towards the ground. After wiping out one of the Thunder Fighters, the intelligent zombie then flashed through the skies, directly tearing into the remaining Thunder Fighters, killing everyone within. Under the assault of this half-step Type 5 existence, the Thunder Fighters fell out of the skies one by one. In the end, only Randy's Thunder Fighter as well as 6 others were left, due to them climbing about 4 kilometers high, dodging the chase through the clouds. The intelligent zombie knew that the cold would be a threat to him. Thus, before he had fully evolved to the Type 5 stage, he could not soar further up without being frozen or suffering a decrease in speed. At that point, he might even be killed in retaliation. Damn beast. The intelligence department is fucking useless. What the fuck have they been doing? How come such a huge horde was able to escape their detection? On board the Thunder Fighter, Randy took count of the Thunder Fighters that had managed to flee. He slammed the table in his rage and sorrow, cursing out viciously. He could not understand how the zombies had evaded the surveillance of the satellites. After all, in preparation for this war, all the satellites should have been utilized to keep watch. Hidden within another cloud, Jung swept a cold look over Randy's direction. Before his gaze landed on the 15th Battalion below, 7 managed to escape. Forget it. What about those fellows below? Do I save them or not? It was precisely because Jung had gotten by to hack and control the satellites, that the kingdom of God was successfully hoodwinked. He was thus caught in their encirclement. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to surround Randy's forces. Chapter 962, the 15th Battalion. Beneath Jung, the 18,000 soldiers of the 15th Battalion were thrown into panic and despair. Many of them had resorted to taking their own lives by blowing their brains out. Compared to being eaten alive by the zombies, they would rather commit suicide. Being consumed by the zombies was the cruelest way to die in the apocalypse. Even so, many soldiers took up their arms and hid behind covers, eyeing their surroundings warily. In the distance, a black line loomed over, representing the approaching sea of zombies. Once they reached, the only fate of these 18,000 soldiers was death. The 15th Battalion stared out at the incoming zombies, their eyes filled with dread. They knew there were no reinforcements, their leader had chosen to flee, and against these zombies, there was practically nothing they could do. I'm Xiao Jin, commander of the 2nd Company, 1st Platoon, 1st Squad. That damn white pig Randy had abandoned us. They're no longer our comrades. However, we cannot give up on ourselves. Let us fight to the death and wipe out as many damn zombies as we can. If we kill one, it's a break even. If we can kill 2, we have earned 1. At the very least, let's help those still alive in China. Furthermore, our rations and ammunition are enough to last more than half a month. As long as we hold out and secure this location, it's not as if we don't have a way out. If we give up now, we'll definitely die. Everybody, we must hang on. We will have a way out of this. From now on, everybody listen to my command. We must stick together and fight through this together. Xiao Jian, a male of about 31 or 32, shouted among the soldiers left behind within the command center. That's right. We still have hope. Fight it out. Hearing Xiao Jian's words, those despairing soldiers immediately felt a rush of hope, and they hurried to heed his orders and got to their positions. Seeing that the rest of the soldiers had gone back to their posts, Xiao Jian heaved a sigh of relief. However, his expression turned downcast as he knew that there was only death awaiting them. Soon the huge sea of zombies came swarming like ants over. Honk, honk, honk. When the zombie horde came to within 200 m of their defense location, the heavy machinery and artillery began to open fire. The explosions rang out and blasted many zombies into pieces. At the same time, the soldiers from behind opened fire, raining bullets all over the zombie hordes, tearing the zombies into hole-filled bodies. Under the relentless fire of the human army, many of the zombies continued to crawl over their fallen comrades and charged for the defense point. The zombies were starting to evolve in a frightening manner. If the bullets did not hit their spines or skulls, they would basically still be unstoppable. Only those heavy-caliber bullets, as well as stronger ammunition capable of mass destruction, would be able to annihilate them or stop them from getting back on their feet. At the same time, in the skies, there were numerous aerial zombies swooping down towards the 15th Battalion. There were plenty of anti-air weapons within the 15th Battalion's arsenal, thus they began to fire out crazily, shooting the aerial zombies down. Even so, there were too many of them and they managed to pounce into the midst of the soldiers, attacking them wildly. The sounds of screams and miserable wails resounded among the soldiers. One particular elite warrior unit dashed into the midst of the aerial beasts within their ranks and began to utilize their abilities to decapitate them. Among the rest of the 15th Battalion, there were 15 Type 3 experts wielding guns as they fired out at those aerial zombies as well. Inside the base, countless ordinary soldiers were firing their rifles at the skies. Other than their flight ability, Those aerial zombies had claws that were sharp enough to tear through tanks, but their defenses were weak, thus ordinary rifles were lethal to them. As the soldiers gathered together and fired, many aerial zombies fell down. The moment they landed, they were met with a rain of bullets, turning them into sieves. At this moment, when the soldiers were faced with danger, they exhibited their powerful combat strength and resolute wills. They were able to hold out with their simple fortifications while fighting back the two-pronged attacks of the zombies. If it had been the motley crew from the Heaven Sect in Hubei, by the time the first wave came, they would have collapsed entirely, fleeing for their lives before being consumed by the zombies. In the clouds, Jung saw the outstanding reaction of the 15th Battalion to the situation caused by him, and his eyes brightened. Not bad, this troop is really decent. Their fighting strength is also high and they're Chinese. Worthy of saving. Jung had not yet left because he wanted to observe this troop. If they had crumbled at the first sign of attack, even if Jung was a Type 6 expert and displayed all his trump cards, he would not be able to save them, might as well let them die. Within the command post, Xiao Jian's face was full of worry as he stared at the display, while he issued out commands one after another. All of a sudden the display flashed and Jung appeared on the screen. The moment Xiao Jian saw him, he exclaimed in shock, "You're Jung." By now Jung had become the #1 enemy of the Kingdom of God, thus, every soldier knew about his face. Whoever was the first to defeat him would be able to instantly soar to the top echelons of the organization, enjoying all that life had to offer. Xiao Jian had seen his photograph and memorized his information. Jung directly offered, "I'm Jung, do you guys want to live on?" Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with a ray of hope as he quickly replied, "I'm Xiao Jian, the temporary commander of the 15th Battalion. We want to live on, please save us." Jung immediately stated his conditions. "I can make my move. However, you will have to surrender unconditionally after this, and accept reorganization of your forces. You'll have to fight for China, and if any of you were to reconnect with the Kingdom of God, don't blame me for being merciless." Xiao Jian did not even hesitate as he made his promise. "Fine. I'll promise you." Currently the 15th Battalion was barely holding out. If Jung did not act, they would not last long. Furthermore, the Kingdom of God had already abandoned them, causing most of the soldiers to be filled with betrayal and hatred towards them. In the sky, the half-step Type 5 intelligent zombie saw his troops being killed, and a look of anger flashed past his face. He flapped his wings, calling out a strong gust of tornado, and appeared right above a Type 3 human expert, slashing out with his claws. The Type 3 human expert, whose name was Zhang Jin, had just killed 2 aerial zombies when he was caught by surprise, and his face turned pale, a look of despair on his face. At this moment, an electromagnetic beam shot through the sky, directly blasting the head of the half-step Type 5 intelligent zombie. Zhang Jin heaved a sigh of relief as he looked to the sky. That was powerful. Who was he? He discovered a huge dragon made out of flames tearing through all the aerial zombies, and in an instant all of them were caught in flames, giving out crackling sounds of burning. Their charred bodies fell out of the skies while being incinerated away. After wiping out hundreds of those aerial zombies in a single move, Jung flew to the ground, directly activating his summon tame beast technique, and the Type 5 Mount Tai reappeared, charging towards the sea of zombies as per Jung's will. Under Mount Tai's charge, the hundreds and thousands of zombies were flattened into meat paste, as it created a bloody path in its wake. What is that monster? That's too fearsome. Are there still such beasts in the world? It can practically wipe us out in an instant. When the soldiers caught sight of Mount Tai, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Its massive size had exceeded their imagination. They were basically ants in front of such a monstrous entity. Chapter 963, Arriving at Vietnam. The zombies continued to surge forwards as a number of H-2S were suddenly hoisted by the larger L-2S, and began firing out fireballs at the fleet. Honk, honk, honk. Under the attacks of the fireballs, the armored vehicles were blasted apart, with the soldiers within losing their lives. Other than those H-2S within the zombie horde, there were still evolved zombies wielding weapons as they fired as well. This caused many of the elite soldiers to fall. The number of zombies laying siege to the 15th Battalion reached roughly 1.5 million, under the command of the intelligent zombie, each wave was more terrifying than the next. If it was not for Mount Tai absorbing most of the damage and fire, causing a bloody path, the soldiers would have fallen long ago. Even so, many still perished. Due to the existence of those aerial zombies, the soldiers had no choice but to keep an eye out for the skies. If they were not careful, some of those monsters would swoop down to take a bite out of them. Any soldier that suffered a scratch or bite wound would be quickly tied up and executed. Everyone had to be vigilant, otherwise they would be killed. Jung took out a dozen H2S casually when he saw the increasing death count of the soldiers and frowned. He sighed and waved his hands, revealing 8 Reapers. The 8 metal behemoths quickly came to life, their eyes flashed red under Bai Yi's control. When they appeared, they swiftly revealed their cannons and began unleashing carnage all over their surroundings. A number of electromagnetic beams tore through the evolved zombies with unbelievable accuracy, tearing them apart. There was a strange movement within the Horde as a huge number of H1S, H2S, H3S were lifted up by L2S and L3S. The next moment, a volley of fireballs began raining down upon those Reapers. The bodies of the Reapers glowed brightly as their energy shields appeared. When the fireballs slammed into those shields, ripples could be seen, but there was no damage to them. At the next instant, the electromagnetic beams fired out once more, slamming into those H-types and L-types, easily tearing through the heads of those zombies. Even the L3S that could withstand bullets and grenade blasts were helpless against those electromagnetic beams. 2 L4S the size of houses over 4 m tall, that had grown out black scales capable of withstanding rockets, were also pierced through by those beams, slumping lifelessly to the ground. When all the commotion was over, all those evolved zombies that posed incredible threats had all been taken out, leaving behind the ordinary zombies. What the hell? Those machines are too powerful. Tanks are trash compared to them. What the hell is that technology? That was too terrifying. Those machines. Fuck, to think that there were such mechs on this earth. Inside their vehicles, the soldiers of the 15th Battalion watched the Reapers destroy their enemies, stunned. In terms of offense and defense, the Reaper was basically unrivaled on Earth. Any other weapons or war could not compare to it. Under the control of Bai Yi, the 8 Reapers continued to dish out carnage, tearing the evolved zombies into pieces. With such a large-scale battle, their efficiency was much higher than Jung. At the same time, their 4 cannons on each of them were able to fire out rapidly, killing the aerial zombies in the skies. Once all 8 joined the fray, they provided a breather for the soldiers and decreased the casualty count drastically. The majority of the zombies were already even more agile and perceptive compared to humans. However, their speed was not comparable to those vehicles at full speed. At the same time, with Mount Tai carving out a bloody path, Jung forcefully brought the 15th Battalion out from the siege. As he was killing his way out together with the 15th Battalion, deep amongst the zombies, there was an intelligent zombie standing with a furious expression. He had a medium build with a long, thin blade at his waist. His hair was short, his looks handsome as though Pan and had reincarnated. He growled in a venomous low voice, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn human, how dare you escape from my hands? I will remember you. When I catch you, I'll rip you apart and drink your blood." This zombie, Renjia, was extremely clear that with his current Type 5 strength, he would just be slapped into a meat paste by Mount Tai if he appeared in front of Jung. Hence, he had no choice but to hide among the zombies and watch them leave helplessly. That side should Guangxi. Very good. Very good. One day I will slaughter all the people in Guangxi. Renjia shot another look of hatred at the direction where Jung was headed to, before turning around, and commanding the horde of zombies to move on towards Guizhou. His intelligence was not low and knew that the human factions had already joined together over at Guangxi, forming a powerful force. Furthermore, with Jung standing his ground, if Renjia was not careful, he might end up dead. What he needed was to amass more soldiers by invading Guizhou. Once his forces numbered more than 2 million, he could contend with the Guangxi region with just numbers. When Jung led the 15th Battalion back to Guangxi, he immediately dissolved them and reintegrated them into his troops. Having witnessed his strength and mysterious powers, the soldiers were already docile and obedient. These were all elites, well-versed in various weapons. Once they were shuffled into Jung's troops, his forces immediately received an upgrade in strength. Reorganization of the troops was left to Zheng Minghe, while Yu Zhong disappeared. Damn it. The resistance is truly strong. Over at Vietnam, Thanh Nguyen City, Yao Lihua saw the city walls full of holes and was thinking anxiously. In order to take down Thanh Nguyen City at one go, Yao Lihua had deployed all of the VPDC, throwing all 20,000 elites into the battle. He had thought that since Yu Zhong was not around, plus he had the reinforcements from the Kingdom of God, it was enough to allow him to conquer it quickly. However, a few days had passed, and the casualty count on his side was nearing 4,000. He had just barely entered the city and the battles were already intense. Who knew how much more of a price he had to pay? These 4,000 soldiers were not 4,000 zombies. If they were zombies, even if they had to die, as long as it was an order, they would continue to fight. However, humans were different. Once the losses reached a certain threshold, they would lose their fighting spirit. Inside a secretive location within Thanh Nguyen City, there was the command center of Yu Zhong's forces. Within, there was a teenage girl dressed in military uniform, exuding a valiant aura as she was keeping an eye on the displays and issuing commands. This beautiful girl was precisely Ming Jiajia, the leader that Yu Zhong had appointed over Vietnam. After the past 2 years, she had gone through a baptism and was vastly different. She had since grown more confident and emitted a charm. One ordinary female soldier came up to her and repeated, "General, District C2 had been breached. Colonel Pan Jin Yong and another expert had been injured, and were evacuated." Ming Jiajia responded indifferently, "Send Gan Tao over to E5. "Yes." The lady commander replied before falling silent and chipping in, "General, right now, our forces are insufficient. With their continuous attack, we can last another 10 days at most. Should we request for reinforcements?" Yao Lihua was the snakehead of Vietnam. After hiding for 2 years and gaining the support of the Kingdom of God, he had managed to surpass Yu Zhong's forces in Vietnam. Although Ming Jiajia was doing her best to commandeer, and the soldiers were fighting their hearts out, in terms of advantage they were slowly losing. After all, Vietnam had not been on Yu Zhong's priorities in terms of development, thus, Ming Jiajia and her forces had no advantage when comparing weapons. That was why it was even more tiresome. Ming Jiajia had a resolute look. "No need. We can definitely hold out and we must. I will not let anyone destroy his work." At this moment a voice sounded, "I'm here." When Ming Jiajia heard the voice she had been pining for, her body trembled slightly as she turned around. Her eyes glistened with tears of joy and she leaped into Yu Zhong's embrace, her strong facade breaking as she cried out, "Master! Jiajia misses you so. It's been over a year, how come you're only here now? Do you not want Jiajia anymore?" Yu Zhong chuckled and hugged her tightly as he kissed her forehead. "How can that be? You're my general, you know." Ming Jiajia revealed a bright smile with tears still in her eyes. Hee hee. Chapter 964, Massacre. Outside Thanh Nguyen City, a large number of Vietnamese soldiers charged under the cover of their cannons, firing their weapons at the city as they invaded inch by inch. All of a sudden, there was a burst of light from within the city, as Yu Zhong appeared above the battlefield, floating in midair. When Yao Lihua saw him, his face fell. "Is that Yu Zhong?" Initially, Yao Lihua's VPDC had been destroyed by Yu Zhong, causing a shadow over his heart. The moment he saw Yu Zhong, his heart sank. Yu Zhong's eyes were cold as he spoke. "Yao Lihua, you had better kneel within 10 seconds and surrender. I can spare your lives. I will execute only those whose hands have been stained with the blood of my soldiers, and turn you into slaves. Otherwise, everyone on your side will die today." 9. When Yao Lihua heard those words, his face turned as he laughed out savagely, shouting into his loud hailer, "Who do you think you are? You think you can stop us by yourself? Our VPDC will crush Thanh Nguyen City today. We will round up all you bastard invaders and treat you as our dogs." Yao Lihua had experienced his fair share of battles and had sent his recon soldiers out prior, not discovering any other reinforcements. It was because of this that he was filled with guts. "Since that's the case, you can all die." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and with a wave of his hands, he released 8 Reapers and 10 RH-2s. The moment the 18 mech fighters appeared, they charged right for the VPDC under Bai Yi's control. In a few breaths, the entire armored group slaughtered their way through the Vietnamese side. The RH-2S employed their sensors to the maximum, scanning all the Vietnamese soldiers before the information was relayed to the central computer and deciphered by E. In a flash, electromagnetic beams shot out with uncanny accuracy, striking the soldiers on the head. The 8 Reapers separated, obliterating anything in their paths, culling the lives of the soldiers as easy as wheat. On the battlefield, blood and limbs flew everywhere, while the heads of the soldiers were pulverized. Ah! Go to hell! Go to hell! 5 Vietnamese soldiers roared in rage as they swept their rocket launchers towards one of the Reapers. Honk! 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 Following sounds of explosions, a number of projectiles slammed into the shield of the Reaper and enveloped it. The next instant, 5 laser beams shot out, piercing the heads of those 5 soldiers, incinerating their brains instantly. Soon after, the Reaper stepped out of the smoke without a single scratch. As it stepped out, at a small hill about 2 kilometers away, a Type 3 expert sniper of the VPDC was currently fixing his aim on it. This super evolver Nguyen Van Hung was a peak sniper that had killed countless experts of the Chinese forces in Taiyuan City. At the sight of the Reaper, Nguyen Van Hung immediately pulled the trigger, activating his third-order strengthened bullets. At that moment, a single bullet that could kill even a Type 4 Divine Warrior shot out, slamming into the energy shield of the Reaper. The bright flash of light that occurred subsequently burst out, shattering the energy shield of the Reaper. In response, the Reaper adjusted his cannon and fired out 10 electromagnetic beams towards the position of the peak sniper. Faced with that retaliation before Nguyen Van Hung could even react, his head had been blasted apart, his body enveloped by those sizzling beams, leaving only his legs. Having destroyed such an expert in one move, the Reaper continued forward, firing out more beams at the surrounding soldiers. Suddenly, 3 Vietnamese experts leaped out from a corner, surrounding one Reaper, when the Reaper responded instantly with 3 blasts. Before they could even touch the Reaper, they had holes in their heads. One Type 3 expert of the Vietnamese force, Truong Van Hien, who wielded a large beast bone and wore a Type 3 mutant beast hide, broke out in cold sweat. What the hell is up with those robots? How can they be so powerful? Truong Van Hien was extremely proud of his own power. Even if faced with a tank, he had the guts to pummel it flat. However, against those Reapers there was only despair in his heart. He quickly made a decision that was to flee far away. No, we are not a match for those monsters. We have to flee. Truong Van Hien had just taken a step when an electromagnetic beam shot out from the building behind him, blasting through his head. His headless corpse crumpled to the ground. The strongest evolver team of the VPDC was cruelly massacred by the Reapers. When over 2/3 of their forces had been wiped out, they finally crumbled and left their comrades as they tried to escape. Not long after the evolvers fled, the rest of the VPDC also began to break away in an attempt to escape. They lost the advantage they had paid a huge price to get and abandoned all equipment while stepping over one another. Yao Lihua screamed in rage as his face contorted with fury. Why? Why is it like this? I have 17,000 men under me. Why did I lose? No. No. I will not be defeated. 2nd Regiment. Attack. We must wipe them out. Thunder Fighters. Attack. Wipe them out. Under his orders, the reinforcements in the form of the 2nd Regiment began to mobilize. 40 tanks, 80 IFVs, 138 machine gun vehicles, as well as many infantry soldiers swarmed towards the direction of Taiyuan City. In the sky, 12 Thunder Fighters and 36 Eurocopters flew towards the 8 Reapers. Facing such a huge armored battalion, the 8 Reapers opened up their chest plates, firing out small guided missiles that rained towards the armored fleet. Honk, honk, honk. As the explosions rang out one after another, the tanks, IFVs and machine gun vehicles all exploded in balls of flames. In the sky, 36 Eurocopters were also struck by the homing missiles, turning into blazing balls of flame as they fell out of the sky. Of the 12 Thunder Fighters, 3 suffered damage to their rotors, and they quickly dropped towards the ground. The rest had their hulls dented and started to wobble in the sky, but they managed to survive the assault. Yao Lihua saw the armored battalion he was so proud of taken out easily by those 8 Reapers in a second, and his face was pale. His eyes flashed with despair as he muttered, "How is this possible? How come there are such powerful mechs on this earth? How? On the battlefield, the 2nd Regiment of the VPDC saw their trump cards being annihilated and lost all of their courage and bearings. Most of them began to scramble for dear life, albeit a rare few letting out screams of despair as they charged at the Reapers, only to be blasted apart. The troops fled, and everywhere on the battlefield, there were many who threw aside their equipment as they wailed. Yao Lihua was still someone battle-hardened. Even in the face of despair, he managed to shout out, "Retreat! Convey my order. Everyone! Retreat right now! To the forests! We can only fight with guerrilla tactics." Under his orders, the fleet began to drive off into the distance. "You're still thinking of fleeing? Leave your lives behind." Jung appeared right behind them, activating his summon-tamed beast technique, calling out Mount Tai, Lightning, and Turtle, all 3 Type 5 mutant beasts. Mount Tai was massive, and the moment it appeared, it already blocked the path of retreat. With a single swing of its tail, many of the soldiers as well as their vehicles were instantly flattened. Lightning had consumed a large amount of Type 4 and Type 5 mutant beast nuclei. After its evolution, there were not many changes to its exterior. However, there was an additional layer of white scales. Its forehead also had some strange runes. However, its speed was now beyond what it had been, reaching Mach 3.5 when it exerted itself. When Lightning was summoned, it pounced on the various fleeing soldiers with ease and bit off their heads easily. As for Turtle, it had become over 1 kilometer in length, as though it was a small island. Chapter 965, Destruction of the VPDC. Turtle did not make use of its strength to crush its enemy. Instead, it channeled its innate ability and congealed ice shards that shot towards the VPDC. When those soldiers were struck, their bodies froze into ice sculptures. The 3 Type 5 mutant beasts worked together to block the retreat of the VPDC. Every single moment there was death happening. Yao Lihua watched on helplessly as his soldiers were slaughtered, before his face turned pale with utmost despair, pleading, "Leader Jung, I'm willing to surrender. I will take them all to surrender to you. Please, have mercy on us." Yao Lihua was crafty. At that time he had killed his own ally, using his head to exchange for a pardon and a chance to negotiate with Jung. He wanted to do the same now. As long as he could live, he would have a chance. Jung's face was frosty. "It's too late. I've said it. If you didn't agree, all of you shall die here. No one can save you." Yao Lihua screamed out, "Jung, must you be so vicious? We have over 10,000 men here. If we give it our all, you will not have it easy either." Jung replied icily, "Whatever you want to do, in any case all of you will die here." Yao Lihua's eyes flashed viciously, and he hollered into his loud hailer, "Everyone listen up. Since he wants to wipe us out, we shall fight to the death with him." They were forced on the path of no retreat. Upon hearing Jung's decline of their surrender, many of them turned crazy and charged at the Reapers and Type 5 mutant beasts, hoping to take down them together. Unfortunately, their weapons did not amount to much, and there was no way to threaten these monstrous entities. At every second, there would be a VPDC member dying, their screams ringing throughout the battlefield. The entire place had become a cruel slaughterhouse. Gan Tao, whose eye had been dug out by the Vietnamese, watched as Jung slaughtered his hated enemies, and he was filled with excitement, roaring with laughter while tears streamed down his eyes. "Good. Good. Good. Well-deserved deaths. Kill all these Vietnamese bastards. Long live Leader. Brothers, do you see? Leader has avenged your deaths." Pan Jin Yong, who was lying on the bed with grievous injuries, saw the images from the front lines, and was shocked till his eyes went wide. Powerful. Leader could actually take on an entire army himself. How can a human be so strong? By this time, even if Jung did not use the Taiyuan city's forces, he could still wipe out the 20,000 members of the VPDC. Such strength was basically equivalent to a god. Powerful. He's too strong. That's too terrifying. When the members of Jung's forces saw this, they were all stunned, not daring to believe their eyes. After the apocalypse, humans continued to evolve, but amongst the powerful experts, to actually destroy a 20,000-strong army, Jung was the first. The cruel slaughter continued from another 3 hours. All the VPDC members were wiped out. Yao Lihua was also killed by lightning with a single swipe while he was fleeing. After wiping out the entire force of the VPDC, Jung assigned 500 soldiers from the city to head to the VPDC's base. Along the way, Jung slaughtered anybody that got in his way. The elite forces of VPDC had been deployed in the battle and killed by Jung. Thus, all those who were defending the base were a bunch of riffraff, some even using melee weapons. The weapons and ammunition of the VPDC had been provided by the Kingdom of God, which was only enough for 20,000 soldiers. The rest had no choice but to use melee weapons. Although the Kingdom of God was supporting the VPDC, their focus was still on the Europe side, thus, there was a limit to their help. The VPDC was also slaughtered cleanly by Jung, not to mention these melee users. After over 100 had died, the rest crumbled and lost all will, fleeing for their lives. He quickly gained control over the entire base. After he established his authority, he quickly implemented a curfew, preventing any Vietnamese from leaving their homes, cutting off their contact between one another. He then made many of them leave towards the direction of Thanh Nguyen City. He was infuriated by their betrayal time and time again. Thus, he had come to the decision to enslave these 400,000 Vietnamese, forcing them out of Vietnam to be worked at the various production facilities he had. If they joined his country, he would allow them to be normal citizens. If there was resistance, then they would be slaves their whole lives. In any case, due to the heavy restructuring, there would be a huge manpower requirement everywhere. Slaves would be the cheapest labor force. After the apocalypse, the human population was enough. These 400,000 was gathered by Yao Li Hua through hard means from the various factions. In one fell swoop, they were snatched away by Jung and forced to leave. In the northern parts of Vietnam, there were now little pure-blood Vietnamese. When the Kingdom of God tried using their 5 armies to attack, Jung had crushed or obliterated 4 of them, leaving only the force from India that was still advancing. The India forces had just entered Tibet when they received news of Russia's defeat, and they quickly turned tail and retreated like a turtle. The Kingdom of God had a wide reach, thus there were many spies hidden within Jung's forces as well, acting as their eyes and ears. The sight of the Sky Fortress crushing the Russian forces had stunned the upper echelons of the Kingdom of God. They were not willing to lose their most loyal and heavily invested India forces fall at the hands of their enemies. India was abundant in resources with plenty of humans. Within a year of the apocalypse, the Kingdom of God had its roots set deep in this area. The various talents that emerged either joined them or were eradicated, thus the country was tightly within the Kingdom of God's control. Of course, due to their immense population, their zombies were also numerous, and the Kingdom of God could not blanket the entire country. Thus, those areas where they did not control had several other motley factions that popped up. Novosibirsk had already replaced Moscow, forming the new capital of Russia after the apocalypse. Currently, there were many zombies outside the city and gunshots and cannon fire could be heard. Tanks, IFVs, machine gun vehicles and other armored vehicles formed a torrent of steel that charged right out at these zombies, annihilating them. Within the regions, a number of machine guns spat out gunfire, taking down the aerial zombies. From the Horde, H2S and H3S would attack from time to time, while Devourers would charge up front and tore some of the armored vehicles apart. The aerial zombies also swooped down and entered the city, attacking the soldiers and citizens, spreading the virus. The cruel battle continued for a long while, with a mounting toll on the human side, while many zombies were being incinerated in exchange. The legacies of the country left behind were currently being expended, but there was enough to use, thus each time the Horde attacked, the Russian forces would unleash another volley of heavy fire. After a few rounds, there were barely a few evolved zombies left. By this time, the battle had taken its toll on both sides, and the zombies retreated while abandoning the corpses of their comrades. After they had gained intelligence, it had become harder to deal with them. They learned how to preserve their forces. As long as not too many evolved zombies perished in their charges, it was possible to obtain even more cannon fodder. Furthermore, numbers were their advantage. As the zombies retreated slightly, a burly man with short blue hair and good looks walked into a living room. He was exhausted, and as he sat down on the sofa, he immediately shut his eyes. Another young man walked in with a document. However, he stopped momentarily when seeing the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man asked slowly, "Zeno, what's the matter?" The younger officer hesitated a moment before replying, "Your Majesty, our expeditionary force had been defeated by the Chinese forces. Jeef had submitted." The middle-aged man with blue hair was precisely the current emperor of Russia, Andras. When he heard this, Andras opened his eyes, which flashed with a fiery glint as he turned to Zeno sharply. How did he lose? The Chinese made use of this weapon. Zeno opened up his handheld computer and showing a scene where the Sky Fortress slaughtered the Russian forces. Andras's face turned incredibly ugly as he snarled, "Damn kingdom of God! They kept this information from us. We've been had by those bastards." Chapter 966, Remorseful Tsar. Zeno looked towards Andras and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, what do we do now?" Andras closed his eyes, lying against the sofa, and touched it lightly. He replied in a soft manner as though speaking to himself, "We can't stay in Novosibirsk any longer. If that fellow sends an advance force, it would be enough to injure and kill many of us. Once the main force arrives, we will only have death." All of a sudden, he opened his eyes and asked, "How are things over at Outer Mongolia?" He had been fighting on the front lines these few days, deploying his forces and fending off the zombies. He was exhausted and had not kept a grasp on the intelligence of the outside world. Zeno replied, "We had already established some form of secure base in Outer Mongolia. The terrain is decent and the defenses are being set up right now." Andras closed his eyes, falling silent for a while before replying, "Convey my order, get Grogo to make preparations for a retreat. After 10 days we will abandon Novosibirsk and head over to Outer Mongolia." Zeno lost color in his face, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, are we really abandoning Novosibirsk? If we really retreat to Outer Mongolia, it would be difficult to reclaim our country." Outer Mongolia was considered backward, and the level of technology or industrialization could not compare to Russia. If the empire retreated there, they would lose their industrialization edge, which meant that it would be harder to reclaim all of Russia. The Kingdom of God could quickly develop technology like the Thunder Fighter and support other vassal forces, because they had quickly gained many manufacturing cities, pushing out resources and equipment, gaining the upper hand in the fight against zombies. Within China, Jung had also reclaimed a few manufacturing cities. He also took in a few talents, producing the Sky Fortress as well as weapons like the laser gun technology. Once the Russian Empire made for Outer Mongolia, it would be hard to reclaim Russia or kickstart any industrialization and manufacturing for that matter. Although they could still preserve most of their strength and legacy left behind by pre-apocalypse Russia, it would run out someday due to the constant fights. Their combat ability would thus decrease. It was because of this that they had sent out their troops to attack China, in a bid to obtain their resources. Andras continued, "Today's battle, we had lost another 3,000 soldiers. 2,000 citizens have been infected and turned to zombies. Adding on to our 20,000 elites who had been lost on the expedition, we only have 60,000 elites left. If that fellow was to send his forces to attack us, with our present strength, we would only be able to last 10 days. Zeno, only by living on would there be hope." The intelligent zombies were terrifying at that time. Near the capital of China, Feng Bo and the rest had gathered over millions of zombies, forcing Jung to utilize a nuke to destroy them. Andras's group was considered unfortunate. With no nuclear weapon in their arsenal, they had been forced by the evolved zombies slowly but steadily towards Novosibirsk. The moment the leader of the zombies in Russia gained control of all zombies in Russia, they only had to send out the 4 million strong horde. It would be enough to crush Andras's team. Andras's eyes turned cold as he gnashed furiously, "What's more, those damn Germans played us for a fool. They can be the ones to take him on for all I care." Zeno was doubtful. "Your Majesty, do you mean that He Lu is likely to point his troops towards Europe?" He Lu was the current leader of the zombies and he was the nightmare of Russia. He had already gained control over 1 million zombies and was practically invincible. Andras had clashed with He Lu a few times and made use of firepower to gain an advantage. However, the tables had turned entirely, and they were not his match at all. A strange glint appeared in Andras's eyes. "That's right. After we leave Novosibirsk, there would not be any humans left in this region. If he wants to replenish and increase his troops, he would have to aim for Europe. With his intelligence, that is the move he would likely take. This is because his current goal is to increase his army and become the true king of zombies." Russia's population and cities were mostly concentrated in Eastern Europe, where it was cold and harsh with ice everywhere. The best move for intelligent evolved zombies to bolster their ranks would be to attack the rest of Europe. As Lu evolved constantly, his intelligence had surpassed most humans, thus he naturally knew where to go. Zeno finally understood Andrus's meaning. Understood. Andrus fell silent once more before he added, "Let Alexei go and negotiate with Jung about the captives." Concerned, Zeno replied, "Your Majesty, Jung is a tough nut to deal with. I don't think that he will let our people go so easily." Andrus replied, "No, he will do so. As long as we recognize that Jung is the true leader of China, and form an alliance with him, he will agree." "Yes." Zeno replied respectfully before dismissing himself. Not long after he left, Andrus slammed his hand on the table beside him viciously. With a loud crack, the table broke apart. His face was contorted in rage, looking like a savage, injured beast while muttering, "Damn Germans, damn Jung. I shouldn't have listened to those damn Germans. Bitches." Having lost his 20,000 troops, Andrus was filled with rage. Since he lost those troops, the total strength of Russia had suffered greatly. In front of Zeno, he had to maintain his calm. In fact, he was long since infuriated and full of regret. After he cursed and swore for a while, he finally calmed down and sat back on the sofa, falling into a deep sleep. In Europe, the headquarters of the Kingdom of God, the Elder Council was once again in discussion and chaos. Jung is back. He's back from the Second World. Those mech fighters are all technology from the Second World. No, that's not right, those RH-2S are definitely from there, but those energy shield types, what the hell were those? They're too terrifying. Just 8 of them could fight against an entire arm. Oh God, why have those machines landed in the hands of those barbarians? And that gigantic mutant beast. It's over 2 kilometers long. What the hell? It's a Type 5 mutant beast and it seems to be some Diplodocus-looking creature. Too fearsome, he could actually tame a Type 5 mutant beast. One man against an army. Has he actually reached such a stage? Too fearsome. No, it's not his personal strength, but those things he can summon. His beasts are all too terrifying. Within the council, the monitors were showing the images obtained from their sources, and when they saw the various trump cards Jung had, all of them had ugly countenances. When Jung returned to Earth, he had returned with a strength capable of overwhelming armies. He had destroyed 3 of the Kingdom of God, shocking the various elders. "What do we do?" One of them spoke, "Negotiate. We have to talk with him. The gates of hell have already opened. The vampires and flesh-eaters of the Second World are invading soon. This is the time for the people of Earth to stand together. As long as he knows how to see the big picture, he will talk with us." Another elder quipped in, "No, I feel that we can ignore him. Those monsters from the Second World are already here. Our current priority is to fortify our defenses. Asia is too far from us and the seas are sealed. They would not be able to provide any aid anyway. Let's just forget about him." That's right, I feel the same way too. There are so many Chinese anyway, the zombies are over 1 billion. He would not be able to help us. As long as we don't attack him, there should not be any problems. He has advanced technology on his hands. If we can ally with him, we can gain huge improvements in our equipment. Those technologies? Sir Edward and the rest have also returned with them. We don't need Jung at all. Edward was the first apostle of the Kingdom of God and the strongest evolver. Before the apocalypse, he was already someone with special powers. It was just that it was not strong. The moment the apocalypse set in, he had awakened as a 5-attribute evolver, and his psychic powers had been enhanced to a terrifying degree, becoming the strongest existence within the Kingdom of God. Every single one of the 12 apostles was geniuses among geniuses. They had awakened naturally and were competitive with each other. However, they all agreed that Edward was the strongest among them. Unless there were 8 of them working together, if they were to face Edward, there would only be death. When the Second World began, the 12 apostles also entered at the same time. After the stage was over, 8 of them returned, while 4 died there. However, of the 8 that came back, everyone's strength increased to a terrifying degree, the weakest of them already at the peak of the Type 4 realm. Furthermore, Edward had come across some miraculous encounters, obtaining their technology and brought them over. Thus, the council was confident of rejecting an alliance with Jung. Chapter 967, Beast Transformation Technology. That's right. Sir Edward has also returned. What did he bring back? Great Elder, let us take a look at the power that Sir Edward had brought back. The various elders within the council began to buzz out in a discussion, looking towards Jonas in expectation. The first apostle Edward was one of the 3 heads of the kingdom of God, possessing authority and strength. Only the other 2 heads were qualified to know where he went, as well as the intelligence that he provided. Jonas, who looked 10 years younger than he did in the past, slowly eyed everybody, before turning to the pretty secretary beside him and waved his hands. The good-looking secretary immediately walked over while shaking her hips seductively, inserting a disc into the projector. Soon the images flashed and revealed a glass laboratory. A single human soldier walked into the lab, getting onto the single bed before a few alloy cuffs appeared to lock his limbs. 6 men in lab gowns and masks walked in, applying some form of anesthesia to the soldier, knocking him out. After that, they began to operate on his back, opening him up, inserting some mutant beast nuclei into his flesh, before sealing him back. The 6 men began to stitch the soldier's back in a certain manner, revealing a bloody trail that formed a strange rune. After the rune was completed, they retrieved a vial of mutant beast blood, and with a brush they drew the blood across the stitches. The moment the blood got on the soldier's back, it was absorbed into the flesh in a mysterious manner. His back then began to glow as he opened his eyes suddenly. His pupils were bloodshot, and his muscles began to transform as his entire body began to sprout out long yellow hair, and his hands and feet grew long sharp claws. His forehead began to contort and elongate into a tiger's head. Roar! The locked half-man, half-tiger let out a monstrous roar of rage, as it thrashed about violently, breaking the cuffs. Immediately, an IFV barged into the lab. When the Tiger Man saw the IFV, it leaped forwards onto the vehicle and slashed through the thick armor with its claws like tofu. The exterior was immediately split apart, revealing the compartment inside. The monster saw that there was nobody within and roared out in rage, slamming its fists into the IFV, turning it into a pile of scrap metal after a while. This was one of the technologies that Edward brought back to the kingdom of God, the beast transformation technology. With it, it could produce powerful beast creatures of Type 3 and even Type 4 realms. That was powerful. Great, with such warriors our kingdom of God should be able to take over the world. Seeing the Tiger Man tear the IFV in half easily, the elders all celebrated. If they could mass-produce such powerful soldiers, it was possible for them to conquer the world. One of the elders suddenly asked Jonas, "Great Elder, what about their stability and obedience?" He replied slowly, "These beast warriors have gained the ability to transform freely. However, after their first transformation, they will turn incredibly savage and need more training to control the power. Most of the initial test subjects are from our pool of loyal devotees. In terms of their obedience, there are no problems in their human forms. However, the beast side needs more training to fully obey our orders." Very good, with this as well as other technology, we should have the ability to rule the world. We don't even have to concern ourselves with Jung. That's right. Seeing the ability of the beast warrior, the elders all got excited and threw all notion of lowering their heads and negotiating with Jung out of the window. After the world changed, the zombies on land and the mutant beasts in the seas had caused many human factions to be cut off from one another. Even aircraft would be threatened by aerial mutant beasts. The distance between China and Europe is too far. China could not threaten nor send aid in time to Europe. With such circumstances, it was fine for the kingdom of God to ignore China for now. No one wanted to send an envoy to China anymore, thus they decided to brush Jung aside. They retrieved their forces from overseas and focused their energy on the zombie hordes within their territories. On the other side, after Jung had defeated the 5 armies from the kingdom of God, he had activated his forces to launch an attack on Hebei. At the same time, Guangxi and Hunan sent their own forces with Hu Yi and Qiyang commanding them, to deal with the surrounding hordes all around their areas. Jung took the 40,000 armored forces into Hebei, conquering 2 counties at one go, eliminating over 100,000 zombies. Hong. Following the sounds of explosions, the zombies that were lured out were blasted apart and fired upon madly by the human soldiers. Jung still emphasized on the basic military training of the soldiers, Once they have all obtained the powerful electromagnetic or laser weapons, even Type 5 experts would have to be careful with them. As the zombies were being obliterated, from afar, aerial zombies with fleshy wings came flying from the distance. The 100 of them glanced at the battlefield from afar before quickly beating a retreat. Jung glanced at them and sighed, "Scouting. These zombies already know how to scout. Their evolution is truly terrifying." Chapter 968, 10 Million Zombie Horde. When Jung walked into the command center and eyed the display, he noticed a huge horde that was making its way over. The horde started to split apart, surrounding the county. They were intending to surround and annihilate all the people within. All of a sudden, Bai Yi's figure appeared on the displays and she reported hastily, "Warning! Warning! Based on calculations, there are 9,874,567 enemies. There may be some hidden enemies as well." Jung looked at them and laughed lightly. "Over 9 million zombies, quite a decent number. Forget it, let me go and handle them first." If it were in the past, Jung would be anxious when faced with such a number. He would even call for an immediate evacuation. However, after his evolution to the Type 5 realm, at the same time, gaining the powerful weapons of the Third World, he was confident of facing them. Right now, a mechanized troop was currently carrying out fortification works in the county, swiftly repairing some fire points. 4 Reapers were deployed out to the 4 corners of the construction area. With them as the core, they could easily decimate any evolved zombies. Jung exited the command center, taking a huge leap into the sky before he activated his flight ability and soared towards the sky fortress. "Father. Inchuang missed you." Jung had just entered the sky fortress when a 14 or 15-year-old teenage girl came jumping into his embrace. She had a head of long, silver hair, her figure petite but her curves were explosive, boasting a C-cup breast size. Her looks were also extraordinary and she started to nuzzle her face into his chest. Jung stared in shock. "Inchuang, you're so big now?" When he left a year ago she had still been just a small girl. However, she was now already a beautiful teen capable of toppling the world. Inchuang giggled, "Did father miss me?" Jung chuckled and pecked her forehead. "Of course, this is your reward." Inchuang continued to hug him tightly as she grumbled, More. Jung laughed as he ruffled her hair. "Once we have beaten this horde back, I will give you more presents." Inchuang smiled brightly, but her words were full of violence. "Fine. Inchuang will help father to kill all those enemies." Hee. Inchuang is very powerful now. My fist can destroy a tank. As an offspring from the mutant-infected womb, Inchuang was a heaven-defying genius that possessed superhuman capabilities. In her blood also flowed the savage nature of the zombies. If it was not for the fact that she had seen Jung when she first opened her eyes, she would have evolved into a terrifying demon queen. Jung smiled. "My Inchuang is definitely awesome." She was someone that Jung could trust fully. When he was with her, he felt relaxed and there was no need to be on guard. Just then, the beautiful Lu Yumei appeared, donned in military uniform. She brought 2 men and 1 woman as they came up to Jung, greeting him, "Leader." In this 1 year, a huge amount of evolving liquid had been produced and distributed to the army. In the stable course of life, there were also many more who naturally awakened. Under the training of his subordinates, other than Lu Yumei, these 3 others had also gained the ability to control zombies. They were young and looked at Jung curiously. They were newbies that had been discovered within this year and had only seen Jung through their studies. It was the first time meeting him in person. Jung's gaze landed on them and he chuckled, "Lieutenant Colonel Lu, aren't you going to introduce them?" In times of war, ranks rose rapidly. With Lu Yumei's ability, Jung was able to take down the capital easily. That was why she was promoted. In response, Lu Yumei smiled and introduced, "This is Niu Jin, this is Zhang Shitu and that is Wang Li." Jung nodded in satisfaction. "How do you do, I'm Jung." The 3 of them replied in unison, "Greetings, leader." They had all been ordinary people but after joining the army and receiving training, they had a military bearing now. Jung exchanged some perfunctory words with them, before following Lu Yumei into the command center. Inside the command center, there were many displays showcasing the various images on Earth obtained through radar. Right now there was a huge horde right below them with countless zombies surging towards the county. Liu Yumei closed her eyes and sensed a while before opening them and declared, "East, I can sense a huge amount of Z-type's brain waves in the east." The sky fortress shot towards the easy and came above a large horde. Liu Yumei frowned and spoke, "They're right below here." Qin Yen, the captain of the ship, immediately gave the order to attack. Fire. At that instant, numerous cannons, laser guns and other weapons extended out of the sky fortress. Under Bai Yi's control, they unleashed carnage upon the zombies below. The ordinary zombies were all taken out swiftly, their headless corpses slumping the ground. One particular L4 that was the size of a house, had its brain pierced by numerous laser beams and it fell dead as well. Under Bai Yi's control, the dense firepower reaped the lives of countless zombies efficiently. Before long there was a huge patch of unmoving corpses. The huge sky fortress floated above the horde of zombies, as a number of napalm grenades dropped onto them, resulting in a huge sea of flames that devoured the entire group. Within the sea of flames, an evolved zombie with a huge head and small body leaped out of the L4. The moment it jumped out of its carrier, a laser beam descended from the skies, penetrating its brain and blasting it apart. Once it died, the entire horde around it fell into chaos. The sky fortress continued to soar through the skies, taking down the various intelligent zombies that were discovered, disintegrating the chain of command. After killing about 8 of the intelligent zombies, the aerial ones finally appeared, in a horde of over 100,000. When they appeared, the hangar doors of the sky fortress opened, and 20 Thunder fighters flew out, together with numerous Z-10s. At the same time, the laser cannons extended out from the sky fortress, firing wildly at the aerial zombies. Under the mad firing of the lasers, the countless zombies were blasted apart, turning into blood and dismembered flesh that fell out of the skies. The 20 Thunder fighters and dozens of Z-10s shot right towards the aerial zombies, firing their own weapons at them. These aircraft did not need to protect the sky fortress. With their ability to maneuver in the skies, they began to kite the aerial zombies, without losing a single one of their own. Even so, the rest of the aerial zombies continued to launch frenzied assaults on the sky fortress, using their flesh and bodies to break through the firepower, pouncing onto the hull. When they managed to get past the firepower, to their dismay, they saw flamethrowers extending out, instantly incinerating them in billowing flames. Droves of them fell towards the ground, charred and smoking. However, there were still zombies that managed to reach the top side, using their sharp claws to destroy the guns and cannons they could find. With their sharp claws, they were able to claw out holes in those weapons, destroying them. Inside the sky fortress, everyone saw the aerial zombies swarming all over their aircraft and had expressions of dismay. During the battle for the capital, Jung and the rest had not yet seen these aerial zombies. The weapons on the sky fortress were enough to deal with a few tens of thousands of them, but against 100,000, they would likely be defeated and torn apart. At this critical juncture, Qin Yen was pale as he looked to Jung. "Leader, do we evacuate?" "No. We will continue to wipe out those intelligent zombies. Let me deal with these freaks." Jung glanced at the countless zombies crawling on board the sky fortress, and spoke this sentence before turning around to head outside. "Father, wait for me." Yin Shuang bounced off after him. Qin Yen watched Jung leave before gritting his teeth and ordering, "Continue the assault." All the subordinates on board the sky fortress felt their heart clench and quickly continued their work. Jung brought Yin Shuang out on the deck. The moment they appeared, they were met with the aerial zombies opening their jaws to take a bite at them. "Father, let me help you kill them all." Yin Shuang giggled before she disappeared from her location. In a split second, a dozen of those aerial zombies suddenly burst apart. At the same time, they were being taken out in a single, straight line, and ordinary people would not understand how those zombies suddenly burst apart for no reason. Only Jung, a Peak Type 5 expert, was able to see Jung appearing in front of those aerial zombies and throw a single punch to obliterate them. Due to her speed far surpassing the speed of sound, it was hard for normal people to catch up. Jung watched Yin Shuang slaughter the zombies and sighed, "Powerful." Her speed of evolution had already reached the peak of Type 5 as well. Her natural talents are truly terrifying. Jung had the God and Devil imprint, after killing numerous experts and absorbing their life force, only then did he undergo such a change to become a Type 5 expert. As for Yin Shuang, she did not have the imprint, and yet she managed to jump from the Type 3 to Type 5 realm. Her innate talent was high. He retracted his gaze and waved his hands, and a deep red mech fighter appeared. It had an ancient knight armor and wielded a sharp blade. There were other blades concealed everywhere on its frame, and there was a pair of bright red wings that stretched out like an angel. This bright scarlet mech was the evolved form of a Reaper with the help of Jung Risu's ability, and Jung called it the Scarlet Reaper. "It's your turn, Scarlet Reaper." He then inserted the Heart of Hope into the Scarlet Reaper's chest. With a bright flash, the Heart of Hope burrowed into the chest of the Scarlet Reaper. Its eyes then flashed brightly as though coming alive, and kneeled down on a single knee in front of Jung. A bright light then shot out of its body to envelop Jung, absorbing him into its frame. As Jung entered the Scarlet Reaper, he instantly felt as though he had become one with it. He was the mech, and the mech was him. He did not see any connection, wires, display panels, or even controls. However, as long as he willed it, information flowed directly into his brain. With a thought, he could sense the movement of every single aerial zombie that had crawled on the Sky Fortress. It felt like the entire world was in the palm of his hands. He knew that the sensors of this mech were extremely and vastly superior to any he had known. Moments after he entered the Scarlet Reaper, 100 aerial zombies soared towards him. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.